Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to Goofy Harry. In today's episode, we explore movie Darth Vader found baby Harry abandoned in the snow and raised him as the Sith Prince of Magic. Hit like, subscribe, and join our community of story lovers. Let's begin. Chapter 1. The Child in the Snow. The wind on Kratos' IV could strip flesh from bone. Darth Vader stood at the base of the Executor's forward ramp, his respirator cycling steadily against the howling gale, and watched the Imperial survey team struggle through chest-high drifts of blue-white snow. The planet was a frozen wasteland at the edge of the outer rim, no strategic value, no resources worth mining, nothing but ice fields stretching to every horizon under a sky the color of hammered steel. The only reason the Empire had bothered sending a survey team at all was a series of anomalous energy readings that had pinged off a probe droid 3 standard weeks ago. Readings that didn't match any known signature in the Imperial database. Readings that had, for reasons he could not fully articulate, drawn Vader here personally. "My lord," Captain Venka said from behind him, his voice tight against the cold even through his helmet's vocoder. "Survey team reports the energy source is approximately 2 kilometers northeast. The readings are erratic, they can't get a stable fix." Vader said nothing. He was reaching out through the Force, letting it flow across the frozen landscape like dark water, and what he felt made no sense. There was something out there, something alive, something that burned in the Force like a signal fire, but the texture of it was wrong, not the clean, familiar current of Force sensitivity he'd been trained to detect. This was wilder, stranger. It bent the Force around it the way a stone bends a river, creating eddies and whirls of energy that Vader had never encountered in all his years as Jedi or Sith. "Stay here," he said. "My lord, the conditions." Vader walked into the storm. The snow parted around him, not because he was using the Force to push it, though he could have, but because the dark side radiated from him like heat from a reactor core, and even the weather seemed to flinch. His boots crunched through the ice crust with mechanical precision, his cape snapping behind him like a war banner, and he followed the impossible signal northeast across the empty white expanse of Kratos' IV. It took him 11 minutes to find the source. It was a baby. Vader stopped, his respirator hissed. The wind screamed around him, driving ice crystals against his armor in a constant abrasive whisper, and he stared down at the infant lying in a shallow depression in the snow as though his optical sensors had malfunctioned. The child was wrapped in a blanket that should not have existed. The fabric was deep crimson, threaded with gold symbols that shifted and crawled like living things, symbols in no language Vader recognized, and he recognized many. The blanket was warm, not insulated, not heated by any technology he could detect. Simply warm, radiating a gentle heat that had melted the snow in a perfect circle around the baby, creating a small pocket of impossible spring in the middle of a killing blizzard. The baby was asleep. Vader knelt. The movement was slow, his damaged body protesting the angle. Servos in his suit whining softly. He reached out with the Force delicately, the way he hadn't done anything delicately in years, and touched the child's presence. The galaxy tilted. What he felt wasn't Force sensitivity. Or rather it was, the child was drenched in it, practically glowing, but beneath that familiar current was something else entirely. A second energy, deeper and older, woven into the child's cells like a second heartbeat. It was raw and unstructured and so powerful that Vader's hand trembled inside his glove, and Darth Vader's hand did not tremble. The baby opened its eyes, green. The most vivid, startling green Vader had ever seen, bright as a lightsaber crystal, bright as the forests of Naboo that he never allowed himself to remember. The child looked up at the black mask of the most feared man in the galaxy and did not cry, did not flinch, simply stared with an infant's guileless curiosity, as though the towering nightmare looming over it was the most interesting thing it had ever seen. Vader's respirator cycled. In, out. There was a scar on the child's forehead, a thin, jagged line in the shape of a lightning bolt, barely healed, too precise to be an accident. It hummed with the strange second energy, a frequency that made the dark side in Vader's chest recoil slightly, then surge forward with hungry interest. He picked the baby up. The moment his gloved hands closed around the bundled child, the blanket's golden symbols flared once, bright enough to cast shadows in the blizzard, and then settled into a steady, pulsing glow. The baby made a small sound, not a cry, something closer to a sigh, as though it had been waiting for exactly this and was relieved it had finally happened. Vader stood. He held the child against his chest plate, where the rhythmic hiss of his respirator was loudest, and the baby's eyes drifted shut again. Asleep, trusting, completely unafraid. Something cracked inside Darth Vader's chest that had nothing to do with his ruined lungs. He carried the child back to the Executor. Captain Venka's face went through several colors when Vader walked up the ramp holding a baby. White, then red, then a sickly gray that suggested his career was flashing before his eyes. The stormtroopers flanking the corridor snapped to attention and very carefully did not look at the infant tucked against the Dark Lord's armor. "My lord," Venka managed, "is that?" "Prepare quarters adjacent to mine," Vader said, walking past him without slowing. "Notify the medical bay. I want a full biological scan within the hour." "My lord, what should I tell them the scan is for?" Vader stopped. He turned just enough for the black lenses of his mask to fix on Venka, and the captain took an involuntary step backward. "Tell them," Vader said, "that I have found my son." The silence that followed was absolute. Even the baby didn't make a sound. Vader resumed walking. Behind him, Venka stood frozen for a full 3 seconds before his training kicked in, and he began barking orders into his comlink with the desperate efficiency of a man who understood that questioning Darth Vader's decisions was a hobby with a very short life expectancy. The medical bay aboard the Executor was state-of-the-art, staffed by the best physicians the Empire could conscript. Chief Medical Officer Dr. Haas was a thin, precise woman who had served aboard Star Destroyers for 15 years and had learned long ago that emotional reactions were inefficient. When Darth Vader placed a baby on her examination table, she blinked once, adjusted her scanner, and got to work. "Man," she said, running the bioscanner across the sleeping child. "Male, approximately 12 to 14 months old, remarkable health considering where you found him, no frostbite, no hypothermia, no dehydration. Midichlorian count is..." She paused, recalibrated her scanner, ran it again. "My lord, this can't be correct. What is the count?" "The scanner is reading over 22,000, but it's also detecting a secondary cellular energy signature that's interfering with the reading." "It could be higher. I've never seen anything like this secondary signature. It's not midichlorian based. It's something else entirely, integrated at the genetic level." Vader stared at the sleeping child. 22,000, higher than any Jedi the Order had ever recorded, higher than Vader himself before his injuries had cost him so much of his potential. And that was just the Force sensitivity. The other energy, the wild magic that thrummed beneath it, wasn't even being measured. "The scar on his forehead," Vader said. "Analyze it." Dr. Haas moved her scanner over the lightning bolt mark, and the device made a sound she'd never heard it make before, a high, warbling tone that usually indicated sensor conflict. "It's a wound, but not a normal one. The tissue damage goes deeper than dermal. It extends into what I can only describe as his energy field itself. There's a foreign signature embedded in it, dark, parasitic, small, but present." She looked up. "My lord, it's almost as though someone attacked this child with a weapon that damaged his very life force, and a fragment of the attacker's energy lodged in the wound. Can it be removed?" "Not with any technique I'm aware of. It's too deeply integrated. Removing it could kill him." Vader looked at the scar for a long moment. Then he looked at the child's face, round, soft, impossibly small against the sterile white of the examination table. "His name is Harry," Vader said. Dr. Haas, to her credit, did not ask how he knew that. The truth was simpler than the Force. The blanket the child had been wrapped in had a name embroidered in its crimson fabric, stitched in silver thread beneath the crawling golden symbols, Harry James Potter. Vader had read it while walking through the corridors. He kept the surname to himself. The boy would not need it. "Harry Vader," he said. "Log it." Dr. Haas logged it. The Emperor's hologram flickered blue-white in Vader's private chambers, 10 feet tall and radiating displeasure even across the light years. "You found a child," Palpatine said, his voice carrying the particular silky disdain he reserved for things that surprised him. "And your first instinct was to claim it as your own. The child's power is unprecedented, Master. His midichlorian count rivals what mine was before Mustafar, and there is something else, a secondary energy that the Force itself responds to. I have never felt its like." "Interesting." Palpatine's holographic eyes narrowed. "And where did this miraculous infant come from? Children do not simply appear in blizzards on uninhabited worlds. The energy readings that drew the survey team were residual, dimensional in nature, according to the preliminary analysis. The child came from somewhere else, somewhere outside our galaxy, possibly outside our reality." The silence that followed was heavy with calculation. Vader could practically hear the gears turning behind those yellow eyes. "Bring the child to Coruscant," Palpatine said finally. "I wish to examine him myself. I will bring him when he is old enough to withstand the examination." Another silence, longer, colder. "You are protective of this foundling, Lord Vader." "I am strategic, Master." "The child is fragile. His power is volatile. If he dies during examination, we lose the asset entirely." Give me time to stabilize him, to begin his training, and I will present you with a weapon unlike anything the galaxy has seen." Palpatine's lips curved. It wasn't a smile, it was a calculation wearing a smile's skin. "Very well, you have time, my apprentice, but do not forget, everything in this empire belongs to me, including whatever you find in the snow." The hologram vanished. Vader stood in the dark of his chambers, listening to his own breathing, and looked at the makeshift crib that had been hastily assembled by two terrified ensigns. Harry slept inside it, wrapped in his strange crimson blanket, the golden symbols pulsing softly in rhythm with his breathing. "You will belong to no one," Vader said quietly, and it was the first promise he had made in years that had nothing to do with revenge. Harry's first word was "duh." He said it at 13 months old, sitting on the floor of Vader's quarters aboard the Executor, surrounded by the disassembled components of a protocol droid that he had somehow pulled apart with his bare hands while Vader was reviewing fleet reports. The droid had been assigned as a caretaker unit. It lasted 4 hours before Harry's strange energy surged in a fit of infant frustration, and the droid simply came apart at every joint, screws unscrewing themselves, panels popping free, photoceptors rolling across the deck like marbles. Vader walked in to find his son sitting in a pile of droid parts, giggling and holding one golden photoceptor up to his own eye like a monocle. "Duh," Harry said brightly, waving the photoceptor. Something happened in Vader's chest, a warmth that had no business being there, that the dark side should have smothered years ago. He knelt slowly, carefully, his suit protesting, and took the photoceptor from Harry's tiny fist. "You destroyed your caretaker," Vader said. "Duh." Harry agreed, reaching for Vader's mask with both hands. Vader let him touch it. The small fingers patted the black surface, traced the angular lines of the vocabulator, and Harry's green eyes stared into the red-tinged lenses with absolute fearless fascination. "You will need a better caretaker," Vader said, "one you cannot disassemble." He assigned a squad of stormtroopers. Harry disassembled their armor within a week, not through the Force but through the other power, the wild magic that seemed to respond to his emotions with gleeful, chaotic enthusiasm. Plates popped off mid-patrol, helmets unscrewed themselves. One trooper's entire suit locked up at the joints, leaving him standing in the corridor like a very confused statue while Harry crawled past him, laughing. Vader solved the problem by assigning the most disciplined, unflappable officer on the ship, Lieutenant Commander Alara Voss, a compact woman with iron-gray hair and the emotional range of a blast door. Voss had served on the Executor for 6 years. She had never flinched, never panicked, never so much as raised her voice. When Vader told her she was now responsible for the care of his son, she saluted crisply and said, "Yes, my lord." Harry disassembled her comlink, her datapad, and her belt buckle within the first hour. Voss picked up the pieces, reassembled what she could, tucked the rest into her pockets, and carried Harry to the mess hall for his feeding without missing a step. She lasted. She became a fixture, not a mother figure. Voss was far too military for that, but a steady, reliable presence in Harry's early life. She fed him, cleaned him, kept him from crawling into ventilation shafts twice and engineering bays 7 times, and reported his development to Vader with the clipped precision of a battlefield dispatch. "The child levitated his food tray today, my lord, approximately 3 feet. He appeared to be attempting to feed himself from a distance. The child changed the color of his blanket from red to blue and back again 17 times during his nap. I believe he was dreaming. The child spoke his second word today, my lord. It was more. He said it while looking at the viewport. I believe he was referring to the stars." Vader listened to every report. By the time Harry was 3, it was clear that conventional approaches would not work. The boy's Force sensitivity was developing at a pace that would have alarmed the Jedi Council, had it still existed. He could move objects with his mind as easily as breathing, not small objects, not carefully, but large things moved with the casual, unconscious ease of a child picking up toys. Vader watched him lift an entire dining table once because he wanted the fruit bowl on the other end and couldn't be bothered to walk around. But the Force was only half of what Harry was. The magic, and Vader had come to think of it as magic because no other word fit, operated on entirely different rules. It didn't flow through midichlorians. It didn't respond to the structured techniques of Sith or Jedi training. It responded to Harry, to his wants, his emotions, his imagination. When he was happy, things bloomed, literally. Vader walked into the boys' quarters one morning to find the steel walls covered in climbing vines with small white flowers that shouldn't have been able to grow in recycled starship air. When Harry was angry, things broke. Not through telekinetic force, but through some fundamental unmaking molecular bonds, simply deciding they no longer applied, metal fatigue, accelerating 1,000-fold in the space of a heartbeat. When Harry was afraid, which was rare because the boy seemed to have been born without the gene for it, things got truly strange. During a turbulence incident when Harry was 4, the executor hitting the edge of a gravity well during a hyperspace transition, the ship lurched hard enough to throw Harry from his bed. Vader found him floating 6 inches off the floor, surrounded by a shimmering golden light, completely unharmed. The light had also, incidentally, stabilized the local gravity in a 30-meter radius around Harry's quarters, preventing any damage or injury to the crew members in that section, while the rest of the ship was thrown into chaos. Vader began Harry's training that same year. It was not gentle. Vader did not know how to be gentle. The concept had been burned out of him on Mustafar along with his skin and his old name. But it was thorough, and in his own grim, relentless way, it was attentive. He started with the basics of the dark side: emotion as fuel, passion as power, the channeling of anger and desire into tangible force. Standard Sith pedagogy for a 4-year-old, delivered by a 7-foot cyborg in a meditation chamber aboard the most powerful warship in the galaxy. Harry was a terrible student. Not because he lacked ability, he had more raw ability than anyone Vader had ever trained, more than the Inquisitors, more than most of the Jedi he had cut down. The problem was that Harry's magic kept interfering. Vader would instruct him to reach for the dark side, to channel his anger, and Harry would try, genuinely try, his small face screwed up in concentration. But instead of touching the cold fire of the dark side, his magic would surge up to meet him halfway, blending with the Force in ways that produced completely unpredictable results. "Lift the stone," Vader said during one early session, pointing to a training weight on the chamber floor. Harry reached out with the Force just as Vader had taught him. The stone lifted, then it turned transparent. Then it began to sing, a high, clear note like a crystal bell, and sprouted wings made of blue light and flew in circles around Harry's head while the boy laughed and clapped his hands. Vader stared at the singing, flying, transparent stone for a long time. "That," he said slowly, "was not what I asked for." "But it's better," Harry said, delighted. Vader wanted to argue. He found that he couldn't. It was better in the sense that it demonstrated a level of reality manipulation that shouldn't have been possible for any Force user at any age, let alone a 4-year-old. Harry hadn't just moved the stone. He had changed it fundamentally at a level that went beyond telekinesis into something that bordered on creation. He adjusted his training approach. Instead of forcing Harry into the rigid Sith framework, Vader began treating Harry's 2 powers as separate disciplines that needed to be developed in parallel. Force training in the morning, control, focus, combat applications, the mental architecture of the dark side. Magic training in the afternoon, which was less training and more observation, since neither of them understood the rules, and consisted largely of Vader presenting Harry with problems and watching what the boy's magic did with them. The results were staggering. By 5, Harry could use the Force with a precision that most Inquisitors never achieved: telekinesis, telepathic shielding, enhanced physical augmentation, precognitive flashes during sparring. His lightsaber training began with a practice blade, and Vader discovered that the boy had an instinct for combat that bordered on preternatural. Harry moved like water, all fluid grace and sudden explosive strikes, and his precognition kicked in so strongly during sparring that hitting him was almost impossible. But it was the magic that truly set Harry apart. By 5, he could transfigure objects, change their shape, composition, and properties at will. He could conjure things from nothing: fire, water, light, shields of shimmering golden energy that could absorb blaster bolts. He could apparate, simply vanish from one location and appear in another instantaneously, without any of the disorientation or energy cost of Force-based teleportation. And he could do something that Vader had no name for. A trick where Harry would look at a broken thing and simply decide it wasn't broken, and reality would agree with him. He fixed a shattered viewport this way once, pressing his small hand against the spiderweb of cracks and frowning at it until the transparisteel simply flowed back together, good as new. "How do you do that?" Vader asked. "I just tell it to be fixed," Harry said, as though this were obvious. "You tell it." "Yeah, and it listens." Vader stared at his son, his 5-year-old son who could command reality with the casual authority of an emperor. "Good," Vader said. It was the closest to praise he could manage. Again, the viewport on the lower deck. Harry grinned and disappeared with a soft pop. The first time Vader brought Harry to Coruscant, the boy was 6 years old. The Imperial Palace was a cathedral of black marble and cruel geometry, a monument to Palpatine's ego that stretched above the planet-wide city like a raised fist. Harry walked through its corridors at Vader's side, his small hand resting comfortably on Vader's armored forearm, and looked at everything with wide, bright eyes that held curiosity but not a trace of awe. He'd grown up on the Executor, surrounded by the cold grandeur of imperial military architecture. The palace was just more of the same, only bigger. The courtiers were another matter. They stared at Harry the way one might stare at a small, exotic animal that might or might not be venomous. Fascination layered over terror, because the boy was Vader's, and everything Vader touched was dangerous by association. Harry stared back at them without blinking, and more than one advisor looked away first. "They're scared of you," Harry said, not whispering, not caring who heard. "Yes," Vader said, "they're scared of me too." "Yes," Harry considered this. "Good," he said, and Vader felt something that might have been pride swell behind his ruined sternum. The throne room was vast and dark, lit by narrow shafts of cold light that fell from impossibly high windows. Palpatine sat at the far end, a withered figure in dark robes, flanked by his crimson royal guards. His presence in the Force was massive, a black hole of dark side energy that warped the ambient field for meters in every direction. Most Force sensitives who entered this room felt their knees buckle. Inquisitors had fainted. Even Vader felt the weight of it pressing down like a physical force. Harry walked straight toward the throne without slowing. Vader felt his sun brush against Palpatine's dark side aura and watched, behind his mask, for the flinch. It didn't come. Harry's own energy, that impossible blend of force and magic, simply rose to meet it, not pushing back, not fighting, just existing with an easy, unshakable solidity that said, "I am here, and I will not be moved." Palpatine leaned forward, his yellow eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that made the royal guards shift uncomfortably. "So the Emperor said, this is the child." "Emperor," Harry said, "not your majesty, not my lord. Just a flat statement of fact delivered by a 6-year-old with eyes like green lightsaber crystals, standing in the most terrifying room in the galaxy as though it were his living room." Palpatine's lips twitched. "You've taught him no manners, Lord Vader." "I've taught him what matters," Vader said. "Indeed." Palpatine rose from his throne. He descended the steps slowly, his robes whispering across the stone, and stopped directly in front of Harry. The dark side rolled off him in waves, deliberate, oppressive, a display of dominance that had broken stronger beings than a 6-year-old child. Harry looked up at him, just looked. Those green eyes didn't waver, didn't dim. Palpatine reached out with the Force. Not gently, he pressed into Harry's mind like a blade, a probing, invasive telepathic assault that would have shattered most adults' mental defenses. Harry blinked. Then the air around him shimmered gold, and Palpatine's probe didn't just fail, it bounced, reflected back with enough force that the Emperor actually took a half step back. The royal guards grabbed their weapons. Vader's hand dropped to his saber, but Palpatine laughed. It was a genuine laugh, which was rare, and it echoed through the throne room like something scraping against glass. "Remarkable," he breathed, "truly remarkable. The probe didn't just meet resistance, the boy's mind rejected it, not through the Force, through something else." He looked at Vader. "You were right to bring him to me. This power, it is not of this galaxy." "No," Vader agreed, "it is not." Palpatine crouched, bringing his ruined face level with Harry's. This close, the Emperor smelled like ozone and something old, old like dust, old like tombs. Harry wrinkled his nose but didn't step back. "Tell me, young Harry," Palpatine said softly. "What do you want to be when you grow up?" Harry looked at the Emperor of the known galaxy, the most powerful Sith Lord in 1,000 years, and said, "Stronger than you." The throne room went very, very quiet. Palpatine stared at the boy. Then he smiled, a real smile this time, which was infinitely more dangerous than his laughter. "Oh, I think you might be," he murmured. "I think you just might be." He straightened and looked at Vader. "Continue his training. I want reports, monthly." "As you wish, Master." They left. In the corridor outside the throne room, Harry looked up at Vader. "I don't like him." "You don't need to like him. He tried to get inside my head." "Yes." "Is he going to try again?" "Many times." Harry's jaw set in a way that made him look startlingly like Vader's own face had looked decades ago before the mask, determined, fierce. "He won't get in," Harry said, not a boast, a statement of fact, delivered with the absolute certainty of a child who had never encountered a problem his power couldn't solve. Vader put his hand on Harry's shoulder. The leather-clad fingers were too large, too mechanical, but Harry leaned into the touch as though it were the most natural thing in the world. "No," Vader said, "he won't." The years passed. Harry grew the way a fire grows, quickly, hungrily, consuming everything in his path and burning brighter with each thing he devoured. By 7, he had constructed his own lightsaber, and the crystal at its heart was something impossible. not a kyber crystal at all, but a shard of pure magical energy that Harry had crystallized through sheer force of will, creating a blade that burned white gold instead of the traditional Sith red. Vader said nothing about the color. He had expected it. Harry was not a traditional Sith and never would be. The boy used the dark side the way a swimmer uses a current, riding it, drawing on it, but never drowning in it. His magic kept him balanced, kept him himself, in a way that Vader simultaneously envied and feared. By 8, Harry could duel Vader to a standstill. Not through superior skill. Vader was still the better swordsman, his decades of experience far outstripping Harry's raw talent, but because Harry fought with both the Force and his magic, and the combination was simply unfair. He would meet Vader's crushing overhead strikes with a lightsaber parry, augmented by magical reinforcement, his blade suddenly weighing nothing, while Vader's felt like it was striking a mountain. He would vanish mid-exchange, apparating behind Vader, above Vader, once memorably underneath Vader by apparating into a crouching position and sweeping at his father's legs before teleporting away from the retaliatory strike. "You are cheating," Vader said during one particularly frustrating session, after Harry had apparated for the 6th time in 30 seconds. "I'm using everything I have," Harry shot back, grinning, reappearing on top of a training pillar. "You taught me that. I taught you to fight, not to be insufferable. Pretty sure those are the same thing." Vader hurled a training droid at him. Harry caught it with the Force, transfigured it into a cloud of butterflies, and sent them fluttering into Vader's mask. By the time Vader had swept them away, they were real butterflies, actual living creatures that Harry had simply willed into existence. The boy had closed the distance and pressed his white gold blade to the gap in Vader's armor at the neck. "Dead," Harry said cheerfully. Vader looked down at his son. Sweat-damp black hair, his mother's eyes, though Vader didn't know whose eyes they actually were, that lightning scar visible at the edge of his hairline, and a grin so bright it seemed to generate its own light in the dim training chamber. "Again," Vader said. Harry's grin widened. Again. By 9, Harry accompanied Vader on missions. Not combat, not yet, but the boy stood on the bridge of the Executor during operations, watching, learning, absorbing the rhythms of command and the calculus of war. Officers who had initially been unnerved by the child's presence learned quickly that Harry Vader was not decoration. He asked sharp questions. He noticed things, troop dispositions, supply chain vulnerabilities, communication gaps, with an analytical mind that belied his age. Twice, he offered tactical suggestions that Vader implemented. Both times, they worked. By 10, the combat missions began. Small ones at first, pirate nests in the outer rim, smuggler hideouts, the kind of low-stakes engagements that served as training wheels for a boy who had never taken a life. Harry's first kill was a Trandoshan slaver who had been running a trafficking operation through the corporate sector. The Trandoshan had fired a blaster at Harry. Harry deflected the bolt with his lightsaber, closed the distance in a single force-enhanced leap, and cut the slaver down with one clean stroke. Afterward, back on the shuttle, Harry sat quietly for a long time. Vader let him. There were words a father should say in this moment: comfort, reassurance, philosophical framing, and Vader knew none of them. He had been taught to kill by a order that feared attachment, and then by a master who celebrated cruelty. He had no template for this. He was hurting people, Harry said finally, staring at his hands, the people in those cages. He was going to sell them. "Yes," Vader said, "then I'd do it again." Vader studied his son's face. No tears, no trembling, but no joy either, no sadistic pleasure, no dark side euphoria, just a calm, settled certainty. A line drawn in the sand of Harry's conscience. He would kill, but not for sport. He would destroy, but not for pleasure. He would use his impossible power to protect and to punish, and he would not lose sleep over the difference. It was not the Sith way. A true Sith would revel in the kill, feed on it, let it pull them deeper into the dark. Harry simply processed it, filed it away, and moved on, his moral center holding steady like a gyroscope in a storm. Vader should have corrected this, should have pushed Harry harder toward the true dark side, toward the cold fury that Palpatine demanded of his servants. He didn't. He told himself it was strategic, that Harry's stability made him more effective, more controllable, more useful. He told himself a lot of things. The truth was simpler, and he would never admit it. He was glad his son was not like him. The day everything changed was the day Harry turned 11. Vader had not planned anything for the occasion. He did not celebrate birthdays. He barely acknowledged the passage of time except as it related to mission cycles and fleet rotations. But Voss had mentioned it in her clipped way during the morning briefing, and Harry had woken up with the manic energy of a child who knew the date, and so Vader found himself standing in the largest training chamber on the Executor, watching his son prepare for what Harry had demanded as his birthday present, a full-power sparring session, no restrictions, no training protocols. "All out," Harry had said at breakfast, practically vibrating. "I want to see what we can really do." "You are not ready for all out," Vader told him. Harry raised an eyebrow, a gesture he had somehow perfected at 11, managing to convey skepticism, challenge, and humor in a single motion. Only one way to find out. The training chamber had been cleared, reinforced. Vader had ordered the blast doors sealed and the observation gallery evacuated because he had a suspicion about what was going to happen and he didn't want casualties. They stood 30 meters apart. Harry wore simple black training clothes, his white gold lightsaber in his right hand, his green eyes bright and focused. He looked small against the vast space of the chamber, a slight, dark-haired boy facing a nightmare in black armor. But there was nothing small about the energy building around him. The force was gathering, drawn to Harry like iron filings to a magnet, and beneath it the magic was rising, that golden warmth that Vader had felt the first time he'd held a baby in the snow on Kratos IV, now magnified 1,000-fold, pressing against the walls of reality like a rising tide. Vader ignited his saber. The red blade hummed, casting bloody light across the deck plates. "Begin," he said. Harry moved first. Not a lunge, a vanish, apparating directly into Vader's guard, his white gold blade already swinging. Vader parried on pure instinct, his saber meeting Harry's in a shower of sparks that were both technological and magical, golden motes of light spiraling away from the impact point like tiny stars. Harry was already gone, reappearing 3 meters to the left, launching a telekinetic wave that hit Vader like a battering ram. Vader planted his feet, absorbed it. Sent back a force push of his own that would have caved in a durasteel wall. Harry caught it. Not with the force, with his bare hand, the magic surging up to meet the dark side energy, wrapping around it, and Vader watched in real time as his son absorbed his force push, the energy swirling into Harry's palm and converting into something else entirely. Harry's eyes glowed green-gold for a split second, and then he threw it back, not as a force push, but as a bolt of pure magical energy, a lance of white gold light that screamed across the chamber. Vader deflected it with his saber. The bolt hit the far wall and punched a hole clean through 3 layers of reinforced durasteel. "Not bad," Vader said, and pressed the attack. What followed was the most intense sparring session of Vader's life. Not because Harry was better than him, not yet, not in pure combat terms, but because Harry fought like nothing Vader had ever faced. The boy was everywhere and nowhere, apparating in rapid succession, a blur of black hair and gold light, his saber work improving in real time as the adrenaline and intensity pushed him past previous limits. He used the force and magic interchangeably, weaving them together into combinations that shouldn't have been possible. Force-enhanced strikes augmented by magical density manipulation, making his lightsaber hit with 10 times its normal kinetic impact. Transfigured decoy duplicates of himself that were so real they registered in the Force, forcing Vader to waste critical split seconds determining which Harry was genuine. Shields that weren't just force barriers or magical shields, but both, layered, each covering the other's weaknesses. Vader escalated. He drew deeper on the dark side, letting the cold fury fill him, his strikes becoming faster, heavier, more brutal. He used the force to hurl debris, to crush the air around Harry, to attack the boy's mind with the savage telepathic assaults that had broken Jedi Knights. He fought like what he was, the most dangerous warrior in the galaxy, holding nothing back. Harry met him stroke for stroke, and then 7 minutes into the session something happened. Harry took a hit. Not a lightsaber strike. Vader would never risk that against his own son, even in a full-power spar, but a force push that caught Harry mid-apparition, disrupting his concentration, slamming him into the far wall hard enough to dent the plating. Harry hit the ground, gasped, and for one moment, just one, his eyes went unfocused and his lip bled where he'd bitten it on impact. The magic detonated, not deliberately, not controlled. It just erupted from Harry like a shockwave, and the training chamber, the reinforced, evacuated, blast door-sealed training chamber, went mad. The deck plates buckled, the lights exploded. Every loose object in the room, and several that weren't loose until that moment, launched into the air, orbiting Harry in a vortex of debris that crackled with golden lightning. The walls began to change, the bare durasteel transforming, rippling, the molecular structure shifting into something crystalline and luminous, like the inside of a geode made of light. Harry's eyes were solid gold. No iris, no white. Just liquid golden light, blazing in the darkness of the destroyed chamber. The force around him wasn't just responding, it was singing, a deep harmonic resonance that Vader felt in his bones, in his cybernetics, in the scarred tissue of his ruined body. It was as if the force itself recognized what was happening and was leaning in to watch. The vortex expanded. Harry rose off the ground, not levitating with the Force, but lifted by his magic, the golden energy wrapping around him like wings made of light and lightning. The debris orbiting him began to transform, chunks of metal becoming birds, bolts becoming flowers, a section of deck plate becoming a sheet of water that hung in the air, defying gravity, reflecting the golden light of Harry's eyes. Vader stood in the center of the chaos, his red blade still humming, and felt his son's power for the first time without limitation or restraint. The full scope of it, the Force sensitivity that dwarfed anything the galaxy had seen in generations, merged with a magical core so vast and deep that it felt less like a power source and more like a fundamental force of nature, gravity, electromagnetism, the strong nuclear force, and Harry, all equally real, all equally inviolable. It lasted 12 seconds. Then Harry blinked, the gold fading from his eyes and the power receded like a tide going out. The debris fell. The transformed walls held their crystalline shape. They wouldn't change back, Harry's magic having permanently rewritten their molecular structure. The water splashed to the deck. The birds vanished. Harry dropped lightly to the ground and stood there, panting, bleeding from his lip, his lightsaber deactivated, staring at the destruction around him with an expression of startled wonder. "I didn't," he started. "I know," Vader said. He deactivated his own saber, walked forward through the wreckage, stood in front of his son and looked down at the boy he had pulled from the snow 11 years ago, the impossible child with the green eyes and the lightning scar and the power to reshape reality itself. "Happy birthday," Vader said. Harry laughed. It was a wild, breathless, slightly hysterical laugh, the laugh of a child who had just discovered the ocean inside himself and was still trying to understand that it was real. He looked up at his father, eyes bright, blood on his chin, surrounded by the glittering ruins of a room he'd accidentally turned into a cathedral. "Father," Harry said, "what am I?" Vader put his hand on Harry's head. The leather fingers were stiff, the mechanical joints too rigid, but Harry leaned into the touch with the same trust he'd shown as an infant, the same absolute lack of fear. "You are my son," Vader said. "That is enough." But even as he said it, Vader knew it wasn't. Whatever Harry was, whatever combination of force and magic and otherworldly power lived inside that boy, it was growing, faster than Vader had anticipated, faster than he could control. The display he'd just witnessed went beyond anything in the Sith archives, beyond anything in the old Jedi records, beyond anything the Emperor had ever demonstrated. Harry was 11 years old and he had just accidentally restructured matter at the molecular level through pure emotional release. What would he be at 20, at 30, at his full power? Vader thought of Palpatine sitting on his throne on Coruscant and for the first time in years felt something that wasn't anger or pain or the cold void of the dark side. He felt fear, not of Harry, never of Harry, but of what the galaxy would try to do to his son when it understood what he was becoming. Of what the Emperor would do, of the inevitable moment when Harry's power grew too large to hide, too vast to control, too threatening to ignore. They would come for him, all of them. The Emperor, the Inquisitors, the remnants of the old Jedi hiding in the galaxy's dark corners. Everyone would want Harry Vader, either as a weapon or as a corpse. Vader looked at his son, 11 years old, laughing in the ruins, his eyes still flecked with traces of gold, and made a decision that would change the course of the galaxy. No one would touch his boy, not the Emperor, not the rebels. Not whatever force had sent Harry hurtling across dimensions to land in the snow on Kratos IV. Not the dark presence Vader could still feel lurking in that lightning bolt scar, patient and hungry. No one. Vader was the most feared being in the galaxy. He had toppled an order of thousands. He had bent the Force itself to his will through sheer rage and pain. He had built an empire of terror and wielded it like a weapon. Now he had something worth more than all of it. He squeezed Harry's shoulder once, gentle for him, and turned toward the ruined blast doors. "Come," he said, "we have work to do." Harry fell into step beside him, matching his father's stride as best he could on shorter legs, his white gold saber swinging at his hip. Behind them, the crystalline walls of the destroyed training chamber caught the ship's emergency lighting and scattered it into 1,000 prismatic fragments, turning the devastation into something that looked almost like a temple, almost like a beginning. Chapter 2, Forged in Darkness. The rebel cell on Ord Mantell had been a thorn in the Empire's side for 7 months. They operated out of the planet's junk wastes, a sprawling continent of decommissioned starships, corroded industrial equipment, and scrap metal piled into mountains that shifted and groaned in the toxic wind. Perfect terrain for guerrilla warfare. The Junkers knew every tunnel, every collapsed hull, every hidden passage through the labyrinth of rusted durasteel, and they'd been using that knowledge to ambush Imperial patrols, raid supply convoys, and funnel weapons to rebel cells across the entire Bright Jewel sector. 3 Imperial task forces had been sent to root them out. 3 had failed. The Junkers fought like cornered animals, using improvised explosives and repurposed droid weaponry, and the scrap wastes played havoc with Imperial scanners. Standard tactics didn't work. You couldn't bomb the place from orbit without destroying the processing facilities the Empire still needed. You couldn't send walkers through terrain that would swallow an AT-AT up to its neck joints. And every time ground troops went in on foot, they got picked apart by snipers who knew the landscape like their own heartbeat. Admiral Kron, commander of the Sector Fleet, had finally swallowed his pride and requested Vader's direct intervention. The request had arrived on the Executor 3 days ago, couched in the careful bureaucratic language of a man who understood that admitting failure to Darth Vader was only marginally safer than the failure itself. Vader had read the report, assessed the situation, and made a decision that sent a ripple of nervous energy through the Executor's command staff. He was sending Harry. Not alone, Vader wasn't reckless. A full company of the 501st would deploy as support, and Vader himself would be in orbit aboard the Executor, monitoring the operation. But Harry would lead the ground assault. Harry would make the tactical decisions. Harry would be the tip of the spear, the first Imperial asset to enter the scrap wastes and the last to leave. Harry was 14 years old and he was ready. He stood in the Executor's briefing room, leaning over the holographic map of Ord Mantell's junk continent with the focused intensity of someone who had been studying military operations since he could read. The blue light of the holo played across his features, sharper now than in childhood. The baby softness burned away by years of training and combat drills, leaving behind a lean, angular face dominated by those impossible green eyes. The lightning bolt scar was visible at his hairline, a permanent reminder of whatever had happened to him before the snow on Kratos IV. He was tall for 14, wiry rather than bulky, and he moved with the fluid economy of someone whose body was a weapon he'd spent a decade honing. His white gold lightsaber hung at his left hip. At his right, a custom blaster pistol that he almost never used but carried out of tactical pragmatism. There were situations where a lightsaber was overkill, and Harry had learned to appreciate nuance. "The main rebel position is here," he said, tapping a point on the holo. A cluster of decommissioned Star Destroyer hulls, stacked and interconnected, forming a makeshift fortress in the heart of the junk wastes. They've got maybe 300 fighters, mix of trained rebel soldiers and local militia. Heavy weapons emplacements on the upper hulls and aircraft batteries scavenged from the scrap. The tunnels underneath connect to escape routes running north and east. Commander Vel, the 501st Company commander, studied the holo with the careful neutrality of a career soldier who'd been told his commanding officer for this mission was a teenager. He was a square-jawed man in his 40s, scarred, competent, and deeply uncomfortable with the situation. "Sir, the previous assault groups attempted to breach through the southern approach. The tunnel network, the southern approach is a kill box," Harry said flatly. "That's why they've left it looking accessible. The tunnels are rigged, pressure mines, collapsed charges, probably gas traps. Anyone who goes through those tunnels is coming out in a bag." Vel blinked. "That's consistent with what the survivors reported, yes. We're not going through the tunnels. We're not going through any approach they've prepared for." Harry touched the holo controls and zoomed in on the fortress structure. He pointed to the upper hull of the largest Star Destroyer carcass, the one that formed the roof of the rebel compound. "Anti-aircraft batteries are here, and here. They'll shred anything that tries a direct aerial assault, but they're fixed emplacements, scavenged turbolaser mounts welded into place, limited traverse, dead zones here and here." He highlighted 2 narrow corridors of approach, threading between the towers of scrap. "If your pilots can fly those corridors, and I mean fly them, not autopilot, not computer-assisted, actual stick-and-rudder flying, they can get a shuttle close enough to the upper hull for a drop." "A drop," Vel repeated, "onto the top of the fortress. Onto the top, while the 501st hits the eastern perimeter, not to breach, just to make noise. Draw their attention, make them think it's another conventional assault. Keep their fighters focused outward and down. While they're looking at you, I come in from above." "Alone," Harry smiled. It was not a reassuring smile. It was the smile of someone who knew exactly how much damage he could do and was looking forward to demonstrating. "I won't be alone for long. Once I'm inside, I'll disable the anti-aircraft batteries from within. 30 minutes, maybe less. Once those batteries are down, you bring the full company in by air and we take the compound floor by floor." Vel looked at the holo. Looked at Harry, looked at the holo again. "Sir, with respect, you're proposing to infiltrate a fortified position held by 300 hostile fighters solo through the most heavily defended approach and disable their primary defensive installations before they can respond." Yes, that's. Vel searched for a diplomatic word. Efficient, Harry offered. There was a sound from the back of the briefing room. Vader stood there, arms crossed, a mountain of black armor in the shadows. He had been silent throughout the briefing, letting Harry run it, but now he spoke. Commander Vel, my son has been trained by me personally since the age of 4. He has completed 37 combat operations with 0 mission failures. His tactical assessments have been validated by Fleet Command on multiple occasions. If he says he will disable those batteries in 30 minutes, he will disable them in 30 minutes. Your only concern is whether your men can fly those corridors without crashing. Vel straightened. They can, my lord. Then we deploy at dawn. The briefing ended. Officers filed out, murmuring, casting glances at Harry that mixed respect with the lingering disbelief of men who couldn't quite reconcile the operational confidence they just witnessed with the fact that its source hadn't started shaving yet. Harry waited until the room was empty except for Vader. Then he let out a breath and rolled his neck, the briefing room persona dropping away to reveal the 14-year-old underneath, still confident, still sharp, but looser, more human. Vel thinks I'm going to get killed, Harry said. Vel is a competent officer with conventional thinking. He will learn. He'd learn faster if he'd ever seen me fight. He will tomorrow. Vader paused. The respirator cycled twice. Your plan is sound. But the drop corridor is narrower than the holo suggests. I reviewed the updated scans. You'll have perhaps 2 meters of clearance on either side. I'm not taking a shuttle. Vader looked at him. I'm apparating, Harry said, from the shuttle to the hull. The shuttle doesn't need to enter the corridor at all, just get me within visual range. I can jump from there. The distance, 800 meters, I've done 1,200 in practice. Practice and combat are not the same, which is why I need to do this. Harry met Vader's gaze, met the expressionless black mask that was the only face he'd ever known his father to have, and didn't flinch. You trained me for this. You've been training me for this since I was old enough to hold a saber. If I'm not ready now, when? The respirator hissed. In, out, you are ready, Vader said. You have been ready for some time. I simply do not enjoy deploying you. Harry's expression softened. This was as close as Vader ever got to saying he worried, and Harry had learned to hear the words behind the mechanical breathing. I'll be fine, father. You will be more than fine. You will be decisive. Vader turned and walked toward the door. He stopped at the threshold. The rebels have a leader, a woman called Marin Tau. She's former Republic military, Clone Wars veteran, decorated intelligent. Do not underestimate her because she fights for a losing cause. I never underestimate anyone, except the Inquisitor on Korriban. That was a calculated risk. You turned his lightsaber into a rubber snake. Harry grinned. That was also a calculated risk. The calculation was how funny it would be. Vader stared at him for a beat. Get some sleep, he said, and left. Harry's grin lingered for a moment after the door closed. Then it faded, replaced by something quieter. He looked at the holo map still glowing on the table, the fortress, the kill zones, the 300 people inside who were going to wake up tomorrow to the worst day of their lives. He didn't feel guilty. They were rebels. They had attacked Imperial supply lines, killed Imperial soldiers, disrupted order in a sector that needed stability. Vader had taught him to see the galaxy in terms of systems, order versus chaos, strength versus weakness, the Empire as the necessary structure that kept civilization from tearing itself apart. Harry believed it mostly. The Empire was brutal, yes, but so was the alternative. He'd seen the crime lords and slavers who thrived in the power vacuums the rebellion created. He'd killed those slavers on his very first mission. The galaxy without the Empire wasn't freedom, it was a feeding frenzy. But there was always a but with Harry, a quiet voice in the back of his mind that didn't come from the dark side or from his magic or from anything Vader had taught him. A voice that said, some of those 300 people are fighting because they're afraid, not because they're enemies. Some of them are just people who want to be free. Harry silenced the voice. Not permanently, he'd learned that silencing it permanently was impossible and probably unwise, but for now, for tonight, tomorrow he had a job to do. He went to his quarters, cleaned his lightsaber, meditated for an hour in the way Vader had taught him, reaching for the dark side, letting it wash through him, feeling the magic rise to meet it and transmute it into something the dark side wasn't meant to be, controlled power without consuming hatred, and slept. Dawn on Ord Mantell was the color of a bruise. The shuttle bucked and rattled as it threaded through the upper atmosphere, the pilot fighting crosswinds that sheared off the junk mountains below. Harry stood at the open bay door, one hand gripping the overhead rail, and watched the scrap waste scroll past beneath him, an endless, rusted landscape of dead ships and industrial bones, lit by the sickly orange glow of a sun struggling through chemical haze. The 501st had launched their diversionary assault 12 minutes ago. Even from up here, Harry could see the flashes, blaster fire, detonations, the bright lines of tracer rounds stitching across the eastern perimeter of the rebel fortress. Commander Vell's men were making noise just as planned, and the fortress was responding. Harry could feel the panic and adrenaline of the defenders through the force, a churning mass of fear and determination concentrated in the lower levels of the compound. Good, eyes down, eyes outward, not looking up. Visual on the target hull, the pilot called back. 800 meters and closing. Those AA batteries are live, I can see them tracking. Hold this distance, Harry said. He released the overhead rail and walked to the edge of the bay door. Wind tore at his black jacket, whipped his hair across his face. Below him, 800 meters down and 200 meters lateral, the upper hull of the decommissioned Star Destroyer that formed the fortress roof stretched like a flat gray desert, studded with the anti-aircraft batteries that had turned back every previous aerial approach. 800 meters, moving target to stationary surface. Crosswind, combat conditions. He'd done 1200 in practice, in perfect conditions, standing still. Harry took a breath. Let the force flow through him, let the magic coil in his chest like a golden spring. He fixed his eyes on the hull, a specific point, a specific patch of gray metal between two sensor arrays, the clearest landing zone he could identify at this distance. Sir, the pilot said, orders. Harry stepped out of the shuttle. For 1 second he fell. The wind grabbed him, the ground rushed up, and every survival instinct in his body screamed. Then the magic contracted around him like a fist and reality folded. He apparated. The world compressed to a point of golden light, a sensation of being squeezed through a tube the width of a thought. And then he was standing on the hull, boots ringing against metal, the chemical wind of Ord Mantell tearing at his clothes. 800 meters traversed in the space between heartbeats. The shuttle was a distant speck against the bruised sky, already banking away. Harry straightened, drew his lightsaber, felt the familiar weight of it in his hand, the crystal humming in resonance with his magic. The first AA battery was 50 meters to his left, a converted turbolaser mount, 3 operators, shielded gun pit. They hadn't seen him arrive. Their targeting was locked on the eastern perimeter where the 501st was attacking. The gunners focused on the distant flashes, waiting for aerial targets that weren't coming from this direction. Harry walked toward them, didn't run, didn't sneak. Just walked across the hull of the dead Star Destroyer, his boots making soft metallic sounds against the plating, his saber ignited and casting a white-gold glow that painted his shadow long and sharp ahead of him. One of the gunners turned, saw him. The man's face went through a rapid sequence, confusion, recognition, terror, and he opened his mouth to shout. Harry flicked his wrist. The force caught the man and threw him sideways out of the gun pit, sending him tumbling across the hull. Not dead, Harry had calibrated the push carefully. Unconscious, bruised, alive. The other 2 gunners scrambled for their sidearms, and Harry was among them before the blasters cleared their holsters. 2 precise strikes, pommel to temple, elbow to jaw, and both men crumpled. Harry looked at the turbolaser mount. It was a crude installation, heavy-duty mounting bolts driven directly into the hull, power cables running down through a hole cut in the plating. Destroying it with his saber would work, but would take time. He didn't have time. He placed his hand on the turbolaser's barrel, reached for the magic, felt it surge up, warm and responsive, eager as always. He didn't push it, he asked it, the way he always did, framing the request in the wordless language of intent and imagination that was the closest thing to spellcasting he'd ever developed. Come apart. The turbolaser came apart. Not explosively, gently, precisely, like a puzzle being disassembled by invisible hands. Bolts unscrewed themselves, welds separated, power conduits disconnected and coiled neatly on the deck. In 4 seconds, the aircraft battery was a tidy pile of components, completely inert. 1 down, 2 to go. Harry ran. The second battery was 200 meters aft, positioned on an elevated section of hull near what had once been the Star Destroyer's bridge tower. This one had better sightlines, and the crew, 5 of them, spotted Harry when he was still 80 meters out. Blaster bolts screamed toward him, red-hot lines of light cutting through the chemical haze. Harry didn't slow down. His lightsaber blurred, deflecting bolts with the casual precision that came from 10 years of training under the most dangerous swordsman alive. He deflected right, left, overhead, spinning the blade in a continuous defensive pattern while his feet ate up the distance. At 30 meters, he apparated, vanishing mid-stride, leaving the gunners firing at empty air, and reappeared directly behind the gun pit. The nearest gunner spun. Harry caught his blaster with the force, ripped it from his grip, and drove a force-enhanced palm strike into his solar plexus that launched the man backward into his companions. 2 went down in a tangle. The remaining two opened fire at point-blank range, and Harry dropped beneath the bolts, letting them pass over his head, then came up swinging, not the blade, the pommel, cracking it across one jaw, whipping it back into another temple, his body moving with the preternatural fluidity of someone who could feel the attacks coming before they happened. 5 seconds, 5 down. He dismantled the second battery the same way as the first, hand on the barrel, magic flowing, the weapon simply deciding to be a collection of parts instead of a functioning weapon. The third battery opened fire on him from across the hull. These gunners had seen what happened to the first two positions. They weren't waiting for Harry to close the distance. The turbolaser mount, a heavy quad cannon, probably pulled from a dreadnought, hurled massive energy bolts across the hull, each one powerful enough to punch through light vehicle armor. The deck plating where Harry was standing erupted in a geyser of molten metal and shrapnel. Harry apparated, reappeared 20 meters to the left. The quad cannon tracked and fired again, chewing up the hull, and Harry apparated again, reappearing on top of a sensor array, then again, materializing behind a ventilation stack, then again, covering the distance to the third battery in a series of rapid, disorienting jumps that gave the gunners no stable target. At 50 meters, he stopped jumping, stood in the open. The quad cannon swung toward him, barrels glowing with charge. Harry raised his left hand. The bolt came. A massive lance of red energy that would have vaporized him. Harry caught it. Not with the force, with the magic, the golden energy wrapping around the turbolaser bolt like a glove, absorbing it, converting it. The impact drove him back 2 feet, his boots grinding furrows in the hull plating, but he held. The energy burned through him and his magic sang with it, drinking the power, transmuting it, and Harry felt the grin spreading across his face because this was the part he loved, the moment where his two powers merged and the impossible became casual. He threw the bolt back. Not as a turbolaser bolt, as a golden lance of magical energy that hit the quad cannon dead center and didn't explode, it transformed. The metal of the cannon flowed like water, the barrels bending, the mounting twisting, the entire weapon reshaping itself into something that was no longer a weapon at all. When the light faded, the quad cannon was a sculpture, an abstract tangle of metal that looked almost like a flower or a hand reaching for the sky depending on the angle. The gunners stared at it, then they stared at Harry, then they dropped their sidearms and ran. Harry let them go. He pulled his comlink from his belt. Vel. Batteries are down, bring them in. 19 minutes, he'd estimated 30. The 501st came in hard, LA-AT gunships screaming through the corridors that the batteries had previously guarded, deploying troopers in white armor onto the hull and through the breaches Harry had already created. Commander Vel's voice barked orders on the tactical channel, and the disciplined machine of the Imperial military ground into motion around Harry like a system he'd activated. Harry didn't wait for them to catch up. He dropped through one of the hull breaches into the fortress interior, falling 3 stories to the deck below and landing in a crouch, the force absorbing the impact, his lightsaber already ignited. The interior of the fortress was a maze. Corridors from the original Star Destroyer had been augmented with improvised construction, welded partitions, scrap metal barricades, cable-strewn passages lit by jury-rigged lighting that flickered and buzzed. It was designed for defense, for confusion, for making invaders stumble into kill zones and dead ends. Harry navigated it by feel. The Force painted the layout in his mind, every defender, every trap, every hidden passage. He moved through the fortress like a ghost, a shadow, a force of nature in black and gold. Rebels who got in his way went down, not dead, where he could manage it, but disabled, disarmed, unconscious. The ones who fired on him found their weapons ripped from their hands by invisible force or transfigured into useless objects. One man's blaster rifle became a length of rope. Another's became a bouquet of metal flowers that the stunned fighter stared at in bewildered silence as Harry passed him by. The ones who fought harder got harder treatment. A squad of trained rebel soldiers set up a heavy repeating blaster in a corridor junction and laid down suppressive fire that would have pinned a normal assault force for hours. Harry raised a shield, golden, shimmering, absorbing the blaster bolts like rain hitting a window, walked through the fire, and when he reached the barricade, he put both hands on it and pushed, not with the force but with the magic, and the barricade simply ceased to be a barricade. The metal flowed backward like a wave retreating from a shore, reforming into a smooth, flat section of floor, leaving the soldiers exposed and staring. Harry stunned them with the force before they could react, a wave of telepathic pressure that dropped them like puppets with cut strings. He fought his way down through 3 levels in 11 minutes, the 501st following in his wake, securing corridors he'd already cleared, marveling at the state of the defenders he'd left behind, alive mostly, but disarmed in ways that defied explanation. One platoon found a room where every weapon had been fused into the walls, barrels protruding from the durasteel like strange metallic plants. Another found a barricade that had been turned into glass, clear, fragile glass that shattered when they touched it, revealing the dazed defenders behind it. Commander Vell, advancing with the main force, keyed his comlink. All units, be advised, the Sith Prince is operating ahead of the line. Do not fire into uncleared corridors without visual confirmation. He's moving fast. Harry heard the transmission and smiled. The Sith Prince, that's what they called him, the rank-and-file troopers, the officers, the analysts and intelligence operatives who tracked his growing list of operational successes. Not a title he'd chosen, but one he'd earned, and one that had spread through the Imperial military like a rumor made of fire. Vader's son, the boy with the golden power. The Sith Prince of Magic, they whispered, because the things he did went beyond any Force ability anyone had ever catalogued, and the word magic was the only one that fit. Harry reached the command level. The rebel leadership had fortified the deepest section of the fortress, the old Star Destroyer's engineering bay, converted into a command center. Blast doors, heavy shields, a last stand position designed to hold long enough for the leadership to escape through the tunnel network that ran beneath the compound. The blast doors were a foot thick, military grade. They would have taken the 501st's breaching charges 20 minutes to cut through. Harry put his hand on the door and asked it to open. It opened, the metal peeled back like a flower blooming, curling away from the center in smooth petals of durasteel, and Harry walked through into the command center as calmly as if he'd been invited. 20 people were inside. Most of them were support staff, communications operators, logistics coordinators, frightened faces illuminated by the blue glow of tactical displays. They froze when Harry entered, the white gold light of his saber filling the room, his green eyes sweeping across them with a calm assessment that was more unsettling than rage. Marin Tao was at the center. She was exactly what Vader had described, a woman in her 50s, lean and hard, with cropped gray hair and the bearing of someone who had spent decades making difficult decisions under fire. She wore a Republic-era military jacket, faded but clean, and she held a blaster pistol pointed directly at Harry's chest. "So," she said, "you're the one they've been whispering about, Vader's little prince." "Commander Tao," Harry said. He kept his saber ignited but low at his side, the blade pointed at the floor. "Not threatening, not yet. Your batteries are down, your perimeter is breached. The 501st is 3 levels above us and descending. You have approximately 8 minutes before they reach this position." "I can count, boy." Her blaster didn't waver. "Here to offer terms. I'm here to end this. Your cell is finished, the infrastructure, the supply lines, the tunnel network. We mapped it from orbit. Even if you escape today, there's nothing to come back to. And if I don't accept your terms, then the 501st breaches this room and everyone in it becomes a prisoner or a casualty. I'd prefer neither." Tao studied him. Her eyes were sharp, old soldier's eyes, the kind that had seen enough death to recognize it walking toward them. "You're not what I expected," she said slowly. "Vader's spawn, I expected a monster. Sorry to disappoint. You're not disappointing me, you're worrying me. Monsters I understand. A 14-year-old who just dismantled my entire defensive network without killing a single person that I don't understand." Harry met her gaze. He could feel the tension in the room, the fear of the support staff, the cold determination of Tao, the distant rumble of the 501st's advance through the levels above. He could also feel something else, the bone-deep weariness of a woman who had been fighting for years and knew, with the clarity of a veteran, that this particular fight was over. "Your people fought well," Harry said. "They don't deserve to die for a lost position. Surrender the compound. Your fighters will be processed as prisoners of war, standard Imperial protocol. I'll ensure it personally. Standard Imperial protocol means labor camps. Standard Imperial protocol means processing. What happens after depends on intelligence value and individual assessment, but no one dies today, not if you put that blaster down." Tao's jaw worked. The blaster stayed up. Behind Harry, he could hear the distant crack, crack, crack of the 501st breaching through the upper levels, getting closer. "I was at the Battle of Christophsis," Tao said quietly. "During the Clone Wars, I fought alongside Jedi. I saw what the Force could do, the good and the terrible. What you did up there to my batteries, to my fortifications, that wasn't the Force. I don't know what that was. Does it matter? It matters because I'm trying to decide if you're telling the truth, if your promise means anything." Harry deactivated his lightsaber. The white gold blade retracted with a hiss and the room dimmed, lit only by the blue glow of the tactical displays. He clipped the saber to his belt and stood before Marin Tao with empty hands. "My father would not have made this offer," Harry said. "He would have walked through that door and ended this in 10 seconds and your people would be corpses. I am not my father. The promise means something." The The silence stretched. Tao's blaster trembled once, a tiny, barely perceptible vibration that had nothing to do with fear and everything to do with exhaustion. She lowered the weapon. "Stand down," she said to her staff. "All units, this is Tao, cease fire." "Lay down your arms," the command center seemed to exhale. Harry felt the tension drain from the room like water from a punctured tank, replaced by a tired, bitter resignation that tasted like copper in the Force. "Get them out of here safely," Tao said, looking at Harry. "That's all I ask. You have my word." The 501st reached the command level 4 minutes later. Commander Vell walked in to find 20 rebels sitting against the walls with their weapons in a neat pile, Marin Tao in binders, and Harry Vader standing in the center of the room, looking for all the world like a boy who just finished a moderately interesting school exercise. "Compound secured, Commander," Harry said. "Row fatalities, book them." Vell stared at him. Then slowly something shifted in the career soldier's expression, the skepticism of the briefing room dissolving, replaced by something that might have been the beginning of respect. "Yes, sir," Vell said, and meant it. The shuttle ride back to the executor was quiet. Harry sat in the passenger bay, his head tipped back against the bulkhead, his eyes closed. The adrenaline was fading, leaving behind a familiar heaviness, not physical exhaustion, but emotional. Combat did that to him, not the fighting itself, which was almost meditative in its clarity, but the aftermath, the faces, the fear he'd seen in the eyes of people who looked at him and saw the end of everything they'd built. The shuttle docked. Harry walked through the corridors of the executor, returning salutes from troopers who straightened noticeably as he passed, and made his way to Vader's private quarters. His father was standing at the viewport, watching Ord Mantell turn slowly below them. The planet's junk wastes were visible even from orbit, a brown-gray stain across the northern continent, toxic and dead. Somewhere down there, the 501st was processing 300 prisoners and dismantling 7 months of rebel infrastructure. "Zero fatalities," Vader said without turning around. He'd been monitoring the operation in real time through the Force. He always did. "Zero," Harry confirmed. He dropped into a chair, one of the severe, uncomfortable Imperial designs that filled Vader's quarters, and let his head fall back. "Tao surrendered when I gave her the option. She's smart, knew it was over. You gave her an option. I gave her an efficient resolution. Dead rebels generate martyrs. Living prisoners generate intelligence." Vader turned from the viewport. The mask stared at Harry, unreadable as always, but Harry had spent 14 years learning to read the silences between his father's mechanical breaths, and what he felt now was something complicated. Pride, yes, Vader was proud of the operation's success, of the clean execution of Harry's plan, but something else too, a wariness, a question. "You have the power to have ended that engagement in minutes," Vader said. "You chose a longer path, a path with more risk to yourself. Path with fewer bodies. You are not responsible for rebel lives. I'm responsible for my choices." Harry opened his eyes and looked at his father. "You taught me that power demands precision. That the strongest move is always the one that achieves the objective with the least waste. Zero fatalities isn't mercy, father, it's efficiency." Vader was quiet for a long time. His respirator filled the silence, in, out, the metronome that had been the background rhythm of Harry's entire life. "You sound like a Jedi," Vader said finally. "I sound like your son. If that overlaps with the Jedi occasionally, it's because they weren't wrong about everything." A dangerous thing to say. Harry knew it. Vader knew he knew it. The ghost of Anakin Skywalker lurked somewhere behind that mask, buried under decades of pain and rage, and every mention of the Jedi was a knife twisted in a wound that had never healed. But Vader didn't lash out. He stood there breathing, and Harry felt something shift in the Force between them. A subtle rearrangement, like tectonic plates settling into a new configuration. Not agreement, not approval, but acceptance maybe. The recognition that Harry was not a copy of his father, that the son was becoming something the father had not designed, and that this was not necessarily a threat. "The Emperor will want a report," Vader said, moving on, which was his way of ending conversations that ventured too close to the fault lines. "I'll write it tonight. Include the tactical analysis, exclude the casualty numbers." Harry frowned. "Why?" "Because the Emperor values efficiency measured in bodies. Your definition of efficiency and his are not the same, and the difference will interest him in ways that are not advantageous for you." Harry understood. Palpatine wanted weapons, not diplomats. A Sith prince who ended battles without bloodshed was interesting in the wrong way. It suggested restraint, suggested a moral framework, suggested something that couldn't be fully controlled. Better to let the Emperor see a clean victory and draw his own conclusions. "I'll adjust the report," Harry said. "Good." Vader turned back to the viewport. Conversation over. Harry sat for a while longer, watching his father's black silhouette against the stars, and thought about the look in Marin Tao's eyes when she'd said, "You're not what I expected." He wondered what she had expected. A miniature Vader, probably. A child shaped entirely in the Dark Lord's image, cold, cruel, mechanical. And she hadn't been wrong to expect it. By all rights, that's what Harry should have been. Raised in the Empire's iron heart, trained by its most feared enforcer, steeped in the dark side since before he could walk, everything in his upbringing should have produced a weapon without conscience, a blade without a hilt. Instead, it had produced him. Whatever he was, Harry Vader. The Sith Prince of Magic, a boy with two kinds of power, a complicated father, and a moral compass that pointed somewhere no existing map could chart. He pushed himself out of the chair, clapped Vader once on the armored shoulder, a gesture of affection that had taken years to become natural, and left to write his carefully edited report. 3 days after Ord Mantell, the Inquisitor came. His name was the Fifth Brother, and he arrived on the Executor without warning or invitation, his shuttle docking in Bay 7 with Imperial Inquisitorious authorization codes that overrode the standard landing protocol. He was a large man, thick-necked, heavy-browed, with gray skin and yellow eyes that marked him as deep in the dark side's grip. He wore the black armor of the Inquisitorious and carried the distinctive spinning double-bladed lightsaber that was their hallmark, and he walked through the Executor's corridors with the proprietary swagger of someone who believed the entire Empire existed to get out of his way. Harry was in the training chamber, the replacement training chamber, since the original was still a crystalline ruin from his birthday, when Voss notified him. "An Inquisitor has boarded, sir, the Fifth Brother. He's requested an audience with Lord Vader, but Lord Vader is currently in communication with Sector Command and has not responded. So he's wandering the ship. He's coming here, sir. He asked for your location specifically." Harry lowered the training remote he'd been deflecting, a floating sphere that fired low-power sting bolts in randomized patterns, and wiped sweat from his forehead with the back of his wrist. Let him come. The Fifth Brother entered the training chamber like he owned it, shoulders back, chin up, eyes sweeping the room with dismissive assessment. His gaze landed on Harry and stayed there, and Harry could feel the contempt radiating off the man like body heat. The Inquisitors had always resented him. Harry knew why. He occupied a position they coveted, held power they envied, and enjoyed Vader's protection in a way that none of them ever would. To the Inquisitors, Harry was an interloper, a foundling child playing at being Sith while they had earned their dark blades through pain and conversion and years of brutal service. "The Sith Prince," the Fifth Brother said. The title dripped with sarcasm. "I've heard much about your little adventure on Ord Mantell." "Then you know it was successful. I know you let 300 rebels live." The Fifth Brother stopped 10 feet from Harry, his hand resting on his saber hilt. "A curious definition of success, a strategic one, but I don't imagine strategy is your strongest subject." The Fifth Brother's yellow eyes narrowed. "You have your father's arrogance. I have my father's training. The arrogance is all mine." Harry smiled pleasantly. "What do you want, Fifth Brother? I'm busy. The Grand Inquisitor has concerns about your operational methods, your unorthodox approach to combat, your tendency to leave enemies alive." The Fifth Brother began pacing slowly, circling Harry the way a predator circles potential prey. "There are those in the Inquisitorious who believe you are soft. That Vader's indulgence has produced a weapon with no edge." Harry tracked the Inquisitor's movement without turning his head. The Force made it unnecessary, painting the man's position and intent in perfect clarity. "And they sent you to what? Test that theory?" I volunteered, brave, confident. The Fifth Brother stopped pacing. He was behind Harry now, positioned in what he clearly thought was an advantageous attack angle. "Prove me wrong, boy. Show me the Sith Prince is more than a title." Harry sighed. It was a genuine sigh, the kind born of deep weariness with predictable people doing predictable things. The Inquisitors had been poking at him for years, testing boundaries, probing for weaknesses, hoping to find the crack in Vader's protege that would bring the boy down to their level. This was the most direct challenge yet, but it was still the same old song. "You want a duel," Harry said flatly. "I want clarity." "You want a duel and you want to win, and you want to take that win back to the Grand Inquisitor as proof that I'm a fraud so the Inquisitorious can petition the Emperor to have me reassigned under their authority." Harry turned to face the Fifth Brother. "Did I miss anything?" The Fifth Brother's expression flickered, surprised that his transparent plan had been so casually dissected. He recovered quickly, his face hardening. "Draw your weapon." Harry considered it. He could refuse. He could call Vader. He could report the unauthorized challenge through official channels and let Imperial bureaucracy grind the Fifth Brother into administrative dust. All of those options were available, and all of them were what the Inquisitor expected, the boy running to Daddy, hiding behind protocol, proving that the Sith Prince was just a title after all. Harry drew his lightsaber. The white gold blade ignited, filling the training chamber with warm light. The fifth brother's spinning saber hummed to life, angry red, the blades whirling in their signature intimidation display, a buzzing wheel of crimson energy that was designed to unsettle opponents. Harry waited. He stood in a relaxed guard, feet shoulder-width, saber held at mid-level, his weight balanced, his breathing slow. The magic coiled inside him like a sleeping dragon, warm and patient. The force flowed through him, sharpening his perceptions until the world moved in crystal clarity. The fifth brother attacked. He was fast, credit where it was due. The spinning saber technique covered a lot of angles, the twin blades whirling in a defensive-offensive pattern that created a wall of red energy. He came in high, slashing diagonally, using the spin to generate momentum and transitioned smoothly into a low sweep aimed at Harry's legs. Harry parried, stepped back, let the fifth brother advance. The Inquisitor pressed forward, reading the retreat as weakness, pouring on speed and aggression. His technique was aggressive, all forward momentum, relentless pressure, the spinning blades carving the air in patterns that would have overwhelmed most opponents through sheer kinetic chaos. Harry gave ground for 10 seconds, then 15, watching. Counting, learning the Inquisitor's patterns, his timing, the tells in his shoulders and hips that telegraphed transitions. At the 20-second mark, Harry stopped retreating. The fifth brother's next strike met Harry's blade and stopped, dead, frozen, the momentum absorbed. Harry had reinforced his block with magic, making his blade and the arm holding it immovable, an anchor point that the spinning saber shattered against like a wave hitting a cliff. The fifth brother staggered, his rhythm disrupted for the first time, and Harry attacked, not with force-enhanced speed, not with his magic. Just the lightsaber, pure gemso, the aggressive style Vader had drilled into him since childhood, modified with elements Harry had absorbed from studying every combat form in the Jedi and Sith archives. He came in hard, driving the fifth brother backward with precise, powerful strikes that exploited every gap the spinning technique left open. High slash to force the guard up. Immediate snap cut to the exposed midsection. Pivot, reverse grip, backhand strike to the weapon arm. The fifth brother blocked, barely. His spinning saber technique was designed for offense, and Harry's relentless targeted assault was forcing him to use it defensively, which meant the spins were working against him, too slow to redirect, too committed to cancel. He snarled and reached for the force, hurling a telekinetic blast at Harry's chest. Harry didn't dodge. He absorbed the blast, magic flaring gold around him, drinking the energy, and kept coming. The fifth brother's eyes widened. He threw another force push, stronger, pouring his rage and frustration into it. Harry absorbed that too, and kept coming. The Inquisitor panicked. Harry felt it in the force, the sharp, sour spike of fear that cut through the man's anger like acid. The fifth brother abandoned technique entirely, swinging wildly, the spinning saber whining at maximum velocity, throwing everything he had at the boy who kept walking toward him like an approaching storm. Harry caught the spinning blade on his own saber, held it. The white gold and red blades screamed against each other, spitting sparks, and Harry looked the fifth brother in the eyes and said, "Enough." Then he reached out with the force, not violently, but with the irresistible precision of a surgical instrument, and deactivated the fifth brother's lightsaber. Just reached into the weapon's mechanism and turned it off, a level of fine-scale telekinetic manipulation that shouldn't have been possible during active combat. The spinning blades died, the hilt went silent and dark. In the same instant, Harry brought his own blade up, white gold light humming, and stopped it a centimeter from the fifth brother's throat, close enough for the man to feel the heat, close enough for the glow to reflect in those yellow eyes. Silence. The fifth brother stood very still. His dead lightsaber hung in his grip, useless. Sweat ran down his gray skin. Harry could feel his heartbeat through the force, rapid, hammering, the heartbeat of a man who had just realized, in the most visceral way possible, that he had made a terrible mistake. "Let me be clear," Harry said quietly. His voice carried through the training chamber with an authority that had nothing to do with volume and everything to do with the absolute, unflinching conviction behind it. "I am not soft. I chose not to kill on Ord Mantell because it served the mission. If the mission had required it, I would have killed every one of those rebels without hesitation. The difference between us, fifth brother, is not that you're harder than me. It's that I'm precise enough to choose." He deactivated his saber, stepped back, let the man breathe. "Go back to the Inquisitorius," Harry said. "Tell them whatever you want, but the next time one of you comes aboard my father's ship to challenge me, I won't stop at the throat." The fifth brother stood there for a long moment. Something worked behind his eyes, humiliation, fury, the dawning recognition that the power gap between himself and this teenager was not a gap but a canyon. Then he turned stiffly and walked out of the training chamber without a word. Harry watched him go. The training chamber was quiet. The floating training remote he'd been practicing with earlier drifted slowly in the corner, forgotten. Harry clipped his saber to his belt and let out a long breath. Voss stepped out of the observation alcove. She'd been there the entire time, as she always was, watching, recording, ready to intervene or report. Her face was its usual mask of military composure, but Harry caught the slight uptick at the corner of her mouth. "Lieutenant Commander," Harry said, "were you entertained?" "I am never entertained, sir. I did, however, note that the engagement lasted 41 seconds. The fifth brother's previous recorded dueling time against Jedi survivors averages over 4 minutes. He telegraphs his transitions, among other deficiencies. Voss paused. "Shall I inform Lord Vader of the unauthorized challenge?" Harry considered. Vader would not take it well. The Inquisitorius challenging his son without permission would be read as a territorial incursion, and Vader's response to territorial incursions typically involved crushed windpipes. "No," Harry said. "The fifth brother got the message. Let it end here." "Very well, sir." Voss hesitated. "A rare thing." "Sir, you could have ended that duel in the first second." "Yes. You gave him 40 seconds. I wanted to see his technique. Father says you can learn something from every opponent." "And what did you learn?" Harry smiled faintly. "That the Inquisitorius needs better training." The prisoner transfer from Ord Mantell was supposed to be routine. The 300 captured rebels were being transported to the Imperial Detention Facility on Wobani aboard a convoy of 3 transport ships, escorted by 2 light cruisers. Standard procedure. The convoy route was classified, the escort was adequate, and the prisoners were secured in standard containment cells with suppression fields and guard rotations. Harry wasn't supposed to be involved. The transfer was a logistics operation, not a combat mission, and his role in the Ord Mantell campaign had ended with the compound's capture. But something nagged at him, a prickling at the edge of his force awareness, a vague unease that he couldn't source or explain. He'd felt it since the prisoners had been loaded onto the transports, a low-frequency warning that hummed like a distant alarm. He was on the Executor's Bridge when the convoy's distress call came in. "Contact on the convoy route," the communications officer reported, his voice tight. 4 unidentified ships have dropped out of hyperspace directly in the convoy's path. Configuration: they're rebel corvettes, CR-90 class. Harry was at the tactical display before the officer finished speaking. The holographic readout showed the convoy 3 transports, 2 light cruisers, and 4 corvettes arranged in an interdiction formation, blocking the convoy's route. A rescue operation. The rebels were trying to free their people. "The escort cruisers are engaging," the officer continued. "They're outgunned, the corvettes have them pinned." Harry looked at the display. 4 corvettes against 2 light cruisers was bad odds. The transports were civilian grade with minimal shielding. 1 lucky hit and 300 prisoners would die in vacuum, and the corvettes weren't trying to destroy the transports. They were trying to board them. "How far?" Harry asked. "Convoy is 40 minutes at maximum hyperspace from our current position." 40 minutes. The cruisers wouldn't last 20 against 4 corvettes. Harry made a decision. He grabbed his comlink, keyed Vader's personal frequency, and spoke as he was already moving toward the hangar bay. "Father, rebel ambush on the prisoner convoy. 4 corvettes, I'm going." A pause, then Vader's voice filtered through the comlink speaker. "The Executor can be there in 40 minutes. The escort will be dead in 15. I can apparate to the convoy if I can get a visual lock. Put me in a starfighter with a nav-comp slave link to the convoy's beacon, and I can jump there in seconds." Another pause, longer. Harry was already in the turbolift, descending toward the hangar. "Go," Vader said. "I will follow." Harry reached the hangar at a dead sprint. He bypassed the duty officer, ignored the startled shouts of deck crew, and vaulted into the cockpit of the nearest TIE interceptor. His hands flew across the controls, powering up, linking to the navcomp, pulling the convoy's beacon signal, calculating the visual reference he'd need for the apparition. The fighter's canopy sealed, the launch catapult engaged. "Sir," the deck officer shouted through the comm, "you haven't been cleared for." The catapult fired. The interceptor screamed out of the Executor's hangar like a bolt from a crossbow, the stars blurring as Harry pushed the throttle to maximum and oriented toward the convoy's last known position. He didn't need to fly the whole way. He just needed to see the destination. The navcomp's tactical feed showed the convoy in real time, transmitted data, not visual, but Harry had developed a technique over the years for anchoring his apparition to coordinate data rather than direct visual input. It was harder, much harder, the magical equivalent of threading a needle while falling, but he'd practiced it obsessively because the tactical applications were too valuable to ignore. He reached out with the force, found the convoy's position in the vast darkness, a cluster of lights and lives and fear 40 light minutes away, fixed it in his mind, felt the magic surge in response, golden and eager. Harry apparated. The TIE interceptor came with him. One moment he was in empty space near the executor. The next, he was in the middle of a battle, the interceptor materializing directly between the convoy and the attacking corvettes, the displacement of his arrival sending a shockwave through local space that rattled every ship within a kilometer. The tactical situation was worse than the reports had suggested. One of the escort cruisers was already disabled, listing badly, hull breached, escape pods launching. The second cruiser was fighting hard but taking concentrated fire from 2 corvettes while the other 2 moved on the transports. Boarding shuttles were already away, streaking toward the prisoner ships. Harry took it all in within 1 second. Within 2 seconds he was moving. The interceptor's laser cannons were standard Imperial issue, adequate against fighters, insufficient against corvettes. Harry didn't care about adequate. He dove toward the nearest corvette, the one closest to the transports, and opened fire not to destroy, but to get its attention. Green laser bolts stitched across the corvette's shields, doing minimal damage but lighting up every alarm on the enemy bridge. The corvette responded. Its turbolaser batteries swung toward the interceptor, a single TIE seemingly suicidal, dancing through a battle it had no business being in. Harry jinked, rolled, let the shots pass close enough to feel the heat through the cockpit, and used the corvette's focus on him to close the distance. At 300 meters, he abandoned the fighter. Harry popped the emergency canopy release, let the vacuum take him, and apparated. He materialized on the corvette's hull, his boots hitting metal in the hard vacuum of space, the golden shimmer of his magic wrapping around him in a life support bubble that provided air, pressure, and warmth. It was a trick he'd developed at 12, the magical equivalent of a spacesuit, sustained entirely by will. He cut through the hull with his lightsaber. The white gold blade punched through military-grade armor plating like it was flimsy, and Harry carved a hole large enough to drop through, falling into the corvette's interior corridor as atmosphere rushed out through the breach behind him. He sealed the hole with a wave of his hand, magic knitting the metal back together, rougher than his usual work but functional, and moved toward the bridge. The crew of a CR-90 corvette numbered between 30 and 60. This one had about 40. They were not prepared for a boarding action by a single combatant, because no single combatant in the history of space warfare had ever boarded an active warship solo during combat. Harry made it from the hull breach to the bridge in 90 seconds. He didn't kill anyone. He disabled them, force pushes, stun-level telepathic blasts, transfigured weapons, localized gravity manipulation that pinned defenders to walls and ceiling. 2 crew members he simply put to sleep with a touch, pressing his fingers to their foreheads and letting the force do the rest. 3 tried to rush him simultaneously in a corridor outside the engine room, and Harry created a wall of golden light across the passage that they bounced off like birds hitting a window, dazed but alive. The bridge crew had about 4 seconds of warning, the sound of Harry's boots on the deck, the hiss of the bridge door opening, before the Sith Prince walked in, lightsaber humming, green eyes bright, not even breathing hard. "Everyone step away from the controls," Harry said conversationally. "This ship is now under Imperial authority." The captain, a young woman, maybe mid-20s, with the haunted look of someone who'd seen too much war in too few years, stared at him. "Who the hell are you?" "Harry Vader. Hands off the controls, please." She recognized the name. He could see it hit her, the widening eyes, the involuntary step backward, the flash of fear that she tried to mask with defiance. "You're alone on my ship. Observant. Controls, now." She looked at her bridge crew, 3 officers, all of whom were staring at Harry with the fixed expressions of people trying to reconcile what they were seeing with anything they understood about how war worked. One of them slowly raised his hands, then another. The captain's jaw tightened, but she stepped back from her console. Harry reached out with the force and killed the corvette's engines. Not through the controls, through the engines themselves, reaching across the ship with telekinetic precision and simply disconnecting the primary fuel feeds. The corvette shuddered and went dark, emergency lighting clicking on. 1 corvette down, 3 to go. He apparated off the bridge, leaving the stunned crew behind, and reappeared in space between the convoy and the second corvette. His magic bubble held air, warmth, pressure, and he floated in the void, watching the battle unfold around him, making calculations at a speed that blended force precognition with tactical training. The boarding shuttles were the priority. 4 of them closing on the transports, carrying rebel assault teams that would breach the hulls and free the prisoners. If the prisoners got loose in the middle of a space battle, people would die, guards, prisoners, everyone. Harry couldn't board 4 shuttles simultaneously, but he didn't need to. He raised both hands. The force and the magic surged together, blending in the way they only did when Harry reached for something truly large, the golden dark energy spiraling up from his core like twin helixes of power. He reached out across the gap, 800 meters to the nearest shuttle, a kilometer to the farthest, and grabbed all 4 of them. Telekinesis at this range, at this scale, should have been impossible. Holding 4 moving objects in a force grip simultaneously while floating in vacuum during an active space battle was the kind of feat that would have given Master Yoda pause. But Harry's telekinesis wasn't just the force. It was the force amplified by magic, and the magic didn't care about limitations. It cared about what Harry wanted, and Harry wanted those shuttles to stop. The shuttles stopped, dead in space, engines screaming against an invisible grip, 4 vessels held motionless by a boy floating in the void with golden light bleeding from his eyes. Harry held them. It was hard, the hardest thing he'd done today, harder than the apparition with the fighter, harder than the solo boarding, and he could feel the strain in his chest, in his blood, the magic and the force both burning hot as they sustained a feat that bent the rules of both disciplines. Sweat froze on his skin. His vision blurred at the edges. He held them. The remaining cruiser, freed from the pressure of the boarding assault, concentrated fire on the 3rd Corvette, direct hits, shields failing. The Corvette began to retreat, its captain making the correct assessment that this battle had gone sideways in a way that no one had planned for. The 4th Corvette made a run at Harry. Maybe its captain thought that taking out the lone figure floating in space would break whatever was holding the shuttles. Turbolaser fire streaked toward him, green-white bolts that would vaporize a human body on contact. Harry dropped the shuttles and caught the turbolaser bolts. 4 of them, one after another, his magic flaring gold-white as it absorbed each bolt, converting the killing energy into fuel, feeding it back into the golden bubble that surrounded him. Each impact drove him backward through space, but he held his position, boots anchored by magic to nothing at all, and when the barrage ended, he threw the converted energy back, one golden beam. Everything the Corvette had fired at him, compressed and unified and returned with interest. It hit the Corvette's shields and they collapsed, not overloaded, dissolved, the shield generators simply ceasing to function as the magic tore through them. The beam continued, striking the hull, and the Corvette's forward section crumpled inward like a ball of flimsy being squeezed in a fist. Not destroyed, disabled. The crew would survive in the aft sections where life support was still functioning. Harry had calibrated the return, even in combat, even straining, even burning, because the habit of precision was stronger than the temptation of devastation. The 3rd Corvette jumped to hyperspace. The 4th, crippled, drifted. The boarding shuttles, released from Harry's grip, powered down their engines and surrendered. The battle was over. Harry floated in space for a few seconds longer. The void was quiet. Stars burned in every direction, cold and ancient and indifferent. His magic bubble shimmered around him, golden and warm, and for a moment he felt perfectly, completely at peace, suspended between the stars, no gravity, no ground, no walls, just himself and the 2 powers that made him what he was. Then the Executor dropped out of hyperspace like a hammer falling on an anvil, filling the viewport of every ship in the sector, and Harry smiled. He apparated to the Executor's bridge. The bridge crew was prepared this time. Harry had been apparating aboard the ship for years, and the initial terror of a person materializing out of thin air on the command deck had evolved into a sort of resigned acceptance. Officers barely flinched anymore. It was just something that happened, like turbolift malfunctions or unscheduled inspections. Vader was at the forward viewport. He turned when Harry appeared, and Harry could feel his father's force presence sweep over him, checking for injuries, assessing his condition, the dark side equivalent of a parent patting a child down after a fall. "Convoy is secure," Harry said. "1 escort cruiser disabled, needs rescue operation. 1 Corvette captured, 1 crippled, 1 fled, 1 disabled prior to my arrival. All boarding shuttles accounted for. Prisoner transports are intact. Casualties," Harry met his father's mask. "On our side, whatever the escort cruiser lost before I arrived. On theirs, none that I caused." The bridge was quiet. Officers pretended not to listen while listening intently. Vader's respirator cycled. "You boarded a Corvette alone during combat. It worked. You floated in open space and stopped 4 shuttles with telekinesis. That also worked. You absorbed turbolaser fire and reflected it. Father, everything worked, that's the point." The mask stared at him. Harry stared back. Behind the black lenses, he knew Vader was running the same calculation he always ran after Harry did something impossible, the calculation of pride versus fear, of a father's joy at his son's strength versus a strategist's recognition that this kind of power attracted the wrong kind of attention. The convoy crew witnessed this, Vader said, most of it. The rebel prisoners witnessed this. Some, the ones near viewports. Then by tomorrow, every rebel cell in the outer rim will know what you can do. Vader's voice was flat, mechanical, giving nothing away. The intelligence community will have reports. The Inquisitorius will have reports. The Emperor will have reports. Let them, Harry said it simply, without bravado, without defiance, just fact. I'm done being a rumor, Father. Let them see. Let them all see. Another long silence. Then Vader put his hand on Harry's shoulder, the gesture that had become their shorthand for 100 things they never said aloud, and squeezed once. So be it, Vader said. The captured rebel pilot's name was Kale Dunari. Harry found him in the Executor's detention level 3 days after the convoy battle, during a routine review of the prisoners taken from the crippled corvette. Kale was 20 years old, lean, dark-skinned, with the close-cropped hair and calloused hands of someone who'd spent his life in cockpits. He was sitting on the bench of his cell with his knees drawn up, staring at nothing, and when Harry stopped outside the force field barrier, Kale looked up with eyes that held no fear, just a tired, bone-deep resignation. "Come to interrogate me?" Kale asked. His voice was hoarse. "Not much to tell. I'm a pilot. I fly things. I don't know base locations or fleet movements or command structures. I'm nobody." Harry studied him through the force field. In the force, Kale Dunari was a bright, warm presence. No dark side taint, no deception, just a young man burning with conviction and exhaustion in roughly equal measure. There was something else too, a faint, fragile echo of force sensitivity, not enough to be trained, just enough to give Kale good instincts and fast reflexes. Pilot's luck, the rebellion probably called it. "You flew the lead boarding shuttle," Harry said, "the one heading for transport 2. Kale's expression shifted, surprise then caution. "How do you know that? I was the one who stopped your shuttle." A beat. Then Kale's eyes widened as the pieces fell into place. "That was you." They're in space with the... He made a vague gesture that somehow encompassed the entire concept of a teenager floating in vacuum and catching turbolaser bolts. "You're the one everyone's talking about." "Vader's kid, Harry. I know who you are. Every rebel in the fleet knows who you are." Kale's tone shifted from surprise to wary. "The Sith Prince. You took Ord Mantell without killing anyone, and then you soloed a corvette. The briefings are calling you the most dangerous individual asset in the Imperial military. I don't read rebel briefings. You probably should. You'd learn a lot about what the galaxy thinks of you." Kale uncurled slightly, some of the resignation giving way to curiosity. "So why are you here? You don't seem like the interrogation type." Harry wasn't entirely sure why he was there. He'd been reviewing the prisoner manifest, names, ranks, biographical data, and Kale's file had caught his eye, not because of anything tactical. Because of a single line in the personal history section: "Parents killed in Imperial bombardment of Lothal, age 12. No surviving family, an orphan, like Harry in a way that was and wasn't the same." "You were on the boarding shuttle headed for Transport 2, Harry said. "That transport held 112 prisoners from the Ord Mantell operation. If your shuttle had docked, your team would have breached the hull, armed the prisoners, and attempted to fight their way out during an active space battle, in a civilian transport. With minimal shielding. That was the plan, yeah." "How many would have died?" Kale's jaw tightened. "We calculated acceptable losses at..." "How many?" The cell was quiet. The force field hummed. "A lot," Kale said finally. "We knew that. The command staff knew that. The prisoners probably knew that, but they were going to Wobani. You know what Wobani is? It's a death sentence with extra steps. We were trying to save them by getting a significant percentage of them killed in the rescue attempt. By giving them a chance." Heat crept into Kale's voice, the conviction burning through the exhaustion. "That's what we do. That's all we do. The Empire doesn't give chances. It gives orders and punishments and labor camps. So yeah, maybe people would have died in the rescue, but at least they'd have died with a blaster in their hand instead of a shovel." Harry leaned against the wall beside the cell, crossed his arms, looked at Kale Dunari, and saw what he always saw when he looked at rebels. People who were wrong about the solution, but not entirely wrong about the problem. The Empire was order. The Empire was also cruelty. These two things coexisted in the same machine, and the rebellion had decided the cruelty outweighed the order, and Harry hadn't decided yet about a lot of things. "You're force sensitive," Harry said, mildly. "Enough for piloting reflexes, maybe some unconscious precognition. Did you know?" Kale blinked. I mean, I always had good instincts. People said I was lucky. Not luck, the force, a faint touch, but it's there." Harry paused. It's probably why you're alive. The shuttle crash should have killed you. Cale processed this. Something crossed his face, wonder maybe or unease. The Force, like Jedi, like a lot of things, the Force is a spectrum, not a category. And you're on the dark end of that spectrum. I'm on whatever end I choose to be on. They looked at each other through the force field. Two young men on opposite sides of a war, separated by a barrier of energy and ideology, connected by the strange thread of almost understanding that happens when two people recognize something of themselves in a stranger. The Ord Mantell prisoners, Cale said. You really didn't kill any of them, not one. Why? Harry considered the question, thought about Marin Tau lowering her blaster, thought about his father's silence. Thought about the quiet voice in his head that wouldn't shut up, no matter how much dark side training he layered over it. Because I could, Harry said. Because I had the power to win without killing, so I did. The strong don't need to destroy everything they defeat. That's not very Sith. No, Harry agreed. It isn't. He straightened, pushed off the wall. I'll see what I can do about Wobani. No promises. I have influence, not authority, but there might be alternatives to hard labor for low-value prisoners. Cale stared at him. Why would you do that? Because you were trying to save people. You were wrong about the method, but the impulse wasn't wrong. That's worth something. Harry turned and walked away, his boots echoing on the detention level's polished floor. Harry, Cale called after him. Harry stopped but didn't turn. You're a confusing person, you know that. I've been told. For what it's worth, thanks for stopping the shuttles. We would have gotten a lot of people killed. Harry stood still for a moment, then he continued walking and the detention level door closed behind him. Vader was waiting in the corridor outside the detention level. He'd known Harry was there, of course he had. He always knew where Harry was on the ship, and he stood in the shadows like a monument to patience and intimidation, arms crossed, breathing mechanically. You spoke with the rebel pilot, Vader said, not a question. Cale Dunari, 20 years old, from Lothal. Lothal. A flicker of something in Vader's force presence, faint, quickly buried. Harry caught it but didn't push. Lothal was a sore subject for reasons his father had never explained. He's nobody, Harry said, tactically worthless, a good pilot with bad luck and mild force sensitivity, but he's not a zealot. He joined the rebellion because the Empire killed his parents and he didn't see another option. There is always another option. Is there? Harry looked at his father. If someone killed you, father, killed everyone I cared about, burned everything I knew. Would I have another option, or would I do exactly what Cale Dunari did? The respirator hissed, the corridor lights hummed. Somewhere in the executor's vast body, a reactor cycled. You are not a rebel sympathizer, Vader said, and it landed somewhere between statement and question. I'm not a sympathizer, I'm not blind either. The Empire creates its own enemies. Every orphan it makes is a potential rebel. Every colony it crushes is a recruitment office. That's not ideology, it's mathematics. The Emperor does not appreciate that kind of mathematics. The Emperor appreciates results. I delivered Ord Mantell and saved his prisoner convoy. I've earned the right to do math. Vader looked at his son for a long time. The mask gave nothing away, as always, but the force between them was rich with subtext. The complex, layered communication of two people who'd spent 14 years learning each other's silences. You intend to intervene for these prisoners, Vader said. I intend to request a review of the Wobani assignment. Some of those prisoners are militia, farmers, junkers, people who picked up blasters because a rebel recruiter told them it was their duty. They're not strategic threats. Putting them in a labor camp just makes the rebellion's propaganda true. And the pilot, Harry hesitated. This was the real question, the one beneath the bureaucratic surface. Vader wasn't asking about prisoner processing. He was asking why his son had formed a connection with an enemy combatant, why Harry had stood at that cell and talked to Cale Dunari like a person instead of an asset. He interests me, Harry said honestly. I've never met someone my age who chose the other side. I wanted to understand why. And do you? I understand that he believes he's right. That's not the same as him being right, but it's something. Vader was quiet. Then he turned and walked away, his cape sweeping the corridor behind him. Write the review request. I will ensure it reaches the appropriate desk. Thank you, Father. Vader paused mid-stride. The overhead lights caught his helmet, throwing angular shadows. Harry, do not confuse empathy with sympathy. One is a tool, the other is a vulnerability. Yes, Father, Vader continued walking. Harry watched him go, the broad, armored back, the mechanical gait, the steady rhythm of the respirator. His father, the most feared man in the galaxy. A monster in black who had just agreed to help ease the sentences of rebel prisoners because his teenage son had asked him to. Harry shook his head, a faint smile crossing his face, and headed for his quarters to write the request. The report reached Emperor Palpatine's desk that evening. Not Harry's carefully edited version of Ord Mantell, the other report. the one compiled by Imperial intelligence from convoy crew testimonials, Corvette sensor data, and the terrified accounts of rebel prisoners who had watched a 14-year-old boy float in the vacuum of space and catch turbolaser fire with his bare hands. Palpatine read it in his throne room, alone, the blue glow of the datapad reflected in his yellow eyes. He read it twice. Then he set the datapad down, steepled his fingers, and sat in silence for a very long time. The boy was growing faster than projected. The power levels described in the report exceeded anything Palpatine's models had anticipated for Harry's age. The magical energy, the wild, unclassifiable second power that existed outside the Force's taxonomy, was developing exponentially, and it was merging with the boy's Force abilities in ways that created capabilities Palpatine couldn't fully predict or counter. That was the problem. Not the power itself. Palpatine had always intended to harness Harry's power eventually, to turn the boy into the ultimate instrument of Sith dominance. The problem was the unpredictability. The magic didn't follow rules. It didn't respond to the dark side's frameworks. It responded to Harry, to his will and his values and his strange, stubborn moral compass that refused to point where Palpatine wanted it to point. And the boy's loyalty was to Vader, not to the Empire, not to the Sith. To Vader, the damaged, compromised, increasingly unreliable apprentice who was allowing his attachment to a foundling to erode his commitment to the dark. Palpatine had seen this pattern before. He'd watched Anakin Skywalker's attachments warp his judgment, had exploited them to create Vader, had assumed that lesson was learned. But Vader had found something in the snow that no amount of Sith conditioning could account for, a child who made the Dark Lord care, and caring was a disease that Palpatine had spent decades trying to burn out of his apprentice. The boy needed to be tested, truly tested, not the battlefield exercises and Inquisitor duels that Vader used as training, a real test, the kind that stripped away pretense and revealed the core of what a person was, the kind that broke or forged. Palpatine picked up the datapad again, pulled up the intelligence files on the most dangerous active operations in the Empire's portfolio. The missions that were too risky for conventional assets, too critical for Inquisitors, too politically sensitive for Vader's direct involvement. He found what he was looking for, smiled. The Sith Prince needed a crucible. Palpatine would provide one, and if the boy survived, he would be stronger, more useful, more malleable, more ready to be shaped into what the Empire needed. And if he didn't survive, well, that would solve the other problem. Palpatine keyed a secure transmission to the Executor. "Lord Vader, I have a mission for your son." In his quarters aboard the Executor, Harry Vader sat cross-legged on his bunk, eyes closed, the Force flowing through him like a dark river. His magic hummed beneath it, golden and warm, the two energies coexisting in the space behind his sternum the way they always did, not fighting, not fully merged, but dancing, orbiting each other in a pattern he'd spent his whole life trying to understand. He was meditating, not the Sith way, not reaching for anger, not feeding on passion. And not the Jedi way either, not seeking serenity, not releasing emotion. Harry meditated the way Harry meditated, which was something entirely his own. He sat in the center of himself, felt both powers, and listened. The Force told him things were changing, not specific things. The Force didn't work like that, not for him, not yet. But the current of it was shifting, the way water shifts before rapids. Something was coming, something that would test him, push him, force him to discover whether the person he was becoming was strong enough to survive what the galaxy was going to throw at him. The magic told him something else, quieter, deeper. A feeling, not a message, a sense that somewhere very far away something was looking for him, had been looking for him for a long time, something old and dark and patient, searching across distances that shouldn't exist for a boy with a lightning bolt scar. Harry opened his eyes, green, bright, flecked with gold in the low light of his quarters. He wasn't afraid. He had never been afraid. It was one of the things about himself that he couldn't fully explain, this fundamental absence of fear that went beyond Sith training into something that felt innate, woven into whatever he was at the most basic level. He could feel danger. He could assess threats. He could be cautious, strategic, careful. But the raw, animal terror that paralyzed most beings, he'd never felt it. Not during combat, not facing the Emperor, not floating in the void of space with turbolaser fire screaming toward him. Whatever was coming, he would meet it the way he met everything, standing, eyes open, power unsheathed. He was the Sith Prince of magic. His father was the most feared warrior alive. His power bridged two forces that the galaxy didn't have words for. Let them come. Harry uncrossed his legs, lay back on his bunk, and stared at the ceiling. Somewhere below, in the detention level, Kale Dunari was probably staring at his cell ceiling too. And somewhere above on the bridge, his father stood at the viewport, watching the stars, breathing mechanically, guarding the ship that held everything he cared about. Harry closed his eyes and slept. The Force hummed, the magic pulsed. And far away in a throne room on Coruscant, an old man in dark robes smiled and began to plan. Chapter 3, The Emperor's Gambit. The mission briefing came directly from the Emperor's office, encrypted on a data chip that a stone-faced royal guard delivered to the executor by shuttle. No intermediaries, no fleet command oversight, no operational review. Just a black chip with a crimson seal, handed to Vader in the corridor outside his chambers, and the guard's flat declaration, "For the Sith Prince, by His Majesty's direct order." Vader held the chip in his gloved hand and stared at the royal guard until the man's composure visibly cracked. Then the guard saluted, turned, and walked back to his shuttle with the carefully measured stride of someone who wanted very badly to run. Harry was sparring with training remotes in the secondary training chamber when Vader found him. 3 remotes set to maximum difficulty, firing sting bolts in coordinated attack patterns while Harry moved through them like smoke, deflecting, dodging, occasionally catching a bolt with his bare hand and flicking it back at the remote that had fired it. His lightsaber was clipped to his belt, unused. He was doing this with the Force and his reflexes alone, his magic held deliberately in reserve as a training constraint. A bolt grazed his shoulder. Harry hissed, rolled under the next 2 shots, came up and caught all 3 remotes in a simultaneous telekinetic grip. He squeezed. The remotes crumpled inwards, sparking and clattered to the deck. "I felt you coming," Harry said without turning around. "You're angry. Read it." Vader held out the chip. Harry took it, plugged it into the nearest data terminal. The holographic display flickered to life, and the Emperor's seal resolved into an operational briefing that Harry read in silence, his expression shifting from curiosity to focus to something cold and still. The mission was Scarif. Not the Imperial Data Vault itself, that was one of the most secure facilities in the Empire, a planetary shield gate protecting an archive of the Empire's most classified projects. The mission was beneath Scarif, in the ocean trenches that ran along the planet's volcanic fault lines, where Imperial deep-sea mining operations had uncovered something 3 weeks ago that had killed 2 research teams and driven a third completely insane. The briefing called it an artifact, ancient, pre-Republic. Possibly pre-civilization. A structure buried in the volcanic rock of Scarif's ocean floor, emitting energy signatures that matched nothing in any Imperial database, energy that warped local spacetime, disrupted electronics, and had a measurable effect on the mental stability of anyone who came within 500 meters. 400 Imperial personnel had been evacuated from the deep-sea mining platform. 62 were dead. 109 were in medical facilities, with symptoms ranging from catatonia to violent psychosis. The artifact's energy output was increasing daily, and preliminary projections suggested it would breach the ocean's surface within 6 weeks, at which point its effects would extend to the surface installations, including the data vault. The Emperor wanted the artifact retrieved, intact, brought to Coruscant for study. He wanted Harry to do it, alone. No support team, Harry said, scrolling through the briefing. No military escort for the descent. No extraction plan. I'm supposed to arrange my own exit, and the operational window is... He paused, read the line again. 48 hours. He wants me on site in 48 hours. The artifact's energy is accelerating. The timeline is not arbitrary. The timeline is a leash. He's giving me barely enough time to get there, let alone prepare. Harry looked at his father. This is a test. This is a trap. The word hung in the air between them. Vader's respirator cycled in out and the training chamber's lights buzzed faintly overhead. The artifact is real, Vader continued. I have confirmed that through independent intelligence sources. The casualties are real. The threat to the Scarif installations is real. But the Emperor has chosen to send you, alone, unprepared, into an environment that has killed trained research teams, instead of deploying the resources that would ensure mission success. He wants to see what happens. What he wants to see is whether I come back. Yes. Harry stared at the briefing for another 30 seconds. The holographic text threw blue light across his face, illuminating the sharp angles of his jaw, the scar at his hairline, the steady green of his eyes. He wasn't afraid. That fundamental absence was there, as always, that bedrock solidity that fear simply couldn't find purchase on. But he was thinking, calculating. Running the numbers the way Vader had taught him, assessing threat levels and resource requirements and the gap between what the mission demanded and what he could deliver. I can do it, Harry said. That is not the question. The question is whether you should. If I refuse, Palpatine reads it as weakness, as fear. He'll use it against me, against you. Every inquisitor, every ambitious Moff, every political vulture in the Imperial court will smell blood. Harry deactivated the display, and the artifact is still a problem. If it breaches the surface, it compromises the Scarif vault. That's real damage, not politics. I could go. He didn't ask you, he asked me. Specifically, explicitly, with the kind of language that makes it very clear this is a direct Imperial command. Harry met his father's gaze. If I duck this, he wins. If I go and succeed, I prove I'm exactly as capable as he fears. Either way, he gets data, but only one outcome leaves me standing. Vader said nothing for a long time. His presence in the Force was turbulent, a storm of calculation, protectiveness, and the cold strategic fury that was his default state when the Emperor maneuvered against his son. Harry could feel his father running scenarios, wargaming outcomes, searching for the move that protected Harry without revealing how much he wanted to protect him. I will position the Executor within jump range of Scarif, Vader said finally. One hyperspace jump. If you need extraction, I won't, if you need it. Harry looked at his father. Saw the fear that Vader would never name, would never acknowledge, would bury under layers of Sith discipline and strategic rationalization. Fear for his son, the most human thing Darth Vader still possessed. One jump, Harry said, just in case. Vader put his hand on Harry's shoulder, squeezed, let go. 48 hours, he said, don't waste them. Harry used 20 of those hours in transit and preparation. He took a fast courier ship, not a military vessel, nothing that would attract attention or signal the kind of operation this was. A small, sleek Nubian design that Vader kept in the Executor's private hangar for missions that required discretion. Harry flew it himself, punching through hyperspace with the casual competence of someone who'd been flying since his feet could reach the pedals. During the jump, he studied everything available on Scarif's geology, the deep-sea mining operations, and the artifact itself. The data was sparse. The research teams had barely begun their analysis before people started dying, but Harry pieced together what he could. The artifact was buried approximately 3 kilometers below the ocean's surface, in a volcanic trench that ran along Scarif's primary tectonic fault. The mining operation had broken through into an artificial chamber, not natural rock, but constructed walls of a material that didn't match any known alloy. The chamber was massive. The initial survey team had compared it to a cathedral. Inside the chamber was a single object, a black obelisk, roughly 4 meters tall, covered in symbols that the survey team's linguists couldn't identify. The obelisk was the source of the energy emissions. When the first team touched it, 3 people dropped dead instantly. The others began experiencing hallucinations, paranoia, and progressive neural degradation within hours. The second team went in wearing full hazmat and psi shielding. They lasted 12 hours before the shielding failed and the same symptoms manifested. The third team was a squad of Imperial Force-sensitive operatives, not Inquisitors, but lower-level adepts trained for hazardous retrieval. They lasted 6 hours, 2 died, 1 walked into the ocean and drowned. The remaining 4 were evacuated in states of complete psychotic break, babbling about doorways and dark lords and a world on the other side. Harry read that last detail 3 times. A world on the other side. He thought about the snow on Kratos IV, the crimson blanket with its shifting symbols, the dimensional energy readings that had drawn the survey team to a frozen planet where a baby shouldn't have been. He thought about the magic coiling inside him, the second power, the one that didn't belong in this galaxy, that followed rules no one here understood. The artifact wasn't just ancient, it was connected to wherever Harry had come from, to whatever had sent him tumbling across realities as an infant. He could feel it already, even in hyperspace, even light years away. A pull. A resonance, like a tuning fork humming in response to a note played far away, the magic inside him vibrating at a frequency that matched something at the bottom of Scarif's ocean. Harry closed his eyes. Let the feeling wash through him. It wasn't hostile, not exactly. It was vast and impersonal and ancient, like standing at the base of a mountain and feeling its weight, its age, its complete indifference to anything as small as a human life. But there was something else. Underneath the ancient, impersonal vastness, something that was hostile, something that felt like the scar on his forehead, dark, parasitic, patient. Harry opened his eyes and continued reading. Scarif from orbit was beautiful. A jewel of blue water and white sand, ringed by the orbital shield gate that protected the data vault. Harry's courier ship transmitted the access codes the Emperor's briefing had provided, and the shield gate opened for him without delay. He descended through the atmosphere on a vector that took him over the main installation, the Citadel Tower rising from the tropical island like a steel finger pointing at the sky. and then out across the open ocean, following coordinates to the deep-sea mining platform. The platform was a squat, ugly structure sitting on the water's surface like a mechanical barnacle. It had been designed for mineral extraction, not habitation, functional, industrial, about as aesthetically pleasing as a trash compactor. Most of its crew had been evacuated. A skeleton maintenance team remained, along with the Imperial liaison officer who'd been assigned to babysit the situation until higher authority made a decision. The liaison was a Major Torin Kresh, a nervous, sweating man in a rumpled uniform who met Harry on the platform's landing pad and immediately began talking too fast. "My lord, Sir Prince, I'm not sure of the correct form of address. Harry is fine. Harry, right, Harry." Kresh's eyes darted to Harry's lightsaber, to his face, to the scar, back to the lightsaber. "We've prepared the diving bay as requested. The submersible is prepped and ready. But I have to be honest, Sir Harry, the conditions down there have gotten worse since the last report. The energy readings have tripled in the last 48 hours. The water temperature around the trench has risen 4 degrees. We're getting seismic activity along the fault line that wasn't there last week. The artifact is waking up." Kresh blinked. Yes, that's what Dr. Pale said before we lost her." "Lost her how?" Kresh's face went gray. "She walked to the edge of the platform in the middle of the night and jumped. We pulled her out, but she hasn't spoken since. She just stares at the water and smiles." Harry looked at the ocean. It stretched to every horizon, impossibly blue under Scarif's tropical sun, gentle waves lapping at the platform's pylons. Beautiful and vast and hiding something in its depths that had driven people mad. He could feel it more strongly now, the pull, the resonance. The magic inside him was singing, vibrating in harmony with whatever was down there, and Harry had to actively suppress the urge to dive straight into the water without the submersible. "Show me the diving bay," Harry said. The submersible was a military deep-sea vehicle, designed for underwater operations at extreme depths. It was cramped, built for utility, with a reinforced hull rated for pressures up to 5 kilometers. Harry inspected it quickly, noting the life support capacity, the maneuvering thrusters, the external floodlights. "I won't need it," he said. Kresh stared at him. "You won't need the submersible. I'll take it down to the artifact's depth. After that, I'm going in alone. Into the water at 3 kilometers, sir. The pressure won't be a problem. The pressure at 3 kilometers will crush an unprotected human body like a major." Harry looked at him. Just looked with those green eyes that seemed to hold more behind them than a 14-year-old should possess. "I appreciate the concern. I'll be fine." Kresh opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again. "Is there anything you need from us? Stay on the platform. Keep communications open. If you lose contact with me for more than 6 hours, transmit a coded signal to this frequency." Harry handed him a data chip. "That's a direct line to the executor. My father will handle it from there. And if you don't come back at all," Harry smiled, "then you'll have a very interesting report to write." He climbed into the submersible, sealed the hatch, and began the descent. The ocean swallowed him. 3 kilometers is a long way down. The sunlight died within the first 200 meters, the tropical blue fading to indigo, then to black. The submersible's floodlights carved white tunnels through water that was increasingly lifeless. No fish, no plants, nothing. The artifact's energy was sterilizing the local marine ecosystem, driving away everything that could flee and killing everything that couldn't. Harry felt the pressure building not on his body. The submersible handled that, but in the force. The deeper he went, the stronger the artifact's presence became. It wasn't just energy anymore. It was a voice, or something like a voice, not words, not thoughts, but a persistent, rhythmic pulse that beat against Harry's consciousness like waves against a cliff. He could feel it trying to get in, probing his mental defenses with the same impersonal persistence of water finding cracks in stone. His force shields held. His magic held better, the golden energy wrapping around his mind like armor, deflecting the artifact's intrusion with the stubborn, instinctive protectiveness that Harry's magic had always shown toward his psyche. Whatever this thing was, his magic recognized it as a threat and responded accordingly. At 2 kilometers, the submersible's instruments began to malfunction. The depth gauge flickered. The navigation system threw errors. The communications array filled with static, then died entirely. Harry wasn't surprised. The briefing had noted electronic disruption as one of the artifact's effects. He switched to manual navigation, using the force to sense the ocean floor below him, and continued the descent by feel. At 2.5 kilometers, he saw the light. It came from below, a faint, sickly green luminescence that suffused the water like diluted poison. It pulsed in rhythm with the artifact's energy, and as Harry descended toward it, the pulsing synchronized with his heartbeat in a way that made his skin crawl. The magic inside him surged in response, and for a moment the submersible's dead instruments flickered back to life, every screen displaying the same symbol, a triangle bisected by a line with a circle at its center. Harry stared at the symbol. He'd never seen it before, but his magic knew it, reacted to it with a complex jolt of recognition and something that felt almost like grief. He filed it away and kept descending. The volcanic trench opened below him like a wound in the earth. The green light was stronger here, bleeding from the rock walls, and Harry could see the breach where the mining operation had cut through, a ragged hole in the trench wall, barely large enough for the submersible to pass through, leading into the artificial chamber beyond. He didn't take the submersible through. Instead, he powered it down, let it settle on a shelf of rock at the trench's edge, and opened the hatch. 3 kilometers of ocean pressed in on him. Harry let it. The magic expanded from his body in a golden shell, the same life support bubble he'd used in space, adapted for water pressure. Air, warmth, pressure equalization. The ocean pushed against the bubble with crushing force, and the bubble held, and Harry stepped out of the submersible into the abyss. He floated. The green light bathed him from below, and the darkness pressed from above, and Harry hung between them in his golden shell, 3 kilometers underwater, utterly alone. He swam toward the breach. The chamber beyond was exactly what the survey reports had described, vast, cathedral-like, constructed from a dark material that absorbed his floodlight spell and gave back nothing. The walls were covered in carvings, intricate, detailed, depicting scenes that Harry's eyes struggled to process. Battles, rituals. Figures wielding staffs and wands and strange, angular devices, and everywhere repeated obsessively the same symbol he'd seen on the submersible's screens, the triangle, the line, the circle. The obelisk stood at the chamber's center. It was taller than the reports had suggested, not 4 meters but closer to 6, a tapering column of black stone that seemed to drink the light. Its surface was covered in the same carvings as the walls, but these moved, shifting, crawling, rearranging themselves in patterns that hurt to look at directly. The green light emanated from its base, pulsing with the heartbeat rhythm, and the energy it emitted was staggering up close. Harry's force shields shuddered under the assault. His magic flared in response, golden light battling green in a silent war of radiance. And the voice was louder here, much louder. Not words, still not words, but Harry could almost parse meaning from the rhythm. A calling, a summons, come here, touch me, open me, let me show you what you are. Harry stopped 5 meters from the obelisk. His feet settled on the chamber floor, smooth, dark stone, warm beneath his boots despite being 3 kilometers under the ocean. The golden bubble around him held steady, but the effort was greater now, the artifact's energy pressing against his magic with an intensity that felt personal. He studied the obelisk, let his eyes trace the moving symbols, the crawling carvings. His magic reacted to each one, small pulses of recognition, fragments of understanding that came and went too fast to grasp. Whatever this thing was, it was connected to his magic's origin. It was from the same place he was from, the same dimension. "What are you?" Harry said aloud. His voice echoed strangely in the underwater chamber, the sound waves distorting against the magical pressure. The obelisk's carvings shifted, rearranged, and for the first time formed something Harry could read, not because he recognized the language, but because his magic translated it automatically, the meaning flowing into his mind with the ease of breathing. Doorway. Harry's heart rate didn't change, his breathing didn't quicken, but the magic inside him went very, very still, the golden energy contracting, pulling tight, the way an animal freezes when it senses something enormous nearby. A doorway to where? The carvings shifted again. Home. The word hit him like a physical blow, not painfully, softly, almost gently, but with a weight of meaning that went beyond language. Home, a place he'd never known. A world on the other side of reality, where people used magic like his, where the symbols on his baby blanket were a language, where the scar on his forehead meant something. Harry reached out with his hand, not to touch the obelisk, not yet, but to feel the energy up close, letting his magic extend toward the ancient stone like a tendril of golden light. The moment his magic touched the obelisk's field, the chamber exploded with light, not the sickly green, something else. A brilliant, blinding white that seared the water and turned the darkness to noon. Carvings on the walls came alive, the scenes they depicted animating, playing out in 3-dimensional projections that filled the chamber with ghostly figures. Harry saw battles, wizards in robes fighting dark creatures, wands blazing with colored light. He saw schools, a castle on a lake, students in uniform, staircases that moved. He saw a man, tall, thin, red-eyed and human, raising a wand toward a woman who stood in front of a crib, refusing to move, refusing to run. He saw a baby, green eyes. Lightning scar lying in rubble crying, Harry's breath caught, the visions cascaded faster, the red-eyed man screaming as his body disintegrated. A bearded old man placing a baby on a doorstep. The same old man, later, older, desperate, standing over a ritual circle inscribed with the triangle line circle symbol, and the baby vanishing in a flash of golden light, sent hurtling across dimensions to escape a threat that was coming, a dark force that would find him if he stayed. Dumbledore sent you, Harry's magic whispered, and the name meant nothing to his conscious mind but everything to the ancient energy inside him. He sent you away to save you, away from Voldemort. The visions stopped, the white light faded. The chamber returned to its green-lit gloom, and Harry stood before the obelisk, breathing hard, his golden bubble flickering with the strain of what he'd just absorbed. He had a history, a real one, not the blank he'd always carried, the unknown before Kratos IV, the mystery of the crimson blanket and the scar. He'd been born somewhere, he'd been loved. Someone had died to protect him, the woman in the vision standing before the crib, and someone else had sent him across realities to keep him safe. And someone had been searching for him ever since. The scar on his forehead burned, not the dull ache he'd occasionally felt, the one he'd attributed to atmospheric pressure or stress. This was fire, white-hot and vicious, drilling into his skull like a laser. Harry gasped, pressed his hand to the scar, and felt the parasitic energy Dr. Hawes had identified 13 years ago move, writhing beneath his skin, reacting to the obelisk's activation, reaching toward it with hungry, desperate eagerness. The obelisk's carvings turned red, the green light turned red, the voice became words, Harry Potter, not the obelisk speaking. Something through the obelisk, a presence distant but focused, using the doorway's activation like a signal flare, locking onto the parasitic fragment in Harry's scar and following it here. I have found you at last. The voice was cold, high, inhuman. And Harry's magic reacted with violent, instinctive revulsion, the golden energy flaring like a wildfire, wrapping around his mind and body in defensive layers, screaming a warning that transcended language, danger, danger, danger. Harry didn't run. He planted his feet, set his jaw, and pushed back. His magic slammed into the presence like a wall of golden fire. The red light flickered. The voice hissed, a sound of pain, of frustration, of shocked recognition. The presence hadn't expected resistance. It had expected a child, a victim, a fragment of unfinished business from a night 13 years ago. It had found the Sith Prince of Magic instead. You are strong, the voice said, and the surprise in it was genuine. Stronger than you should be. What have they done to you? Who are you? Harry demanded. His voice was steady. The scar was agony, but he'd been trained by Vader to function through pain, and pain was just another input to be managed. You know who I am. The scar knows. The fragment knows. You carry a piece of me, boy, and it has been calling to me across the void for 14 years. The fragment and the scar surged. Harry felt it, a dark, oily presence trying to expand, trying to take root, trying to use the obelisk's connection as a bridge to pull more of itself through. His magic and the Force combined to contain it, golden and dark energies working in concert to keep the parasite suppressed, but it was fighting them with a ferocity that spoke of desperate, obsessive hunger. Voldemort, Harry said. The name rose from somewhere deep, not memory, but the magical heritage encoded in his cells. The name of the thing that had killed his parents, the Dark Lord who had scarred him and shattered and survived. Yes, satisfaction now, dark pleasure, you remember. Or your blood remembers, it matters not. The doorway is open, the path is clear. I am coming, Harry Potter, I am coming, and no distance between worlds will protect you. The obelisk cracked. A single fissure running from base to tip, splitting the black stone. Red light poured from the crack, not the artifact's original energy, but something foreign, something being forced through from the other side. A breach, a forced entry. Voldemort was trying to use the obelisk as a portal, trying to tear through the dimensional barrier right here, right now. Harry could feel the barrier straining, the fabric of reality thinning like ice over deep water, creaking under pressure from the other side. If it broke, if Voldemort forced himself through, the dimensional rupture would be catastrophic, not just locally. The energy release would trigger Scarif's volcanic fault line, crack the ocean floor, potentially destroy the planet. Harry had about 30 seconds to make a decision. He could destroy the obelisk. His power was more than sufficient. A focused blast of combined force and magic would shatter the artifact and slam the dimensional doorway shut. But destruction was crude. It was wasteful. And the visions had shown him something. This obelisk was a link to his origin, to the world he'd come from, to answers about what he was that he'd been seeking his entire life. Destroying it meant destroying all of that, or he could do something harder. Something that required more finesse, more power, more control than anything he'd ever attempted. He could close the door without breaking it. 20 seconds. Harry stepped forward, placed both hands on the obelisk. The red light burned his palms. The parasitic fragment in his scar screamed. Voldemort's presence battered against his defenses, a psychic assault that made Palpatine's throne room probe feel like a gentle tap. Harry ignored all of it. He reached into the obelisk with his magic, deeper than the surface, past the carvings and the symbols and the dimensional breach, down to the fundamental architecture of the thing. It was a construct, he realized, built by wizards. Ancient ones from a civilization that predated anything in his visions. They had built it as a waypoint, a navigational beacon for dimensional travel, designed to create stable passages between realities. It wasn't a weapon, it was a lighthouse, and Voldemort was using it like a battering ram. 10 seconds. Harry poured his magic into the obelisk's structure, not to destroy, to repair, to reinforce. To seal the breach that Voldemort was forcing open and shore up the dimensional barrier from this side. His magic understood the obelisk's architecture instinctively, recognized it, resonated with it, knew how the pieces fit together the way a bird knows how to fly. The force joined in. Harry pulled on it, not the dark side specifically, but the force itself, the raw energy of the galaxy, and channeled it through his magical framework into the obelisk. Two powers merged as one, flowing in ancient stone and rewriting the equations that Voldemort was trying to exploit. The breach resisted. Voldemort's presence howled rage, fury, the tantrum of a being that had been denied its prey for 14 years and was being denied again. He threw everything he had at the barrier. Dark magic, killing curses, the concentrated malice of the darkest wizard in another reality's history. Harry held, the crack in the obelisk sealed, the red light faded. Dimensional barrier solidified, thickening under Harry's reinforcement until it was stronger than it had been before, not just closed but locked, the magical equivalent of welding a door shut and then building a wall over it. Voldemort's presence thinned, stretched. The connection through the scar attenuated as the obelisk's breach closed, the parasitic fragment losing its lifeline to its master. "This changes nothing," Voldemort hissed, his voice fading like a signal losing power. "I know where you are now. I know the path. I will find another way. I will always find another way. Then I'll always be here to stop you," Harry said. The presence vanished. The obelisk went dark, not dead, but dormant, its energy output dropping to a fraction of what it had been. The green light faded to a faint, steady glow. The carvings stilled. The chamber was quiet. Harry stood there, hands on the obelisk, shaking, not from fear, from exertion. What he'd just done, the precision, the scale, the merging of force and magic at a level he'd never previously achieved, had drained him more than anything in his life. His legs felt like water. His vision swam. The golden bubble around him flickered dangerously. He pulled his hands from the obelisk and stepped back, breathed, steadied himself. The magic replenished quickly. It always did, bouncing back from depletion with a resilience that suggested its source was vast enough that even heavy draws barely touched the reserves. The obelisk stood before him, dark and silent and full of secrets. Harry looked at it and thought about Palpatine's mission: retrieve the artifact, bring it to Coruscant. The Emperor wanted this thing in his throne room, wanted to study it, dissect it, turn it into a weapon or a tool. Palpatine didn't know what it was: a dimensional beacon, a doorway to another reality, a lighthouse that a Dark Lord was trying to use as a bridge. If the Emperor got his hands on it, he'd either accidentally open a door that should stay closed or deliberately open one to see what was on the other side. Either way, catastrophe. Harry wasn't going to retrieve the artifact, he was going to bury it. He placed his hands on the obelisk one final time, reached into it with his magic, found the dimensional beacon function, the core purpose of the thing, the signal that had been broadcasting across realities for millennia. He didn't destroy it. He silenced it, dampening the signal the way you'd muffle a bell, reducing its output to effectively zero without damaging the underlying structure. Then he turned to the chamber walls, raised his hands. The magic flowed out of him in a golden tide, seeping into the dark stone, reinforcing it, sealing it. He collapsed the breach the miners had created, fusing the rock back together at the molecular level. He sealed the chamber entrance, burying it under meters of volcanic stone. He reinforced the trench walls, stabilizing the geological formations that the artifact's energy had been destabilizing. When he was finished, the artifact was entombed. Sealed in its ancient chamber, silenced, dormant, buried beneath 3 kilometers of ocean and kilometers of solid rock. It would take a dedicated excavation with heavy equipment to reach it again, and even then the dimensional beacon was muffled to the point of being undetectable. It was still there. The doorway still existed, in theory, for someone who knew exactly where to look and had the magical knowledge to reactivate it. Harry had left that option open deliberately, because somewhere on the other side of that door was a world where a woman had died to save him, and he wasn't ready to lock that door forever. But for now it was closed, and Voldemort would have to find another way. Harry turned, swam through the dark water, and began the long ascent to the surface. The sun was setting over Scarif when Harry broke the surface, his golden bubble dissolving as he hauled himself onto the mining platform's lower access dock. His clothes were soaked, his hair plastered to his skull, and every muscle in his body ached with the deep, cellular exhaustion that came from pushing his power to its absolute limit. Major Kresh was waiting on the dock, looking like he hadn't slept since Harry left. "You've been down there for 9 hours. We lost communication after the first 20 minutes. I was about to send the distress signal." "No need." Harry wrung water from his jacket. "The artifact has been neutralized. Energy emissions should drop to 0 within the hour. The trench is stable. Your mining crews can resume operations in the surrounding areas, but the artifact's chamber is sealed permanently. No one goes near it." "Sealed." The Emperor's orders were to retrieve. "The artifact is non-retrievable. It's embedded in the geological structure of the trench. Removing it would trigger a volcanic chain reaction that would compromise Scarif's tectonic stability." Harry delivered the lie smoothly, with the flat confidence of someone who knew the technical details well enough to fake them. "I'll include the geological analysis in my report. The Emperor will have to settle for neutralization instead of retrieval." Kresh looked uncertain but nodded. He was a career officer, not a geologist, and he had no way to verify Harry's claims without sending another team down to die. "Yes, sir, I'll update the installation command." Harry commandeered a refresher station, changed into dry clothes from the courier ship's stores, and sat on the platform's upper deck as the tropical sunset painted Scarif's ocean in shades of gold and crimson. His hands were still trembling faintly, aftershocks of the exertion, and the scar on his forehead throbbed with a dull, persistent ache that was new. The parasitic fragment was quiet now, suppressed, but Harry could feel it differently after what had happened. Before it had been a dormant thing, a sliver of foreign darkness buried in his skull, barely noticeable. Now it was awake, aware, and through it, somewhere across the dimensional void, Voldemort was awake and aware too. Harry touched the scar, pressed his fingers against the raised, jagged tissue. "I know you're listening," he murmured, "through this, through whatever piece of yourself you left in me. So hear this, I am not the baby you tried to kill. I am not the boy an old man hid across dimensions. I'm something you've never faced, and if you come for me, I will end you." The scar pulsed once. Acknowledgement or defiance, Harry couldn't tell. He dropped his hand and watched the sunset until the stars came out. The courier ship broke orbit from Scarif 3 hours later, jumping to hyperspace on a course that would intercept the Executor's patrol route. Harry spent the transit time doing 2 things, writing his report to the Emperor and thinking. The report was careful work. He described the artifact accurately enough, its nature, its energy output, the danger it posed, but framed his actions as the only viable option for neutralization. The geological instability angle was plausible enough to survive casual scrutiny, and the technical details he included were genuine, drawn from the mining platform's sensor logs. The key omission was the dimensional breach, Voldemort's contact, and the visions of the wizarding world. Those stayed out of the report entirely. Palpatine didn't need to know that a Dark Lord from another dimension was hunting Harry. That information was leverage, and Harry intended to keep it. The thinking was harder. He had a history now. Fragments, incomplete, filtered through magical visions and the ancient architecture of a dimensional beacon, but real. He'd been born in another reality. A world of magic, of wizards and witches, of a society that operated alongside the non-magical world in secrecy. His parents, his birth parents, had been killed by Voldemort, a dark wizard of immense power, and someone named Dumbledore had sent baby Harry across dimensions to save him from a prophecy that guaranteed Voldemort would find him. Except Dumbledore's plan had worked too well. Harry hadn't just been hidden. He'd been displaced, thrown into a galaxy where his magical energy had no context, no framework, no community. He'd landed in the snow on Kratos IV, and Darth Vader had found him, and the rest was the only life Harry had ever known. The question was, what did this change? Harry sat in the courier ship's cockpit, hyperspace streaming past the viewport in blue-white ribbons, and asked himself honestly. The answer was nothing. The answer was everything. Nothing, because Vader was still his father. The Executor was still his home. The Empire was still his context, for better and worse. Knowing where he came from didn't change where he was, and Harry was not the kind of person who let origin stories define him. He was the Sith Prince of Magic because of what he'd done, not because of where a blanket said he'd been born. Everything because Voldemort was real and coming, and the scar on his forehead was a homing beacon. Because somewhere across dimensions was a world full of people like him, people with magic, people who might understand the half of his power that had always been a mystery. because he had parents who had loved him enough to die for him, and that knowledge sat in his chest like a coal, warm and precious and painful. And because the obelisk wasn't the only doorway. Voldemort had said it, I will find another way. If one-dimensional crossing point existed, there were probably others. And a being as obsessive and powerful as the red-eyed man from Harry's visions would find them. The question wasn't if Voldemort would reach this galaxy, it was when. Harry needed to be ready. He closed his eyes and let the hyperspace engines hum him toward his father's ship. Vader was waiting in the Executor's private hangar when the courier docked, not on the bridge where protocol said a fleet commander should be, not in his quarters where dignity suggested he should wait, in the hangar standing at the base of the ramp because his son had been gone for 31 hours on a mission designed to kill him, and Darth Vader was done pretending he had the patience to wait anywhere else. Harry walked down the ramp and Vader's force presence washed over him like a wave, checking, assessing, cataloging every bruise and strain and the deep exhaustion that still lingered in Harry's cells. Vader found no critical damage. Some of the tension in his massive frame eased, visible only in the slight relaxation of his shoulders. Report, Vader said. The artifact is neutralized and sealed. The Emperor won't get his prize. Harry paused at the base of the ramp. Father, we need to talk, privately. Vader studied him. Something in Harry's tone, or in the force, or in the subtle shift of Harry's magical aura, told him this was serious. Not mission report serious. Life-changing serious. My chambers, Vader said. They walked through the Executor's corridors in silence. Crew members saluted. Droids beeped. The ship hummed with its constant mechanical heartbeat. Harry said nothing until the doors of Vader's private chambers sealed behind them and the room's privacy countermeasures engaged, electronic, force-based, and magical, layered over each other until the space was as secure as any room in the galaxy. The artifact was a dimensional gateway, Harry said. He was standing by the viewport, looking out at the stars, and his voice was calm, steady. The voice of someone who had processed a seismic revelation and come out the other side with his foundations intact. A beacon built by ancient magic users from another reality, the same reality I came from. Vader was silent, listening. Harry told him everything. The visions, the wizarding world, the woman dying in front of a crib, Dumbledore, the desperate dimensional displacement that had sent a baby tumbling across realities to land in the snow on Kratos IV. Voldemort, the name, the nature, the parasitic fragment in the scar, the contact through the obelisk. He spoke to me, Harry said. Through the breach, he's been searching for me since I disappeared. The fragment in my scar, it's a piece of him. A piece of his soul. The doctor said it was parasitic. It's been broadcasting my location like a beacon, too faint to track across dimensions until the obelisk activated and amplified the signal. And now he knows where you are. He knows what galaxy. He doesn't know where exactly. The obelisk is silenced, and the scar fragment alone isn't strong enough to pinpoint my location across dimensional barriers, but he'll search. He'll find other crossing points, and eventually he'll come. Vader processed this the way he processed all threats, systematically, completely, and with a cold lethality that was almost calming in its thoroughness. He didn't rage, he didn't panic. He stood in the dark of his chambers, breathing mechanically, and ran scenarios. This Voldemort, Vader said, describe his power. From what I saw in the visions, extremely powerful by his world's standards. He killed experienced wizards with ease. His signature weapon is something called a killing curse, an unblockable spell that causes instant death on contact. No physical mechanism. It simply stops life. Unblockable. By conventional magical means. I don't know how it would interact with the Force or with my combined abilities. He also can't die through normal means. The briefing from the research teams mentioned that some of the psychotic survivors babbled about soul anchors. I think he split his soul into fragments and hidden them in objects. As long as those objects exist, he can regenerate from any physical destruction. Horcruxes, Vader said. Harry looked at him sharply. You know that word. The Sith have legends, ancient ones from before the Rule of Two. Techniques for binding the spirit to the physical world through sacrifice and fragmentation. The practice was abandoned millennia ago. The cost was considered too high, even by Sith standards. Vader paused. The fragment in your scar. It is one of these anchors. I think so. The implication hung between them like a blade. If Harry's scar contained a piece of Voldemort's soul, a Horcrux, then Harry was, in a very real sense, keeping Voldemort alive, and destroying the Horcrux might mean destroying the scar, or worse. We will find a solution, Vader said. Not might, not try, will. The absolute certainty of a father who refused to accept any outcome that threatened his son. The Sith archives contain more than legends. If this technique has a parallel in our galaxy's history, there will be research. I will find it. Father, I will find it. Vader's voice brooked no argument. The respirator was louder now, faster, the rhythm that Harry had learned to associate with intense emotion suppressed under mechanical discipline. No piece of another being will reside in my son. We will excise it and we will destroy it, and then we will deal with whatever comes through whatever door this Voldemort manages to open. Harry felt something ease inside his chest, not the fear he didn't feel, but the weight, the lonely weight of carrying a revelation this massive, shared now, halved. His father's certainty wrapping around the problem like Durasteel around a reactor core. "Thank you," Harry said quietly. Vader moved to the viewport, stood beside his son. Two silhouettes against the stars, one massive and dark, one lean and bright, the black armor and the golden magic occupying the same frame like a study in contrasts. "There is something else," Vader said. "The Emperor's response to your report will be unfavorable. You were sent to retrieve the artifact. You buried it instead. I'll handle Palpatine. You will not handle him alone. The Emperor is not a puzzle to be solved. He is a predator to be survived." Vader looked down at Harry. "He sent you to Scarif to break you or bind you. You did neither. That makes you more dangerous in his eyes, not less. Good. It is not good. It is precarious. Palpatine will escalate. He always escalates. Then let him." Harry turned from the viewport and faced his father. The green eyes were steady, shot through with flecks of gold that hadn't been there before Scarif, as if the deep immersion in his magical heritage had permanently altered something at the surface level. "Father, I've spent my whole life being managed, by you with the best intentions, by Palpatine with the worst. I've been trained and tested and positioned like a piece on a game board, and I've been content to play along because the game served my purposes. But the board is changing. Voldemort changes it. The truth about where I come from changes it. And I am done being a piece. What do you intend?" "I intend to be ready, for Voldemort, for Palpatine, for whatever comes. And that means I need to stop being careful about who sees what I can do." Harry's magic stirred around him, a visible shimmer of golden light that painted the dark chamber in warm tones. "On Ord Mantell I held back, on the convoy I showed more, but still less than I could. On Scarif I operated in the dark, at the bottom of the ocean, where no one could see. I'm done hiding in the depths, Father. The galaxy needs to see the Sith Prince, and they need to understand what that means." Vader was quiet for a long time. The stars turned slowly outside the viewport. The executor hummed. "Your mother would have said the same thing," Vader said. Harry blinked. In 14 years, Vader had never once mentioned Harry's biological parents. Harry had assumed Vader didn't know anything about them, that the crimson blanket and the name were all the information that existed. "I saw her," Harry said carefully. "In the visions, red hair. She stood in front of my crib and wouldn't move. I did not mean her." Vader's voice was strange, lower, rougher, as if the words were being dragged from somewhere deeper than the vocoder could mask. "I meant another mother, from another life. She was also brave. She also refused to hide." The chamber was very still. Harry understood with the sudden clarity that the Force sometimes granted, that his father was speaking about something he never spoke about. A wound so deep that even the dark side couldn't fully cauterize it. Harry didn't push. He reached out and put his hand on Vader's arm, the mechanical arm, the one that was more machine than memory, and held it there. "I'll be careful," Harry said. "I'll be smart, but I won't be small, not anymore." Vader's hand covered Harry's, metal on flesh, cold on warm. "Then be magnificent," Vader said. The Emperor's response came 2 days later. Not a hologram this time, a written communication, delivered through official channels, bearing the Imperial seal and the particular syntax of Palpatine's personal scribes. It commended Harry on the successful neutralization of the Scarif threat. It accepted the geological analysis explaining why retrieval was impossible. It praised the Sith Prince's initiative and capability. And it requested Harry's presence on Coruscant at his earliest convenience, for a private audience with the Emperor to discuss future assignments of appropriate scope. Harry read it in the officers' mess, sitting across from Voss, who was eating her standard-issue ration with mechanical efficiency while simultaneously reviewing duty rosters on her datapad. "He's not angry," Harry said, setting the communication down. "He should be angry. I defied his orders and came back alive. That's the worst possible outcome for him." Voss didn't look up from her datapad. "Perhaps he is adapting his strategy. Palpatine doesn't adapt, he anticipates." Which means this was within his range of expected outcomes. Harry stared at the communication. He wanted me to go to Scarif. He wanted me to face whatever was down there. Not to kill me if he wanted me dead, there are simpler methods. He wanted me to encounter the artifact. To what end? To see what I'd do with it, to see what it would do to me. He's gathering data, probing my capabilities and my decision-making under extreme pressure. Harry's eyes narrowed. He knew the artifact was dimensional. He must have. The research team's reports mentioned dimensional energy. Palpatine read those reports before I did. Voss set down her datapad. gave Harry her full, undivided attention, which was always slightly unnerving because Voss's full attention had the intensity of a targeting laser. If the Emperor knew the artifact's nature and sent you anyway, he was testing whether your connection to it would reveal information he couldn't obtain otherwise. Using me as a key, Harry said slowly. My magic is from the same source as the artifact. He wanted to see if my presence would activate it, if I could interface with it in ways his research teams couldn't. He sat back. He doesn't know about Voldemort. He doesn't know about the breach, the contact, any of it. All he knows is that I went down, something happened, and I came back changed. Changed how? Harry held up his hand. Let a trickle of magic flow, not the usual golden shimmer, but something different, brighter. More structured. Since Scarif, since the obelisk, his magic had shifted. The visions had given him more than just knowledge, they'd given him context. For the first time in his life, his magic had touched its own heritage, resonated with its own source, and the resonance had refined it. The wild, chaotic energy that had turned training droids into butterflies and lightsabers into rubber snakes was still there, but it was backed by something deeper now, more intentional. More wizardly, if that word meant anything. He could feel spells forming in his mind, actual spells, structured magical operations with specific effects, rising from the ancestral knowledge encoded in his cells. He didn't have words for most of them yet, but they were there waiting to be learned, like a library he'd always owned but never known how to enter. I'm stronger, Harry said simply. Scarif made me stronger, and Palpatine wants to know by how much. Will you go to Coruscant? I'll go, refusing would signal fear, and I don't fear the Emperor. Harry picked up the communication and folded it precisely. But I'll go on my terms, not alone, not unprepared, and not without a plan. Voss nodded once and returned to her datapad. Harry appreciated that about her. No wasted words, no unnecessary concern. Voss operated on the assumption that Harry was competent until proven otherwise, and in 14 years he hadn't proven otherwise. Harry left the mess and walked through the executor's corridors, turning over plans in his mind. Coruscant, the Emperor, the private audience that was almost certainly a setup for something, another test, another trap, another move in the endless chess game that Palpatine played with everyone around him. But the board had changed. Harry had changed. And somewhere across the void between dimensions, a Dark Lord was searching for a door that Harry had closed but not destroyed. The pieces were moving. The game was accelerating. Harry reached out through the Force, felt the vast ship around him, thousands of crew, thousands of lives, the beating heart of his father's power, and let the certainty settle into his bones. Whatever came next, he would meet it standing. He stopped by the detention level on his way to his quarters. Cale Dunari was still in the same cell. The prisoner transfer to Wobani had been delayed. Harry's review request had worked its way through the bureaucracy and landed on a sympathetic desk, buying the Ord Mantell prisoners a temporary reprieve while their cases were reassessed. Cale didn't know this. All he knew was that he was still on the executor instead of a labor camp, and he developed a theory about why. It's you, isn't it? Cale said when Harry appeared outside his cell. The transfer delay, you did something. I filed paperwork, not exactly my most impressive feat. Paperwork that overrode a standard Imperial prisoner transfer from a 14-year-old. Cale shook his head slowly. You're a strange one, Harry Vader, so I'm told. Harry leaned against the corridor wall, their position of choice, the wall and the cell, the two of them separated by a force field and an ideology. I have a question for you. I have nothing but time. If someone offered you a way out of this cell, not freedom, not the rebellion, but something in between, a position where you could fly, where your skills would be used, where you wouldn't be rotting in a camp, would you take it? Cale's expression sharpened. That sounds like an offer. It sounds like a hypothetical. Hypothetically, it depends on what I'd be flying for. I won't bomb civilians. I won't run slaves. I won't do the Empire's dirty work. What if it was my work, not the Empire's, mine? Cale studied him through the force field. You're building something, aren't you? Your own thing, separate from Vader, separate from the Emperor. I'm preparing for something. There's a difference. There really isn't. But Cale was leaning forward now, the resignation of the past weeks giving way to something that looked dangerously like hope. What are you preparing for? Something that's coming. Something bigger than the rebellion and the Empire and everything in between. I need people I can trust, and trust is a commodity in short supply in the Imperial Court. And you trust me, a rebel pilot you've had 3 conversations with. I trust that you joined the rebellion because you wanted to protect people. I trust that your moral compass works. And I trust that you're smart enough to recognize that the galaxy is about to get more complicated than either side of this war understands. The force field hummed. Cale was quiet for a long time, his dark eyes searching Harry's face for the catch, the angle, the hidden blade. If I say yes to your hypothetical, Cale said slowly, what happens? Hypothetically, you'd be transferred to my personal staff, pilot and advisor. You'd have restrictions, no contact with the rebellion, no unsupervised communications, standard loyalty monitoring, but you'd fly, and you'd be part of something that matters. Your personal staff, the Sith Prince's pet rebel. My friend, Harry said. If you want to be, the word hung in the air. Harry wasn't sure where it had come from. He'd never had a friend before, not really. Voss was a guardian, Vader was his father. The crew of the Executor were subordinates or colleagues, but Kale Dunari, the rebel pilot with the honest eyes and the stubborn conviction, felt like something else. Something Harry hadn't known he was missing. Kale's expression shifted. The wariness softened, not disappearing but retreating, making room for something warmer. "You're going to get me killed, aren't you?" Kale said. "Probably not. That's not reassuring." "I'm told my reassurances need work." Kale laughed. It was a real laugh, sudden, surprised, the sound of someone who hadn't expected to laugh in an Imperial cell. "Fine, hypothetically, yes, I'll fly for you, but I want it on record that I think this is insane." "Noted." Harry pushed off the wall. "I'll file the paperwork." More paperwork, the Sith Prince's true weapon. Harry grinned and walked away. Behind him, he heard Kale settle back on his bench and felt through the force the quiet, tentative warmth of someone who had just decided to bet on something unlikely. Harry took the turbolift to his quarters, sat at his desk, and began writing 3 documents simultaneously. A prisoner transfer request for Kale Dunari, a strategic brief for his upcoming Coruscant visit, and a private journal entry that he encrypted with both force and magical security. The first entry in what would become a detailed record of everything he'd learned about the wizarding world, Voldemort, and the dimensional doorways between realities. The last line of the journal entry read, "He said he's coming, I believe him. Next time I'll be ready." Harry sealed the documents, sent the transfer request, and stood at his viewport. The stars stared back, cold and countless. Somewhere out there the Emperor was planning. Somewhere beyond the stars, beyond the galaxy, beyond the dimensional walls that separated realities, a Dark Lord was searching. And here, aboard the Executor, a 14-year-old boy who was more than a boy stood at the intersection of 2 worlds and 2 kinds of power and felt, for the first time, the full shape of the storm that was gathering around him. He wasn't afraid, he was ready. Harry touched the scar on his forehead, gently, the way you'd touch a sleeping thing that might wake, and turned from the viewport to prepare for Coruscant. Chapter 4. When Worlds Collide. The first rift tore open above the junkyard moon of Raxus Prime. It appeared without warning, a vertical slash in the fabric of space, 300 meters tall, bleeding light that was neither red nor gold but something in between, a color that didn't exist in this galaxy's spectrum. The light pulsed. The space around it warped, local gravity bending like a funnel, pulling debris from Raxus Prime's orbital junk field into a slow, spiraling vortex around the wound in reality. An Imperial sensor station on the moon's surface detected the anomaly and transmitted an alert through standard channels. The alert reached the regional MOF's office. The MOF's office forwarded it to Imperial Intelligence. Imperial Intelligence flagged it as a priority one-dimensional anomaly and routed it to exactly 2 desks, the Emperor's and Darth Vader's. Harry was eating breakfast on the Executor when his father's summons came through. He left his tray on the table, nodded to Kale, who had been out of his cell for 6 days and was still adjusting to the profound strangeness of eating meals with the son of Darth Vader, and walked to the bridge at a pace that was just short of running. Vader stood at the tactical display, the holographic representation of the Raxus Prime Rift rotating slowly in blue light. Officers moved around him in careful orbits, the way moons orbit a gas giant, close enough to be useful, far enough to survive. "It started 40 minutes ago," Vader said without preamble. "The rift is stable and expanding. Current rate suggests it will double in size within 12 hours. Harry stared at the hologram. The rift's energy signature was displayed alongside it in cascading data streams, and his stomach dropped because he recognized it. Not from the Scarif obelisk, this was different, rawer, less structured, but the underlying frequency was the same, dimensional magic. Someone was cutting through the barrier between realities, and they weren't using a lighthouse to do it. They were using a knife. "It's him," Harry said. "Voldemort, he found another way. The energy signature is consistent with what you described from Scarif, but there are differences." Vader highlighted a section of the data. "The rift is unstable. It's being forced open against resistance, not opened through an existing pathway. Whoever is doing this is expending enormous power to brute force a dimensional breach. That's exactly what he'd do. Finesse isn't his style." Harry studied the rift's parameters. How long until something can come through? Unknown. The rift is currently too unstable for physical transit, but if it continues to expand and stabilize, then it becomes a door. And he walks through. Harry looked at his father. We need to be there. The executor can reach Raxus Prime in 6 hours. I can reach it in 6 seconds. You will not go alone, father, you will not go alone. Vader's voice carried the particular harmonic that meant the discussion was over, the bass note of absolute authority that could silence a room full of admirals. We go together, 6 hours, use the time to prepare. Harry wanted to argue. The urgency was a physical thing, a pressure in his chest that demanded action, movement, the immediate application of power to problem. But Vader was right, he almost always was, about tactical matters, and charging into a dimensional breach alone, without support, without a plan, was exactly the kind of reckless brilliance that got people killed. 6 hours, Harry agreed. I need access to the Sith archives, everything on dimensional theory, soul fragmentation, and pre-Republic Force anomalies. You'll have it. Harry turned to leave the bridge, stopped. Has the Emperor been notified? He received the same alert we did. Then he'll send his own assets, Inquisitors, maybe a fleet detachment. He'll want to control whatever comes through that rift. Yes, good, let him send whoever he wants. More bodies between Voldemort and anything he might try to claim. Harry left the bridge. Behind him, the tactical display continued its slow rotation, the holographic rift pulsing with light from another universe. The Executor's Sith archive was a sealed chamber deep in the ship's lower decks, accessible only through Vader's personal codes and a series of security measures that included force-locked doors, biometric scans, and a particularly nasty trap that would incinerate anything organic that entered without authorization. Vader had accumulated the collection over decades: holocrons, datapads, ancient texts recovered from Sith temples and Jedi ruins, fragments of knowledge that the Emperor didn't know existed or had forgotten he'd given away. Harry spent 4 hours in the archive, reading at a speed that blended Force-enhanced cognition with his magic's intuitive pattern recognition. He wasn't looking for weapons. He had plenty of those. He was looking for understanding, specifically, for anything that paralleled what he knew about Voldemort's Horcruxes. He found it in a holocron from the era of Darth Vader, an ancient Sith Lord who had achieved a form of immortality through the binding of his essence to a physical vessel. The technique was crude compared to what Harry suspected Voldemort had accomplished. Vader had bound his entire spirit to a single object, not fragmented it across multiple anchors, but the underlying theory was sound. The soul or spirit or essence, whatever you called the animating force of a sentient being, could be separated from the body and tethered to the physical world through sacrifice. Dark sacrifice, the murder of another being, using the psychic trauma of the killing as the energy source for the binding. The holocron's gatekeeper, a flickering blue image of a long-dead Sith archivist, described the process in clinical detail that turned Harry's stomach, but it also described the counter-process: how to identify a soul vessel, how to destroy one, and critically, how to extract a soul fragment from a living host without killing the host. The last technique was theoretical. The archivist admitted as much. No one had ever successfully performed the extraction, because no one had ever found a living being who hosted a soul fragment. The theory suggested it was possible through a combination of force healing and what the archivist called essence severance, a precise, surgical application of the dark side that would cut the parasitic fragment's connection to the host's life force while simultaneously cauterizing the wound. Harry read the theory 3 times, cross-referenced it with his own magical knowledge, the instinctive, ancestral understanding that had been growing since Scarif. The magical equivalent would be something like a targeted exorcism, using his own magic to identify the foreign soul fragment, isolate it, and expel it. Force severance from outside, magical exorcism from within, both simultaneously. He couldn't do it to himself. The patient couldn't be the surgeon. He'd need help, someone with enough force sensitivity to perform the severance while Harry managed the magical side. Someone with the power and precision to cut a soul fragment from a living brain without causing permanent damage. There was exactly one person in the galaxy capable of that. Harry closed the holocron and went to find his father. Vader listened to the theory in silence. They were in the corridor outside the archive, the Executor's engines thrumming through the deck plates as the ship hurtled through hyperspace toward Raxus Prime. 2 hours remained. The risk, Vader said when Harry finished. High. The archivist rated the extraction as theoretically possible but practically lethal. The margin for error is essentially 0, too much force and you damage my brain, too little and the fragment survives and retaliates. And you want me to perform this. You're the only one who can. The force precision required is beyond anyone else I know, and you're the only force user I trust to be inside my head. Vader's respirator cycled. The corridor was empty. This deep in the ship, foot traffic was minimal, and the crew had learned years ago to avoid areas where Vader and Harry were having conversations. "Not now," Vader said. "Not before Raxus Prime. If the extraction weakens you, I know. Once we've dealt with the rift and whatever comes through it." Harry paused. "But father, it has to be soon. The fragment is more active since Scarif. I can feel it moving, shifting, and every time Voldemort forces a dimensional breach, it resonates. It's a homing beacon. The longer it stays in me, the easier I am to find. Then we will do it after Raxus Prime." Vader's hand found Harry's shoulder. The grip was tight, tighter than usual, the servos in his prosthetic fingers straining against the leather glove. "I will not fail. I know you won't. If there is any risk to your life, any indication that the extraction is killing you, I will stop, regardless of the consequences. The fragment can remain if the alternative is losing you. Father, this is not negotiable." Harry looked at the black mask, felt the weight of what lived behind it, the love that Vader would never name, the fear that the dark side couldn't fully consume, the absolute, unbreakable resolve of a man who had lost everything once and had rebuilt his entire existence around the single thing he'd found in the snow. "Okay," Harry said softly. "Not negotiable." Vader released his shoulder. "Prepare for arrival. I want you in armor." Harry raised an eyebrow. "I don't wear armor. You do today." The armor was a compromise. Harry refused the full Imperial combat suit that Vader had commissioned, too heavy, too restrictive, too much like wearing a cage. Instead, he worked with Voss and the Executor's quartermaster to assemble something functional, a lightweight black jacket reinforced with cortosis weave, capable of resisting lightsaber strikes, cortosis weave bracers for his forearms, light boots with magnetic soles for zero-gravity operations. And over it all, a black cloak with a deep hood, lined with a thin layer of armor weave. He looked at himself in the mirror of his quarters and saw something that was neither Sith nor Jedi nor anything else with a name. A young man in black, lean and sharp, with green eyes that burned with gold flecks and a scar on his forehead that pulsed faintly with dark energy. His lightsaber hung at his left hip, white gold crystal, unique in the galaxy. At his right hip, the blaster he rarely used, and everywhere else, invisible but present, the two powers that made him what he was, the Force, dark and vast, and the magic, golden and wild. Cale was waiting outside his quarters when Harry emerged. The former rebel pilot had been given a provisional rank and a uniform that he wore with the slightly rumpled defiance of someone who wasn't quite ready to look like an Imperial officer. He fell into step beside Harry as they walked toward the bridge. "So," Cale said, "dimensional rift, Dark Lord from another universe, possible invasion of reality, just another Tuesday on the Executor. It's actually Thursday. That makes it worse somehow." Cale's tone was light, but Harry could feel the genuine tension beneath it, the pilot's instinct for danger, sharpened by his mild force sensitivity, telling him that what they were heading toward was more serious than anything he'd experienced in the rebellion. "What do you need me to do?" "Stay on the Executor. Man the communications array. If things go bad down there, you're my link to the fleet. You want me on comms while you fight a Dark Lord." I was hoping for something more dramatic. "Communications win battles. Pilots who die dramatically don't." Harry glanced at him. "Besides, you're the only person on this ship besides Vader and Voss who I trust to make the right call if everything goes sideways." Cale absorbed this. The lightness in his expression shifted to something more serious. "What's the right call if everything goes sideways?" "Get the Executor out. Jump to hyperspace. Don't look back and leave you if it comes to that." "It won't come to that," Cale said firmly. "Because you're going to handle this the way you handle everything, by being absurdly overpowered and slightly terrifying. And then you're going to come back and I'm going to buy you whatever the Imperial equivalent of a drink is." Harry smiled. It was a real smile, warm, surprised, the kind of expression that came from having someone in your life who wasn't afraid to tell you what they thought. "Recaf, the Imperial equivalent of a drink is Recaf. God, your side really is evil." They reached the bridge. The Executor was dropping out of hyperspace. Raxus Prime filled the viewport like a wound. The junkyard moon was ugly on its best day, a gray-brown sphere of industrial waste, its surface a treacherous landscape of compressed scrap metal and toxic chemical lakes. But today it was dominated by the rift. The dimensional breach had grown since the initial report. It hung in orbit above the moon's equator, a vertical slash of impossible light that stretched nearly a kilometer from end to end. The color was wrong, that between spectrum shade that hurt to look at directly, as if the eye itself was rebelling against processing something that shouldn't exist. Debris from the orbital junk field spiraled slowly around it, caught in the gravitational distortion, forming a halo of rusted metal and dead satellites. And it was no longer empty. Things were coming through. Small things, for now, shapeless masses of dark energy that oozed from the rift like smoke from a chimney, dissipating in the vacuum but leaving traces that Harry's magical senses could track. They weren't alive, they were probes, scouts. Voldemort testing the breach, sending fragments of power through to map the environment on this side. He's cautious, Harry said, standing at the viewport beside Vader. He's not ready to come through himself. The rift is too unstable. If it collapsed while he was in transit, he'd be trapped between dimensions. Then he will stabilize it. He'll try. From his side, he's probably anchoring the breach with magical constructs. But the dimensional barrier here is thicker than it was at Scarif, no obelisk to thin it. He's working against the grain of reality itself. How long? Harry closed his eyes, reached out with the force and the magic simultaneously, probing the rift's structure. It was like touching a wound, raw, hot, screaming with energy. He could feel Voldemort's power on the other side, vast and dark, pressing against the barrier with relentless, obsessive force. The scar on his forehead throbbed in response, the fragment inside it straining toward its master. Hours, Harry said. 6, maybe 8. He's strong, father, stronger than I expected from the visions. He's been gathering power for this, years of it, maybe decades. Then we do not wait for him to finish. Vader turned from the viewport. We close the rift. From this side, that means getting close, very close. The dimensional barrier can only be reinforced by magic. The force alone can't interact with the breach's structure. I need to be at the rift's edge. In space. Vader looked at the rift, at the spiraling debris field, at the dark energy probes oozing through like poison. I will clear the path, Vader said. You close the door. It was a simple plan. Vader plans always were. The Dark Lord didn't believe in complexity for its own sake. He believed in overwhelming force applied with surgical precision. Clear the obstacles, reach the objective, complete the mission. Harry nodded. Let's go. They left the bridge together, walking through the executor's corridors toward the main hangar bay, and every crew member they passed stopped and stared. Not at Vader, they were used to Vader, at the pair of them. Father and son, darkness and golden fire, striding through the warship in perfect synchrony with the unmistakable bearing of two people walking toward a fight they intended to win. Cale was already at the communications station when Harry passed through the hangar control room. They exchanged a look, Cale's tense and determined, Harry's calm and steady, and Cale nodded once. I've got your back. Harry nodded in return. I know. The hangar bay doors opened onto space and the rift's sickly light flooded in. They didn't take ship. Vader had objected to this initially, but Harry had pointed out the practical reality. Ships were vulnerable to the rift's gravitational distortion and electromagnetic interference. Their instruments would fail, their navigation would scramble, and a TIE fighter caught in the debris vortex would be crushed. The only reliable way to reach the rift was under their own power, force, and magic, the two energies that could resist the dimensional anomaly's effects. Harry wrapped his father in the same life support bubble he used for himself, golden light, warm and strong, providing air, pressure, and temperature regulation. Vader's suit had its own life support, but the magic added a layer of protection against the rift's exotic radiation that Imperial technology couldn't match. They stepped out of the hangar into the void. Harry carried them both with the Force, augmented by magic, a telekinetic platform beneath their feet, invisible but solid, propelling them through space toward the rift at a speed that matched a starfighter's thrust. The Executor fell away behind them, a gray dagger against the stars. Ahead, the rift pulsed and beckoned. The debris field hit them at the halfway point. Chunks of metal, some as large as shuttles, tumbled through space in the rift's gravitational grip. Vader raised his hands, and the dark side answered, objects the size of buildings shoved aside by telekinetic force, the debris field parting before them like water before the prow of a ship. Harry felt his father's power in the Force, vast and dark and controlled, and marveled at it the way he always did. Vader's telekinesis was brute force elevated to an art form, no finesse, no subtlety, just an overwhelming tide of power that made the universe move. They pushed through the debris field in minutes. And then they were there, floating in open space 50 meters from the rift, and Harry got his first unfiltered look at the breach between dimensions. It was worse up close. The rift wasn't a clean cut, it was ragged, torn, the edges of reality fraying like damaged fabric. Through the gap Harry could see something, not another place, not exactly. More like a kaleidoscope of possibilities, fragments of another reality overlapping and interfering, images that flickered too fast to process. He caught glimpses, a dark forest, a castle silhouette, a graveyard under a pale moon, before they dissolved into the next fragment. And pressing against the rift from the other side, a presence. Massive, dark, hungry. He's there, Harry said. His voice carried through the magical bubble, reaching Vader beside him. right on the other side, I can feel him. As can I, Vader's voice was tight. The dark side recognizes him. He is familiar, the same species of darkness. He's a dark wizard, your galaxy's version of a Sith, more or less, but worse in some ways. The Sith have rules, traditions, structure. He has none. He's a narcissist with god-level power and an allergy to death. The rift pulsed, expanded. The edges tore further, and a fresh wave of dark energy probes oozed through, larger this time, more defined. Some of them were taking shapes. Serpentine forms coiling through vacuum, eyeless heads turning toward Harry and Vader with blind, seeking malice. Vader's lightsaber ignited. Red blade humming in the void, casting crimson light across the debris field. He slashed through the nearest dark form and it dissipated, screaming in a frequency Harry felt rather than heard. More came. Dozens pouring through the rift like water through a crack, dark energy constructs that Voldemort was sending ahead as both scouts and weapons. They swarmed toward Harry and Vader in a wave of shadow. Go, Vader said. Close the rift. I'll hold them. Harry hesitated for one heartbeat, leaving his father alone against a swarm of dark magical constructs, went against every protective instinct he had. But Vader was already moving, his red blade carving through the darkness with the savage efficiency of 40 years of combat, and the dark side was surging around him like a storm, amplifying his strikes, turning each slash into a wave of destructive energy that shredded the constructs by the dozen. Vader didn't need protection. Vader needed Harry to do his job. Harry flew toward the rift. The closer he got, the stronger the pressure became. Voldemort's presence pushed against him through the breach, not a psychic attack, not yet, but the sheer weight of the dark wizard's power bleeding through the dimensional gap. It was oppressive, suffocating, a darkness that tasted of murder and immortality, and the cold, clinical evil of a being who had dismantled his own soul for power. The scar screamed. The fragment inside it was going haywire, resonating with its master's proximity, trying to reach through the rift, trying to pull Harry closer, closer, closer. Harry clamped down on it. Force shields and magical wards, layered, reinforced, slamming shut around the fragment like a vault door. The scar still burned, but the fragment's influence was contained. He reached the rift's edge. In space before it, close enough to touch, and the dimensional breach yawned before him like a wound in the body of the universe. Through it, the kaleidoscope of the other reality churned, and now behind the fragments a shape was forming. Tall, thin, robed in black, red eyes burning like dying stars. Harry Potter. The voice came through the rift, distorted by dimensional interference, but unmistakable, the same cold, high tone that had spoken to him through the obelisk on Scarif. You came to me. How? Accommodating, I came to close your door, Harry said. Again, Voldemort's shape solidified behind the rift. He was pressing against it from the other side, his hands flat against the dimensional barrier, dark magic pouring from him in rivers that eroded the barrier's integrity. Up close, Harry could feel the technique. It was brilliant in a horrifying way. Voldemort had spent years studying dimensional theory, mapping the barriers between realities, and he developed a method for creating targeted breaches through sheer magical force. No finesse, no obelisks. Just power applied relentlessly until reality broke. You sealed my path at Scarif, Voldemort said. His red eyes burned through the rift's distortion, fixed on Harry with an intensity that bordered on obsession. Clever. I spent 14 years searching for you, and when I finally found the trail, a child shut the door in my face. And I'll do it again. Will you? The dark wizard's lips curved, a smile that had no warmth, no humor, only the cold satisfaction of someone who held cards that hadn't been played yet. Look closer, boy. This rift is not like the obelisk. The obelisk was a doorway, structured, stable, designed to be opened and closed. This breach is a wound. And wounds, once opened, want to stay open. Harry reached out with his magic and touched the rift's edge. Voldemort was right. The breach wasn't a doorway, it was a tier, and the dimensional fabric around it was damaged, weakened, straining under its own tension. Closing it wasn't a matter of sealing a door. It was a matter of healing a wound in the fabric of reality, stitching the torn edges back together while a Dark Lord actively worked to tear them further apart. I can feel the piece of me inside you, Voldemort whispered. The red eyes blazed brighter. My Horcrux, my anchor, it sings to me, Harry. It tells me everything, your strength, your fear, your pathetic attachment to the mechanical corpse you call a father. He's not a corpse. Harry's voice was flat and cold. And you don't know anything about my strength. He began the work. Closing the rift was like trying to sew shut a wound while someone was actively cutting it wider. Harry's magic flowed into the dimensional fabric, golden energy weaving through the torn edges, binding them, reinforcing them. The ancestral knowledge from Scarif guided him, spell-like structures forming in his mind, precise magical operations that he executed with instinctive fluency. Repair, reinforce, seal, Voldemort fought him. The Dark Wizard's power crashed against Harry's repairs like a wrecking ball, tearing through the golden threads almost as fast as Harry could weave them. It was a contest of raw magical force, and Harry was forced to acknowledge that Voldemort was immensely powerful, more powerful than anyone he'd fought, possibly more powerful than any single Force user in this galaxy. The Dark Wizard had centuries of knowledge, 7 Horcruxes worth of metaphysical anchoring, and the focused obsession of a being who had made the conquest of death his life's work. But Harry had something Voldemort didn't. He had 2 powers. Harry reached for the Force. Not the dark side, not this time. He reached for the Force itself, the raw, neutral energy that flowed through all living things, and he channeled it through his magical framework. The effect was like plugging a river into a precision instrument. The Force's vast, galaxy-spanning power flowed through Harry's magic and out into the dimensional fabric, and the repairs that Voldemort had been tearing apart suddenly became unbreakable. The rift's edges stopped fraying, began to close. Slowly, agonizingly, centimeter by centimeter, the wound in reality contracted as Harry poured everything he had into healing it. Voldemort screamed, not in pain, in rage. The sound tore through the rift like a physical weapon, and Harry felt it hit his magical shields and bounce off. The Dark Wizard abandoned subtlety entirely, throwing killing curses at the rift from the other side, the unblockable green death that was his signature weapon, hammering against the closing breach in a desperate attempt to stop it. The curses couldn't reach Harry. The dimensional barrier, reinforced by his combined powers, absorbed them, the green light diffusing into the golden weave of his repairs. Harry felt each impact as a distant shudder, nothing more. No. Voldemort's shriek was rage and disbelief in equal measure. "You cannot, this is impossible, you are a child. I'm not what you expected," Harry said, and pulled the rift shut. The breach closed with a sound like reality sighing in relief, a deep, resonant thrum that Harry felt in his bones, in his magic, in the Force itself. The sickly light vanished, the gravitational distortion ceased. The debris field stopped spiraling and hung motionless in the void, suddenly ordinary, suddenly just junk. Where the rift had been, there was nothing, empty space, stars. Harry hung in the void, breathing hard, his golden bubble flickering. The exertion was enormous, greater even than Scarif, and for a moment his vision grayed and his magic stuttered and he began to drift. A hand caught his arm. Vader was there, his black armor streaked with the residue of the dark constructs he'd destroyed, his red lightsaber still humming. He pulled Harry close, steadying him, the mechanical fingers gripping Harry's bicep with the precise amount of force required to support without bruising. "It's closed," Harry said. "The rift is closed. I know, I felt it." Vader's respirator cycled, fast, stressed, the rhythm of a man who had just fought a swarm of dark magic constructs in the vacuum of space and was pretending it hadn't cost him. The constructs disintegrated when the rift sealed. Whatever he was sending through died when the connection was severed. He'll try again, yeah. He's more powerful than I thought. If he'd been fully through, if the rift had been stable enough for him to cross physically, I don't know if I could have stopped him alone. Vader looked at him. "You would not be alone." Harry met his father's mask, nodded, let himself lean into Vader's grip for a moment, a small human gesture of exhaustion and trust that the void and the stars and the silence of space held gently. Then he straightened. "Back to the ship. We need to prepare." That wasn't the last rift, it was a test. He's going to try again, and next time he'll come through faster. We need a strategy. They flew back toward the Executor, 2 figures in the void, one dark, one gold, trailing light against the stars. The Executor's conference room had never been used for a strategy session quite like this one. Harry stood at the head of the table, a holographic model of the galaxy rotating behind him, and addressed an audience of 5. Vader, Voss, Kale, Commander Vel of the 501st, who had been reassigned to the Executor at Vader's request after Ord Mantell, and Dr. Haas, the ship's chief medical officer, whose expertise was relevant given the Horcrux extraction they'd be attempting. "Here's what we know," Harry said. "Voldemort is a dark wizard from another dimension. He's extremely powerful, functionally immortal due to soul anchors called Horcruxes, and he's obsessed with reaching this galaxy because I'm here and I represent unfinished business from his world. He's been searching for dimensional crossing points and has found at least 2, the Scarif Obelisk, which I've silenced, and the Raxus Prime Breach, which I've sealed. He'll find more." He touched the holographic display, and 7 points of light appeared, scattered across the galaxy. These are locations where Imperial sensors have detected anomalous energy readings consistent with dimensional instability over the past decade. Most were classified as unexplained phenomena and filed away. I believe they're potential breach points, places where the barrier between our reality and the wizarding world is naturally thinner. If Voldemort is mapping the barrier from his side, these are the locations he'll target next. Kel raised his hand like a schoolboy, then lowered it self-consciously. Quick question from the person in the room who doesn't have magic powers. How dangerous is this guy? Scale of 1 to 10, 1 being a drunk stormtrooper and 10 being, he glanced at Vader, present company. 11, Harry said. In his own world, he's essentially unopposable. He's murdered hundreds, possibly thousands, and his magical abilities include instant death curses, mind control, teleportation, shape-shifting dark magic, and the ability to create cursed objects that persist after his death. He's also a genius, not the raving madman kind, the cold, calculating kind who builds a network of followers, infiltrates governments, and dismantles societies from within. So an 11 who's also a politician. Lovely. The Horcruxes are the key, Harry continued. As long as they exist, he can regenerate from any physical destruction. We could vaporize his body and he'd come back. The anchors have to be destroyed first, all of them, and then he can be killed permanently. How many? Vel asked. I believe 7. That's the number the Sith archives suggest is the theoretical maximum for soul fragmentation without complete dissolution of the original personality. One of them is in my head. The room went very quiet. The fragment in your scar, Dr. Haas said. She'd been briefed separately, but hearing it confirmed in context made her face go pale. The parasitic energy I detected 13 years ago. A piece of Voldemort's soul, lodged in my skull when he tried to kill me as an infant. It acts as a homing beacon. He can sense my general location through it, and when dimensional barriers thin, the connection strengthens. Removing it is a priority. The extraction procedure, Vader said, will be performed by me, with Dr. Haas monitoring Harry's vital signs. The technique combines force-based essence severance with Harry's own magical self-healing. It is dangerous and has never been successfully performed. But it will be performed successfully, Harry added, and the certainty in his voice left no room for doubt. After we deal with the immediate threat. He turned back to the holographic display. The immediate threat is this: Voldemort will try again. The Raxus Prime breach showed he can force open dimensional tiers through raw power. Each attempt teaches him more about the barrier's structure. He's adapting, learning, getting more efficient. Estimated timeline for his next attempt is days, not weeks. Defense plan, Vel asked. We can't defend 7 potential breach points with our current resources. We'd need to split the fleet, and even then we'd be spread too thin. Harry highlighted 3 of the 7 points. These 3 are the highest probability targets. They show the strongest dimensional instability and are closest to known energy sources that Voldemort could exploit. I propose we focus on these 3, with rapid response capability for the others. The Emperor will not approve the redeployment of fleet assets for this purpose, Vader said. It wasn't an objection, it was a statement of political reality. He will view the Raxus Prime incident as an isolated anomaly and resist any response that diverts resources from his existing priorities. The Emperor is wrong, Harry said flatly, and I'll tell him that myself when I go to Coruscant. Another silence, the kind that happened when someone said out loud what everyone was thinking, but no one wanted to voice. You're going to walk into the Emperor's throne room, Cale said slowly, and tell him he's wrong about a threat assessment. I'm going to walk into the Emperor's throne room and tell him the truth, that an extra-dimensional Dark Lord is attempting to breach our reality, and that if the Empire doesn't respond appropriately, the consequences will make the rebellion look like a border skirmish. He'll see it as a power play, Voss said. He'll see it as exactly what it is, the Sith Prince of Magic telling the Emperor that there's a bigger game on the board and the Emperor needs to play it. Harry looked around the table. I'm done managing Palpatine's ego. Threat is real, it's escalating, and every hour we spend on political maneuvering is an hour Voldemort spends building his next breach. Vader spoke. I will accompany you to Coruscant. Number you stay with the fleet. If another rift opens while I'm on Coruscant, you're the only one who can respond. The 501st, the Executor, and whatever assets you can commandeer, keep them on standby at the first priority target. You will face the Emperor alone. I've faced him before. When you were 6 and you only had to withstand his scrutiny, this time you're going to challenge him. Harry met his father's gaze. The room was tense. Every person at the table could feel the weight of what was being decided, the pivot point around which multiple futures turned. Father, Harry said, I've closed 2-dimensional breaches, fought Voldemort's power directly, and survived a mission designed to kill me. I'm not the boy who walked into that throne room 8 years ago, and Palpatine needs to see that. He needs to see me walk in alone and tell him the truth, because the alternative is that he continues to underestimate both the threat and me, and people die. Vader was still for a long time. The respirator filled the silence with its mechanical rhythm, steady as a heartbeat, reliable as gravity. "If he threatens you," Vader said quietly, "I will know. I know, and I will come. I know that too." Vader nodded once. The briefing continued, but the pivot had happened. The Sith Prince was going to Coruscant, and the galaxy was about to learn what that meant. Two things happened before Harry left for Coruscant. The first was the extraction. They did it in Vader's private meditation chamber, the hyperbaric pod where Vader could remove his helmet, could breathe unassisted for brief periods in the pressurized, medicated atmosphere. It was the most private, most secure space on the Executor, and it was the only place where Vader could work without his mask sensors interfering with the delicate force manipulation the procedure required. Harry sat cross-legged in the center of the chamber. Dr. Haas monitored his vitals from a station outside, connected by sensors attached to Harry's temples and chest. Vader sat across from him, helmetless, and Harry looked at his father's face for only the fourth time in his life. It was a ruined face, scarred, pale, the skin a landscape of old burns and surgical reconstruction. The eyes were blue, startlingly blue, the only feature that had survived Mustafar intact. They were the eyes of a man who had once been someone else, someone who'd been burned away and rebuilt in darkness, and they looked at Harry with an intensity that the mask could never convey. "Are you ready?" Vader asked, and his voice without the vocoder was thin, rasping, nothing like the deep mechanical bass that Harry associated with his father. But it was real, the actual human voice of the man who'd raised him, and Harry found it more reassuring than any armor. "Ready," Harry said. Vader reached out. His hands, one flesh, one mechanical, hovered on either side of Harry's head, not touching, fingers spread. He closed his eyes. The force gathered around him, dense and dark, the accumulated power of decades of rage and pain focused to a surgical point. Harry closed his own eyes, turned his attention inward, found the fragment. It was there, nestled in the depths of his consciousness like a splinter in a heartbeat, small, dark, oily with malice. It had been part of him for so long that his neural pathways had grown around it, accommodating it the way a tree grows around a nail, not accepting it but adapting to its presence. Removing it would leave a wound. The question was whether the wound would heal. "I see it," Vader said. His force presence pressed into Harry's mind, gently, impossibly gently for a man who used the force like a bludgeon. Harry felt his father's consciousness enter his mental space and navigate toward the fragment with the focused precision of a surgeon's scalpel. The fragment felt Vader coming. It recoiled. Then it attacked, lashing out with dark energy. Voldemort's rage channeled through a soul fragment the size of a splinter, screaming defiance and fury at the intruder. Vader caught it, pinned it. The dark side wrapped around the fragment like a fist, containing its thrashing, and Vader held it still with the grim determination of a man choking a serpent. "Now," Vader said through gritted teeth. "Harry, now." Harry reached for his magic. The golden energy flooded his consciousness, warm and bright, flowing toward the pinned fragment like sunlight toward shadow. He wrapped it in magic the way Vader had wrapped it in the Force, two powers, two layers, compressing the fragment from both sides. The fragment screamed. Not a sound, a psychic shriek that tore through Harry's mind like glass, and for one terrible second he felt Voldemort's consciousness flood through the connection. The Dark Lord's rage and shock and fear, because his anchor was being torn from its host, and he could feel it happening across dimensional barriers, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. "You cannot, this is mine, he is mine, he is my son," Vader snarled, and the Force twisted, and the fragment's connection to Harry's neural pathways severed. Harry screamed. The pain was blinding, white-hot, total, a lightning strike inside his skull that wiped out thought and identity, and everything except raw, animal agony. His magic convulsed, flaring gold-white, and the chamber shook, instruments shattering, the meditation pod system sparking and failing. Vader held, his hands trembled, the human hand shaking with effort, the mechanical hand whining with servo strain, but he held. The Force scalpel cut the last threads binding the fragment to Harry's mind, and the dark splinter came free. It hung in the air between them, a tiny, writhing knot of dark energy, smaller than a fingernail, screaming in a frequency beyond hearing. The last piece of Voldemort's soul that had lived inside Harry Potter since infancy, cut loose, homeless, dying. Harry opened his eyes. Blood ran from his nose, from his ears. His vision was doubled, tripled, the world fracturing and reassembling. But he was clear, for the first time in his life, completely clear, the constant low-frequency hum of the foreign presence gone, replaced by a silence that was so profound it felt like a new sense. "Destroy it," Harry whispered. Vader closed his fist. The Force and the dark side and the pure, concentrated fury of a father crushed the fragment out of existence. It didn't shatter, it unraveled, the dark energy dissipating, dissolving, the tortured scrap of Tom Riddle's soul finally ceasing to be. The chamber was quiet. Vader breathed in ragged gasps, his scarred face sheened with sweat, his blue eyes bright with exhaustion. Harry breathed too, blood on his lips, tears on his cheeks, not from sadness but from the sheer physiological shock of having a piece of his brain removed. "It's gone," Harry said. He touched his forehead. The scar was still there, it would always be there, but it was quiet, inert, just a scar, just tissue, nothing more. "Father, it's gone," Vader sagged. Just slightly, a minute lessening of the rigid control he always maintained, a brief glimpse of the exhaustion beneath the iron. Then he straightened, reached for his helmet, and sealed himself back inside the black mask. "Der Haas," Vader said, his voice once again the deep mechanical bass that the galaxy knew. "Report. Vital signs are stabilizing," Haas said through the intercom, her voice carefully professional despite the fact that Harry could sense her astonishment through the Force. Neural activity was critical for approximately 4 seconds but is returning to baseline. "The foreign energy signature in the scar tissue is gone, completely absent. I'm reading clean." "There," Harry said, wiping blood from his face. He smiled. It was a wild, giddy, painful smile. The smile of someone who just had a piece of their soul cut out and found they were still themselves, still whole, still standing. "Down, one out, 6 Horcruxes left. 6 that he carries in his own world," Vader said. "They are beyond our reach until he comes here. Then we'll deal with them when he comes, but he can't track me anymore. The beacon is dead. He's flying blind." Vader put his hand on Harry's head. The glove was damp with sweat, the mechanical fingers stiff. Harry leaned into it. "One step at a time," Vader said. "One step at a time." The second thing that happened before Coruscant was the rift. Not Voldemort's rift, not a forced breach or a violent tear. A quiet one, a soft, shimmering distortion that appeared in the Executor's forward observation lounge at 300 ship time, when the deck was empty and the lights were dimmed, and which deposited a single figure on the polished floor before closing behind it with the gentle sound of a page turning. The intruder alert brought Harry out of sleep and to the observation lounge in under 90 seconds. He arrived to find a security team holding position outside the sealed doors, weapons drawn, and Vader already there, lightsaber lit, the red blade casting bloody shadows across the corridor. "One contact," the security chief reported, appeared from nothing inside the lounge. "No weapon signature detected, no movement since arrival, it's just sitting there." Harry reached out with the Force, felt the presence inside the lounge and stopped breathing for a moment because it was magical, not Voldemort, nothing dark, nothing hostile. A magical signature that felt old and tired and desperately, achingly hopeful. "Open the door," Harry said. "Lower your weapons, now." The security chief looked at Vader. Vader nodded once. The blast doors opened. The figure sitting on the observation lounge floor was a woman. Old, ancient, even her face a map of deep wrinkles, her hair white and thin beneath a pointed hat that was so battered it barely qualified as fabric. She wore robes, actual robes, the kind from Harry's visions, wizarding robes in dark green tartan, and she was clutching a wooden stick in both hands with the white-knuckled grip of someone who had just performed the hardest magic of her life. She looked up when the doors opened. Her eyes, sharp, bright, undimmed by age, found Harry's face and filled with tears. "Potter," she breathed. "Oh, dear Merlin, it's really you." Harry stood in the doorway, flanked by stormtroopers, his father's red lightsaber humming behind him, and looked at the first person from his birth world he'd ever met. "My name is Harry Vader," he said. The old woman flinched. Her gaze traveled past Harry to the towering black figure behind him, and understanding crossed her face, pained, complicated, layered. "I see," she said quietly. "Albus feared as much, that whoever found you would shape you." She straightened despite her obvious exhaustion, and her chin came up with the ingrained authority of someone accustomed to being obeyed. "I am Professor Minerva McGonagall. I was your mother's teacher and her mother's teacher before her. I've spent 13 years trying to reach you, and I will not sit on this floor being stared at by soldiers. Help me up." Harry moved before he consciously decided to, crossed the lounge, knelt, and offered the old woman his arm. She gripped it with surprising strength and hauled herself to her feet, swaying slightly, the wooden stick, a wand, Harry realized, a wand, the tool of structured wizarding magic, trembling in her hand. "Dumbledore sent you across dimensions to save you from Voldemort," McGonagall said, steadying herself. "The plan was to retrieve you once the danger had passed, but the dimensional magic was imprecise. We lost track of you, lost track of everything. And then Voldemort returned, and the war resumed, and Albus died, and..." She closed her eyes. "I've been trying to find you ever since. The breaches Voldemort has been creating, I've been following them, using each one as a navigational reference. When the Raxus Prime Rift opened, I finally had enough data points to calculate my own crossing. A small one, a quiet one. I've barely enough power to get myself through, but I had to warn you. Warn me about what? Harry asked. McGonagall opened her eyes. The tears were gone, replaced by the focused intensity of a woman delivering a military briefing. Voldemort has found a way to bring his Horcruxes with him. All 6. He's not just planning to cross dimensions, he's planning to move. To relocate permanently with his full power, his full immortality, and his inner circle of followers. The last breach was a test, but the next one won't be. He's building a stable gateway anchored on both sides, wide enough for an army. The observation lounge was silent. Stormtroopers gripped their weapons. Vader's respirator hissed. How long? Harry asked. Days, perhaps a week. He's gathering power, dark rituals, sacrifices on a scale I've never seen. The wizarding world is falling. We can't stop him, all we can do is… She looked at Harry, and the hope in her eyes was a terrible thing, fierce and fragile and absolute. All we could do was find you. You found me, Harry said. I found the child I lost, McGonagall corrected. Whether you're the person who can stop him… She looked at the lightsaber on his hip, the black armor of the man behind him, the imperial insignia on the bulkheads. That remains to be seen. Harry looked at this woman, this fierce, exhausted old witch who had torn herself across dimensions on the slim hope that the baby she'd lost 13 years ago had grown into someone who could save her world. He felt her magical signature, warm and structured and familiar, resonating with his own magic the way a note resonates with its harmonic. She was from his world, she had known his mother, she had crossed the impossible to reach him. And she was terrified not of him, of what was coming. Professor McGonagall, Harry said, my name is Harry Vader, I am the Sith Prince of Magic. I was raised by the most dangerous man in this galaxy, trained in 2 kinds of power that no one fully understands, and approximately 1 hour ago I had a piece of Voldemort's soul cut out of my head and crushed. McGonagall stared at him. I am not the baby you lost, Harry continued. I am what that baby became. And if Voldemort wants to bring his war to my galaxy, I will end it. I will end him. Not because of a prophecy, not because of destiny, but because I have the power to do it, and he has given me reason to. He offered his hand. Tell me everything, every Horcrux, every follower, every weakness. We have days to prepare, and I don't intend to waste a single one. McGonagall looked at his outstretched hand, looked at his face, the face that was his father's and his mother's and entirely his own. She gripped his hand with a firmness that age had not diminished. You have Lily's eyes, she said, and her voice broke on the name. Then she straightened, set her jaw, and became the woman who had once faced down armies. Very well. Sit down, Mr. Vader. We have a great deal to discuss. Behind Harry, unnoticed by the old witch, Darth Vader deactivated his lightsaber and watched his son sit down across from a woman who had known Harry's birth mother. Something moved behind the mask, behind the lenses, behind the armor, in the scarred and broken interior where a man named Anakin Skywalker had once lived. He didn't interrupt. He didn't intervene. He stood in the shadows of the observation lounge, a nightmare in black armor, and let his son learn where he came from. It was the hardest thing Vader had done since finding a baby in the snow. McGonagall talked for 3 hours. She told them about the Horcruxes, their nature, their known and suspected vessels. A diary already destroyed in Harry's birth world, a ring destroyed, a locket, a cup, a diadem, all still intact, all in Voldemort's possession. A snake called Nagini, vast and venomous and carrying a fragment of dark soul in its cold-blooded body. And the 7th, the one that had been in Harry's scar, gone now, which made McGonagall weep with a relief so profound it seemed to diminish her physically. She told them about the Death Eaters, Voldemort's inner circle. Bellatrix Lestrange, fanatically loyal and dangerously skilled. Lucius Malfoy, the political operative. Antonin Dolohov, the enforcer. A dozen others, each capable of dark magic that would make an inquisitor think twice. She told them about the wizarding world, Hogwarts, the Ministry, the Order of the Phoenix. A society in ruins, crumbling under Voldemort's assault, its defenders scattered and dying, and she told them about the prophecy, the one that had started everything. Neither can live while the other survives, McGonagall quoted, her voice rough with exhaustion and emotion. That's the core of it, a prophecy made before your birth, identifying you as the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. It's why he came for you that night, it's why your mother died. And it's why Dumbledore sent you away. He believed that removing you from the equation would neutralize the prophecy, would force Voldemort to exist without the threat you posed. But it didn't work, Harry said. Voldemort didn't stop, he didn't feel safe, he kept looking. Voldemort cannot tolerate the existence of anything that threatens him, however distantly. The prophecy marked you, and no distance across dimensions could erase that mark from his mind. Harry sat in silence for a moment. The prophecy settled into him, not as a burden, not as a destiny, but as data, another variable in the equation, another piece of the puzzle. The prophecy was made in your world, Harry said. Under your world's magical laws, I don't live in your world anymore. I live here in a galaxy that operates on different rules with powers that your prophecy never accounted for. McGonagall blinked. You think the prophecy doesn't apply to you? I think prophecies are roadmaps, not chains. They describe possibilities, not inevitabilities. Harry leaned forward. But the core truth holds. Voldemort and I are connected. He can't stop hunting me. I can't stop being a threat to him. Whether that's prophecy or psychology, the result is the same. We're on a collision course, and one of us is going to end the other. And you believe you can win. Professor, I don't believe, I know. McGonagall studied him for a long moment, then slowly something changed in her expression, the desperate hope tempering into something more solid, more grounded. Belief, maybe, or the beginning of it. Your mother would be proud of you, she said. Terrified, probably, but proud. Harry smiled. It was a complicated smile, the expression of someone who had just been given a gift they didn't know they needed, a connection to a woman he would never meet whose sacrifice had set the course of his entire existence. Thank you, he said. Now let's talk strategy. The plan came together in the war room over the next 18 hours, and it was built on a simple, brutal foundation. If Voldemort was coming, they would let him come. On their terms, on their ground. Into a killing field designed specifically for a dark wizard with 6 Horcruxes and an army of Death Eaters. McGonagall's intelligence placed Voldemort's stable gateway attempt at one of the 7 potential breach points Harry had identified, a region of space near the dead world of Malachor, where an ancient Sith temple had been generating anomalous energy for millennia. The confluence of dimensional instability and dark side energy made it the ideal location for a forced crossing, and Voldemort had apparently spent weeks mapping it from his side. Malachor, Vader said, of course, the temple there has been a nexus of dark side energy since before the Republic. If Voldemort can tap into that energy from the other side, it would amplify his breach exponentially. That's exactly what he's doing, McGonagall confirmed. The dark rituals he's performing, they're designed to harmonize his magic with whatever energy source exists at the crossing point. He doesn't understand it fully. He thinks it's some form of ambient dark magic, but the effect is the same. We go to Malachor, Harry said. We set the trap. When Voldemort opens his gateway, we hit him before he can establish a foothold. The Horcruxes are the priority. We have to destroy them before we can kill him permanently. Destroying Horcruxes requires exceptional force, McGonagall said. In our world, we use basilisk venom or fiend fire, cursed fire that burns beyond any normal flame's capacity. I don't know what equivalents exist in your. I have a lightsaber that cuts through anything I've ever encountered, Harry said, and I have magic that can unmake matter at the molecular level. Between the two, I think we can manage. The snake, Nagini, will be hardest. She's always with him. Killing her means fighting through Voldemort to reach her. Leave Voldemort to me. Harry looked at Vader. Father, I need you on the outer perimeter. The Death Eaters, Voldemort's followers, will come through with him. Wizards trained in dark magic, fighting as a unit. They won't be force-sensitive, but their magic will give them capabilities that conventional troops aren't prepared for. The 501st can handle ground combat against any force, Vel said. Not against wizards. Killing curses go through armor. Shields won't stop them. The Death Eaters will be wearing masks and robes, and they'll look like easy targets, and any trooper who underestimates them will die. Harry paused. Father, I need you to lead the engagement against the Death Eaters personally. Your lightsaber can deflect curses, I'm almost certain of that, and your force abilities will give you advantages they won't expect. You're asking me to fight the army while you fight the general. I'm asking you to protect our people while I end the war. Father and son looked at each other across the war room table. The request hung between them, Harry asking Vader to let him face the most dangerous enemy either of them had ever encountered alone, while Vader fought a supporting action. It went against everything in Vader's nature. Every instinct screamed to be at Harry's side, to face the threat together, to put his body between his son and danger. But Harry was right. Voldemort was Harry's fight, magically, prophetically, personally. And the Death Eaters were a genuine threat that only Vader could neutralize. Splitting their forces was the optimal strategy, and both of them knew it. The Horcruxes, Vader said. If I can get close enough, I can sense them. McGonagall has described each vessel, the locket, the cup, the diadem. I'll know them when I feel them. Voldemort will have them close, protected but accessible because they're his safety net. I find them, I destroy them, and then I destroy him. And the snake, I'll figure it out. That is not a plan. It's the beginning of one. The rest writes itself when I'm standing in front of him. Vader stared at him. The respirator hissed. You are too much like me, Vader said. I'll take that as a compliment. It was not intended as one. But there was something in Vader's voice, beneath the mechanical bass, beneath the grim disapproval, that sounded almost like a smile. Coruscant could wait, the Emperor could wait, everything could wait, because the clock was ticking and Voldemort was coming and the galaxy had days to prepare for a threat it didn't even know existed. Harry sent a coded message to Palpatine's office, dimensional incursion imminent at Malachor, full operational briefing to follow, requesting fleet support for interdiction. Polite, professional, and deliberately vague, let the Emperor wonder. Let him send his inquisitors and his fleet assets to Malachor to investigate. More resources on the ground meant more firepower when the gateway opened, and Harry was done playing politics with an existential threat. The executor jumped to hyperspace. Course Malachor, Harry spent the transit in the observation lounge with McGonagall, learning everything she could teach him about structured wizarding magic. His ancestral knowledge, the instinctive, cell-deep understanding that had been growing since Scarif, provided the foundation, but McGonagall gave him framework, wand movements, incantation theory. The mathematical precision of spellcraft, so different from the wild, emotion-driven magic he'd always practiced. He didn't have a wand. He'd never needed one. His magic responded to his will directly, channeled through his hands and his intent. But McGonagall's teaching revealed something fascinating. The structured spells of the wizarding world could be cast without a wand if the caster had sufficient power and control. They were simply harder, requiring more mental discipline, more precise visualization. Harry had more power than any wizard McGonagall had ever met, and his discipline had been forged by Darth Vader. By the end of the first session, he could cast a Patronus. It erupted from his outstretched hand, not the silver mist that most wizards produced on their first attempt, but a fully corporeal figure, blazing white, so bright it lit the observation lounge like a star. McGonagall gasped. Harry stared at the creature his magic had conjured, a stag, massive and majestic, made of pure light, pawing the deck with luminous hooves. "That's your father's," McGonagall whispered. James's Patronus was a stag. Harry watched the stag circle the lounge, trailing light. His birth father's spirit animal, conjured by a boy who'd never met the man, produced by the magic that connected them across death and dimensions. The stag turned its head and looked at Harry with eyes that were gentle and proud and somehow familiar. Harry let it fade. The light dimmed. The lounge returned to its usual shadows. "Teach me more," he said. McGonagall taught him. She taught him shield charms and stunning spells and the disarming charm that had been Lily Potter's favorite. She taught him transfiguration, which he was absurdly good at, given that he'd been transfiguring things since he was 3, and charms and the basics of countercurse theory. She watched him absorb wizarding magic with a speed that made her shake her head in wonder, his existing magical foundation making structured spellwork almost trivially easy. "You're performing Newt-level magic after 3 hours of instruction," she said, half in awe, half in exasperation. "It takes most students 7 years. Most students aren't me. Most students have the decency to struggle." But she was smiling, a real smile, the first Harry had seen from her. "You have your mother's talent and your father's arrogance, both of them." Harry grinned. "I have 3 parents' worth of arrogance, Professor. You haven't met the third one yet." As if summoned, Vader appeared in the lounge doorway. McGonagall looked at him, the mask, the armor, the sheer physical menace of the man who had raised Harry Potter, and her expression went through several complicated transitions. "Lord Vader," she said, with the careful politeness of a woman addressing something she couldn't quite categorize. "Professor," Vader's vocoder made the title sound like a threat, but Harry caught the subtle shift in his father's posture, curiosity, carefully concealed. Vader had been watching McGonagall's teaching sessions through the ship's internal sensors. He would never admit it, but Harry knew. "We arrive at Malachor in 14 hours, Vader said. "Imperial intelligence reports no additional rifts. The Emperor has dispatched a fleet detachment, 3-star destroyers and an Inquisitor complement to the Malachor system." "Which Inquisitors?" "The Grand Inquisitor personally, with the 7th sister and the 8th brother." Harry nodded. "More lightsabers on the field. More Force users to counter the Death Eater's magic, not ideal allies but useful ones." 14 hours, Harry said. "I'll be ready." Vader looked at McGonagall. "You will remain on the Executor during the engagement." "I will do no such thing." McGonagall's chin came up and the steel in her voice could have been cut into lightsaber blades. "I crossed dimensions to find this boy. I will not sit on a ship while he fights the darkest wizard in history. You are in no condition to fight. The dimensional crossing depleted your power. You can barely stand. I've been teaching magic for 50 years while barely standing. It's a professional requirement." McGonagall planted her feet and glared at the Dark Lord of the Sith with the righteous fury of a schoolteacher who would not be told what to do. I knew his mother. I held him as a baby. I will be there." Vader looked at Harry. Harry shrugged one shoulder, a gesture that said she's not going to back down, and we both know it. "Stay behind the 501st line," Vader said to McGonagall. "If you die, it will upset my son, and his emotional state is tactically relevant." "How touching," McGonagall said dryly. Vader left. McGonagall stared after him. "That," she said, "is the most terrifying thing I have ever encountered. And I once supervised Rubeus Hagrid's Care of Magical Creatures class." Harry laughed. It was the kind of laugh he didn't get to have often, spontaneous, warm, the laugh of a boy who had unexpectedly gained a grandmother figure who wasn't afraid of anything, including his father. "He grows on you," Harry said, "like a tumor, I imagine. Professor." "Don't professor me, Mr. Vader. I know exactly what your father is. The question is what you are." "And I'm beginning to think the answer is something entirely new." She fixed him with those sharp, bright eyes. 14 hours, I suggest you sleep. You're going to need every ounce of strength you possess. I don't sleep before battles." "Then meditate or pray or do whatever it is Sith princes do before they fight Dark Lords." Harry considered. "Usually I clean my lightsaber and think about what I want for dinner after." McGonagall stared at him. Then she laughed, a sharp, surprised bark of laughter that sounded like it had been locked away for years. "Lily's boy," she said, shaking her head. "Through and through. Go on then, clean your lightsaber. I'll be here when you're ready." Harry squeezed her hand once, a brief, warm contact that bridged dimensions and lifetimes, and left the observation lounge. He walked through the executor's corridors, feeling the ship hum around him, feeling the crew move through their routines, feeling his father's vast dark presence on the bridge and McGonagall's warm magical signature in the lounge and Cale's bright, nervous energy in the communications bay. His people, his family cobbled together from war and circumstance and the strange alchemy of loyalty. He reached his quarters, sat on his bunk, drew his lightsaber and began to clean it, the way he always did before a fight, careful, methodical, the white gold crystal humming under his fingers. Tomorrow he would face Voldemort. Tomorrow everything would change. Harry finished cleaning his lightsaber, set it on the nightstand, lay back on his bunk and stared at the ceiling. He thought about a woman with red hair who wouldn't move from in front of a crib. He thought about a man in black armor who'd found a baby in the snow and decided, against all logic and all darkness, to call it his son. He thought about two kinds of love, one that sacrificed everything and one that claimed everything, and how both of them had made him what he was. The executor hurtled through hyperspace. The stars blurred. And somewhere on the other side of reality, a Dark Lord gathered his forces and prepared to cross. Harry closed his eyes. He slept. Chapter 5. The Sith Prince of Magic Malachor was a graveyard. The planet hung in space like a dead eye, gray, cratered, stripped of atmosphere by some ancient catastrophe that had burned its surface to glass and stone. No life, no water, no movement except the slow drift of dust across petrified plains that stretched unbroken from pole to pole. Beneath the surface, buried in the planet's hollowed core, the Sith temple pulsed with dark side energy that had been accumulating for millennia, a vast reservoir of concentrated malice that turned the force around Malachor into something thick and poisonous. Harry felt it the moment the executor dropped out of hyperspace. The dark side hit him like a wave of nausea, dense and old, pressing against his consciousness with the weight of countless deaths. His magic reacted instinctively, the golden energy flaring in his chest, pushing back against the darkness, carving out a space of warmth and light inside his own body that the planet's corruption couldn't reach. He stood on the bridge beside Vader and looked at Malachor through the viewport. The planet's surface was visible in the harsh light of its distant sun, a landscape of gray devastation that looked like the aftermath of a war fought between gods. "Beautiful place," Cale said from the communications station. "Really sets the mood." "The temple is underground," Vader said, ignoring the sarcasm with practiced efficiency. "The entrance is at the base of a crater formation on the equatorial ridge. The dimensional instability Harry identified is centered directly above the temple. The dark side energy and the dimensional thinning are feeding each other. Voldemort will open his gateway there. The Emperor's fleet detachment has arrived," the tactical officer reported. 3 Imperator-class star destroyers, currently holding position in high orbit. The Grand Inquisitor's shuttle has signaled readiness for surface deployment. Harry watched the star destroyers on the tactical display, 3 gray wedges in formation, bristling with turbolasers. Palpatine's contribution to the defense, or Palpatine's way of keeping eyes on the situation, probably both. "Signal the Grand Inquisitor," Harry said. "Combined briefing in the Executor's war room, 30 minutes." The tactical officer glanced at Vader, the instinctive double check of an officer uncertain about taking orders from someone who wasn't technically in the chain of command. Vader's mask tilted almost imperceptibly, a nod, and the officer relayed the signal. Harry turned from the viewport. "Father, a word." They stepped into the corridor outside the bridge, the blast doors sealing behind them. The corridor was empty. Vader's mere presence tended to clear hallways with the efficiency of a decompression alarm. "The temple's energy," Harry said. "Can you use it? The dark side nexus." "Yes, at close range it would amplify my abilities significantly. But the same is true for any dark side user. The Inquisitors will be stronger on Malachor's surface as well. And Voldemort's magic." Vader paused. "Unknown, his power is not force-based. Whether the temple's dark side energy interacts with his magic depends on compatibility between the two systems." McGonagall says dark magic and the dark side feel similar to her. The underlying mechanics are different, but the resonance is there. If Voldemort can tap into the temple's energy to amplify his magic the way you can amplify your force abilities, then we are fighting a Dark Lord on ground that makes him stronger. We're fighting a Dark Lord on ground that makes everyone stronger, including me. Harry's eyes held a golden flicker that hadn't faded since Scarif. "The temple's energy is dark side, but the dark side is still the force, and the force is half of what I am. I can draw on it, channel it through my magic, use the planet itself as a power source. The risk of corruption. I've been channeling the dark side since I was 4. My magic keeps me balanced, it always has." Harry met his father's mask with absolute certainty. "Malachor doesn't scare me, Father, it's a tool, and I intend to use it." Vader studied his son, the boy who had become something that defied every category the galaxy had ever constructed. Not Sith, not Jedi, not wizard, not warrior, all of those things and none of them, standing at the intersection of powers that were never meant to coexist in a single being. "Use it," Vader said, "but do not let it use you." The Grand Inquisitor was a pawn, tall, gaunt, gray-skinned, with the elongated features and dark-circled eyes of his species. He carried himself with the cold precision of a predator who had learned to wear civilization like a coat, and his yellow eyes tracked everything in the war room with the constant, restless assessment of someone who trusted nothing and no one. He looked at Harry the way a hunting cat looks at a bird it isn't sure it can catch, calculating intent, with a wariness that suggested previous encounters had taught him to be careful. "The Emperor briefed me on the dimensional threat," the Grand Inquisitor said. His voice was smooth, cultured, each word placed with deliberate care. "An extra-dimensional entity attempting to breach our reality through the Malachor nexus." He described it as a unique force wielder of exceptional power. "He's not a force wielder," Harry corrected. "He's a wizard, different power system, different rules. Killing curses go through lightsaber blocks, I'm almost certain of that. Your spinning sabers won't help against his signature weapon." The Grand Inquisitor's expression tightened. "You presume to brief me on combat methodology. I presume to keep you alive. The Death Eaters, Voldemort's followers, will be using the same magic. Instant death curses, mind control, physical transfiguration of the battlefield. Conventional lightsaber defense won't stop killing curses any more than it stops a force push. You need to dodge, not deflect. And what makes you an authority on these? Wizards, I'm one of them." Harry let his magic surface, just a thread, a golden shimmer that played across his fingertips and made the air taste of ozone and something warm. The Grand Inquisitor's yellow eyes widened fractionally. The seventh sister, standing behind him, took a sharp breath. "Your people will form the second line," Harry continued, pulling the magic back. "Behind the 501st's heavy positions, focused on counter-magic operations. I'll provide each of your Inquisitors with a magical ward before deployment, a shield that will absorb one killing curse. After that, it's reflexes. You can create such wards. I can now, thanks to McGonagall's crash course in structured spellwork. The wards are single-use, they'll save your life once, don't waste them." The Grand Inquisitor absorbed this. Harry could feel the calculations running behind those yellow eyes, the political implications of accepting protection from Vader's son, the tactical value of actually surviving the engagement, the inevitable report to Palpatine afterward. "Very well," the Grand Inquisitor said. "Second line countermagic, and you. I'll be at the gateway, engaging Voldemort directly. Alone, with my father clearing the ground around me. Voldemort is my responsibility." The Grand Inquisitor looked at Vader, who stood at the far end of the war room like a sentinel carved from shadow. "Lord Vader concurs with this arrangement. Lord Vader trained the Sith Prince," Vader said. "His tactical judgment is sound. That is not an answer to my question. It is the only answer you will receive." The war room was quiet for a beat. Then the Grand Inquisitor inclined his head, not deference exactly, but the practical acceptance of a reality he couldn't change. "We deploy at your command, Sith Prince," he said, and the title carried none of its usual sarcasm. The 501st deployed to Malachor's surface in assault transports, Commander Vell coordinating the drop with the grim efficiency of a man who had accepted that this mission was unlike anything in his training manuals. The troops fanned out across the equatorial ridge, establishing defensive positions around the crater that marked the temple entrance, heavy repeating blasters, portable shield generators, anti-personnel mines in overlapping fields. Standard Imperial defensive doctrine, adapted for an enemy that could teleport and cast spells. Harry had spent 2 hours before deployment walking through the troop positions, applying magical wards to every stormtrooper he could reach. It was exhausting work. Each ward required a focused application of protective magic, a layered shield woven into the trooper's armor that would absorb a single killing curse. 260 troopers, 260 wards. By the time he finished, his magic was depleted to a level he'd never experienced before, his reserves drawn down to a dim golden ember, but the reserves were refilling. On Malachor, surrounded by the temple's dark side energy, his magic drank deep. The force fed into him dark and powerful, and his magic transmuted it, converting the raw dark side energy into something his system could use, refueling his reserves at a rate that would have been impossible anywhere else. By the time the first tremor hit, Harry was at full power and then some. The tremor shook the crater floor hard enough to crack stone. Dust rose in clouds, gray and choking, and the force screamed, a surge of energy from deep beneath the surface as the temple's dark side nexus activated in response to something pressing against the dimensional barrier from the other side. "It's starting," Harry said. He was standing at the crater's edge, looking down into the hollow where the temple entrance gaped like a mouth in the rock. His lightsaber was in his hand but unignited. His cloak snapped in the wind that was rising from nowhere, not atmospheric wind, but the displacement of reality bending under pressure. Vader stood 20 meters to his left, a monolith of black against the gray landscape. The 501st was arrayed behind them in defensive positions. The Inquisitors held the flanks. And behind the military line, sitting on a camp stool she'd conjured from a rock with a flick of her wand, Professor McGonagall waited with the focused patience of a woman who had survived 2 wizarding wars. The second tremor was stronger. The ground split, a crack running from the crater's edge toward the center, a jagged wound in the stone that pulsed with sickly green-red light. The same dimensional energy Harry had seen at Raxus Prime and Scarif, but amplified 100-fold by the temple's nexus. The dark side surged, and Harry felt the barrier between dimensions stretch thin, begin to tear. "Here we go," he breathed. The rift opened, not a slash this time, not a crack or a wound. A door, a massive, stable, rectangular portal that materialized in the air above the crater, 50 meters tall and 30 meters wide, its edges sharp and defined, its surface shimmering with the between-spectrum light that Harry had learned to associate with dimensional breaches. This was Voldemort's masterwork, the culmination of years of research and months of dark ritual. A stable, permanent gateway between worlds, anchored on both sides, wide enough for an army, wide enough for a Dark Lord. "He came through first, of course he did." Voldemort stepped through the gateway like a king entering a conquered city, tall, thin, robed in black, his face a white mask of inhuman features that had been sculpted by dark magic into something that was no longer recognizable as human. His red eyes blazed, and the power that rolled off him was staggering, a wave of dark magic so dense that the stone beneath his feet cracked and blackened, the air itself recoiling from his presence. Behind him, the Death Eaters poured through. Dozens of them masked and robed, wands drawn, moving in disciplined formation. They fanned out across the crater floor with the precision of a military unit, taking positions, securing the perimeter of the gateway. And among them, coiling through the ranks like a living river of scales and venom, a massive snake, Nagini, 30 feet of magical serpent, Voldemort's last Horcrux slithering at her master's heels. Harry counted them, 43 Death Eaters, plus Nagini, plus Voldemort himself, and somewhere among them the remaining Horcruxes, the locket, the cup, the diadem. He found them in the Force. His magic resonated with the dark objects, identifying them by the sick, fractured feel of the soul fragments they contained. The locket was around Voldemort's neck. The cup was in a reinforced case carried by a Death Eater near the back of the formation, Bellatrix Lestrange, he guessed, based on McGonagall's descriptions. The diadem was in a similar case carried by another Death Eater on the opposite flank. 3 Horcruxes, 3 targets, plus Nagini, plus Voldemort. Harry ignited his lightsaber. The white gold blade hummed to life, casting warm light across the gray stone. He stepped forward to the very edge of the crater and let the light of his weapon paint his silhouette against the dust and the dimensional glow. Voldemort saw him. The red eyes locked onto Harry's across the crater, and the Dark Lord stopped moving. His Death Eaters stopped with him, a disciplined halt, dozens of wands trained on the Imperial positions above. But Voldemort only looked at Harry, at the lightsaber, at the scar on Harry's forehead, at the boy who should have been a corpse 14 years ago. "Harry Potter," Voldemort said, his voice carried across the crater without amplification, clear and cold in the thin atmosphere. "At last, Voldemort." Harry's voice carried too, steady, calm, the voice of someone who had been preparing for this exact moment for weeks and had no intention of wasting it on fear. "Welcome to my galaxy. You won't be staying long." Voldemort's lipless mouth curved. Bold words from a child playing dress-up with a glowing stick. "I killed your parents before you could walk. I've conquered a world, and you think that toy will stop me? This toy cuts through anything in existence, and I don't need it to stop you. I need it to kill the pieces of your soul you've scattered like cowards' insurance." Harry raised his voice. "I know about the Horcruxes, Tom, all of them, the locket around your neck, the cup Bellatrix is carrying, the diadem on your left flank. And Nagini, who I can feel from here, cold and wrong and reeking of dark magic." The silence that followed was absolute. 43 Death Eaters stood frozen. Voldemort's expression didn't change, the snake-like face was incapable of subtle emotion, but Harry felt the shock hit the Dark Lord like a physical blow through the Force. The one thing Voldemort had counted on, the secrecy of his Horcruxes, the guarantee of his immortality, had just been stripped away in 4 sentences. "Kill him," Voldemort said. 43 wands rose, 43 voices began incantations. "Now," Harry said quietly into his comlink, the 501st opened fire. The crater exploded into violence. Heavy repeating blasters rained energy bolts down from the ridge positions, the red-hot projectiles screaming into the Death Eater formation with devastating accuracy. Vel had positioned his heavy weapons for exactly this moment, interlocking fields of fire that turned the crater floor into a kill box, every meter covered, every angle calculated. The Death Eaters were not unprepared. Shield charms blazed into existence, shimmering domes of protective magic that deflected the blaster bolts, scattering them into the stone. The wizards were well-trained, disciplined, and they recovered from the initial shock with speed that spoke of years of combat experience. Countercurses flew upward, bolts of green and red and violet light that streaked toward the Imperial positions with lethal intent. The first killing curse hit a stormtrooper. Harry's ward flared gold, absorbed the curse and shattered. The trooper staggered but lived. The second curse hit another trooper. Same result. The third, the fourth, the fifth, wards flaring and dying across the line, single-use shields doing exactly what Harry had designed them to do. But the wards were one-time protections. The next wave of killing curses would kill. "Inquisitors forward," Harry ordered. The Grand Inquisitor led his team over the ridge and into the crater. 3 Force users, spinning lightsabers blazing, dropping into the Death Eater formation like predators into a herd. The killing curses came, green bolts of unblockable death, and the Inquisitors dodged, using Force-enhanced speed and precognition to weave through the deadly fire with centimeters to spare. Their sabers couldn't block the curses, but they could block everything else: stunners, hexes, curses of flame and ice, and binding force that the Death Eaters hurled in support of their killing strikes. The crater became a maelstrom. Blaster fire and magic and lightsabers and screaming, the 2 systems of power colliding in a war that neither universe had ever imagined. Death Eaters fell to blaster bolts that punched through their shields from angles their magic couldn't cover. Stormtroopers fell to curses that no armor could stop. An Inquisitor, the 8th brother, caught a killing curse that slipped through his precognitive awareness, and the green light hit him square in the chest, and he dropped without a sound. Harry saw it all, processed it all, filed it away as the cost of the equation, and focused on the variables he could control. He jumped. From the crater's edge to its floor, 30 meters of freefall, the Force cushioning his landing, his boots hitting the cracked stone in a spray of dust and gravel. He landed 20 meters from Voldemort, inside the Death Eater perimeter, surrounded by enemies on all sides. The Death Eaters closest to him reacted. 3 wands swung toward him, 3 mouths began the killing curse incantation. Harry moved, he apparated. 3 meters to the left, behind the first Death Eater, lightsaber sweeping through the man's wand arm in a single clean stroke. The wizard screamed and fell. Harry was already gone, apparating again, materializing behind the second, Force push slamming her into the third so hard they both flew backward and crashed against the crater wall. He spun, deflected a hex with his lightsaber, caught a stunner in his bare hand and crushed it with a pulse of magic, and then he was moving toward the left flank, toward the Death Eater carrying the diadem case. Vader hit the right flank simultaneously. The The Dark Lord of the Sith descended into the crater like a force of nature, not jumping but floating, the force carrying him down in a controlled descent that gave the Death Eaters a perfect view of what was coming for them. His red lightsaber was ignited, humming with concentrated dark energy, and his free hand was raised, fingers spread, the force crushed. 6 Death Eaters on the right flank lifted off the ground simultaneously, invisible hands around their throats. They thrashed, wands firing wild, curses streaking harmlessly into the gray sky. Vader closed his fist and they went limp, unconscious, and he dropped them like discarded toys and moved toward the cup carrier, Bellatrix. Bellatrix Lestrange was not like the others. Harry had been warned about her. McGonagall's description had included the words dangerously unhinged and absurdly talented, and the woman who faced Vader justified every word. She was wild-eyed, cackling, her dark hair a tangled mass around a face that was beautiful in the way that fire is beautiful, captivating and destructive. She cast killing curses the way other people breathed, rapid, casual, each one precise enough to thread through a needle. Vader dodged the first, sidestepped the second, caught the third on his lightsaber, not the killing curse itself, which passed through the blade, but the debris the curse kicked up when it hit the stone behind him, using the shattered rock as a shield. He closed the distance with force-enhanced speed and brought his saber down in a strike that would have bisected a rancor. Bellatrix disapparated, vanished with a crack and reappeared 10 meters away, the cup case clutched to her chest, and fired a curse that turned the air between them into flame. Vader walked through the fire, his armor blackened, his cape ignited. He didn't slow down. Harry reached the diadem carrier. The Death Eater, a broad, slow-moving man who hadn't expected a frontal assault from a teenager with a lightsaber, fumbled for his wand. Harry hit him with a force push that launched him backward, ripped the reinforced case from his grip with telekinesis and caught it in his free hand. He could feel the Horcrux inside, a sick, twisted pulse of fractured soul screaming darkly behind the case's walls. Harry set the case on the ground, raised his lightsaber, and drove the white-gold blade through the lid. The case exploded, the diadem shrieked an inhuman sound, a death scream that existed in frequencies beyond hearing, tearing through the force and the magical field simultaneously. Dark energy poured from the destroyed Horcrux like blood from a wound, and Harry's magic rose to meet it, golden fire burning away the corruption, cleansing the air, neutralizing the soul fragments death throws. 1 down, 2 to go, plus Nagini. Vader, Voldemort's voice cut through the chaos of the battle like a blade. Harry looked up and saw the Dark Lord striding across the crater floor, Death Eaters parting before him like water, his red eyes blazing with fury. He wasn't looking at Harry. He was looking at the ruined case, at the destroyed diadem, at the unmistakable evidence that his immortality had just been diminished. Voldemort raised his wand and pointed it at Harry. The curse that came wasn't the killing curse. It was something worse, something older, darker, a ribbon of black energy that screamed through the air and warped reality around it, the stone beneath its path aging 1,000 years in an instant, crumbling to dust. Harry dodged, apparating sideways, the curse passing through the space where he'd been and hitting the crater wall behind him. The wall didn't crack, it ceased to exist, a 10-meter section of solid rock simply erased from reality. Harry stared at the void where the wall had been, then he looked at Voldemort. "That's new," he said. "I've had 14 years to improve," Voldemort hissed. He fired again, another black ribbon, and another, and another. Harry dodged and deflected and apparated, the curses tearing the crater apart around him. One grazed the edge of his magical shield, and the golden energy flickered, not from damage but from the sheer wrongness of the magic, the feeling of something that shouldn't exist trying to unmake things that should. Harry stopped retreating, planted his feet. Drew on the dark side energy that pulsed up from the temple beneath them, pulled it into himself, channeled it through his magical core, felt the two powers merge in the way they only did when he reached for the absolute limit of what he was. His eyes went gold. He raised his hand and threw a bolt of combined power at Voldemort, not magic alone, not the Force alone, but both, fused into a single lance of white gold energy that screamed across the crater with the force of a turbolaser and the precision of a surgical spell. Voldemort raised a shield. The bolt hit it and the shield bent, the dark wizard staggering, his eyes widening with genuine shock as the combined power tore through his defenses in a way pure magic never could. The bolt punched through the shield, and Voldemort twisted aside at the last instant, the energy searing past his shoulder and blasting a furrow in the ground behind him. "What are you?" Voldemort breathed. "Something you've never seen." Harry advanced. His lightsaber was in his right hand, his left crackling with golden energy. The temple's dark side nexus fed power into him through the ground beneath his feet, an endless reservoir of dark energy that his magic transmuted into fuel. He was burning brighter than he'd ever burned, brighter than Scarif, brighter than the birthday training session that had turned a room to crystal. Every cell in his body was alive with merged power, force, and magic singing in harmony, and the galaxy itself seemed to lean in and hold its breath. Voldemort attacked. What followed was the most intense magical duel in the history of two universes. Voldemort cast with a speed and ferocity that defied comprehension, killing curses, annihilation ribbons, dark transfigurations that turned the air into razors and the ground into quicksand. He was a master of violence, a virtuoso of destruction, and his power was staggering. Every spell he cast was amplified by the temple's energy. McGonagall had been right, the dark side and dark magic resonated, and Voldemort drew on the Nexus like a man drinking from a fire hose. Harry met him. Not with defense, with attack. He fought the way Vader had taught him and McGonagall had refined, the way that only he could fight, because he was the only being in existence who could wield both systems simultaneously. Lightsaber in one hand, deflecting curses and transfigurations. Magic and force in the other, throwing combined power bolts that Voldemort could barely block. Apparition to dodge what he couldn't deflect. Force pushes to disrupt Voldemort's casting rhythm. Transfigurations of his own, the ground beneath Voldemort's feet turning to water, the air around the Dark Lord's wand arm solidifying into crystal, the debris of the crater rising into a telekinetic storm that orbited Harry like a hurricane of stone and steel. Voldemort was stronger than any single opponent Harry had ever faced. His magic was vast, refined by centuries of study, and enhanced by the darkest rituals his world had ever known. His killing curses came in rapid succession, each one aimed with surgical precision, each one forcing Harry to apparate or dodge because even his combined shields might not stop the unblockable death. But Harry was two things at once. And Voldemort was only one. Harry pushed forward. Every step cost him. The energy expenditure was enormous. The strain of maintaining merged power while fighting at this level, burning through reserves that even Malacher's Nexus couldn't fully replenish. But he pushed, and Voldemort gave ground, step by step, meter by meter. The Dark Lord's expression shifted from fury to concentration to something that looked, for the first time, like uncertainty. Harry saw his opening. Voldemort cast a killing curse, the familiar green bolt, aimed at Harry's center mass. Harry didn't dodge. He raised his lightsaber into the bolt's path and channeled his magic through the blade. The white gold crystal resonated with the magical energy, not blocking the curse but redirecting it, the killing light bending around the blade like water around a stone, deflecting to the right, slamming into the crater wall. He just deflected an unblockable curse. Voldemort froze. For 1 second, one heartbeat, the Dark Lord's red eyes went wide with something that Harry recognized because he'd spent his whole life cultivating the absence of it. Fear. Harry lunged. Not with the Force, not with magic, with his body, closing the gap between them in a single explosive stride. His lightsaber swept toward the locket around Voldemort's neck, the white gold blade humming with merged power. Voldemort disapparated. But Harry was already there, apparating to the same destination, the Force telling him where the Dark Lord was going before he arrived, and when Voldemort materialized 30 meters away, Harry was waiting. The lightsaber came down not at Voldemort but at the chain around his neck. The blade severed the chain, the locket fell. Harry caught it with the Force, held it in the air between them, Slytherin's locket, heavy with dark magic and a fragment of Tom Riddle's soul. Voldemort's hand shot out, summoning magic pulling at the Horcrux with desperate force. Harry held it. The telekinetic tug-of-war lasted 1 second. Then Harry's magic surged through the locket, golden fire pouring into the dark artifact, and the Horcrux burned. The locket screamed, the same inhuman death shriek as the diadem, but louder, more agonized, the sound of a soul fragment being incinerated by a power it had never been designed to withstand. Dark smoke poured from the locket's seams as the soul piece inside thrashed and dissolved and died. The locket hit the ground empty, dead metal, nothing more. 2 down, Cup and Nagini remained. No. Voldemort's scream was rage and agony in equal measure, the psychic feedback of losing a piece of his soul hitting him like a physical blow. He staggered, his wand arm trembling, his power flickering for a fraction of a second. Harry pressed the advantage. Across the crater, Vader was handling his own war. The Death Eaters had broken from their initial formation, scattered by the 501st's fire and the Inquisitor's assault, and were fighting in pockets, small groups of wizards throwing curses from behind conjured barriers, dueling stormtroopers in close quarters where magic and blasters mixed in lethal chaos. Vader moved through them like a natural disaster. He didn't fight the Death Eaters the way he fought conventional opponents. He'd adapted, watching how Harry had described their capabilities, and he treated each wizard as what they were, a high-value target with killing capability that demanded respect. He used the environment, telekinetically hurling boulders, collapsing stone formations, reshaping the battlefield faster than the wizards could adapt. Death Eaters who tried to stand and fight found themselves buried under avalanches of telekinetically accelerated debris. Those who tried to disapparate found their magic disrupted by the sheer pressure of Vader's dark side aura, the force pressing against their magical cores like a weight on a spring. Bellatrix was the exception. She fought Vader one-on-one, cackling manic, throwing curses with an abandon that bordered on suicidal. She was good, genuinely, terrifyingly good, her magic wild and unpredictable, her killing curses aimed with an instinct that precognition could barely keep ahead of. Vader caught a transfiguration curse on his armor. The durasteel of his left shoulder pauldron turned to glass, shattering instantly, exposing the mechanical joint beneath. He didn't flinch. His lightsaber came around in a horizontal sweep that Bellatrix barely dodged, the red blade passing so close it singed her hair. Muggle tricks, Bellatrix shrieked, firing 3 killing curses in rapid succession. You're nothing, a machine in a mask. Vader caught her in a force grip. Not her throat, her wand arm, freezing it in place, her wand pointed uselessly at the sky. Bellatrix screamed, thrashing, her magic flaring wildly as she tried to break free. The cup, Vader said. He squeezed. Bellatrix's fingers spasmed open. The reinforced case she'd been clutching fell from her grip. Vader caught it with his other hand, telekinetically, and pulled it to him. He could feel the Horcrux inside. Dark, sick, wrong, the same parasitic energy he'd felt in Harry's scar, the same fractured soul signature. The force recoiled from it the way healthy tissue recoils from infection. Vader's lightsaber punched through the case. The cup screamed. The dark energy erupted, trying to escape, trying to survive, and Vader pressed down with the full weight of the dark side, crushing the soul fragment the way he'd crushed the one in Harry's scar. The force closed around it like a fist, and the fragment shattered and died. 3 Horcruxes destroyed. Only Nagini remained. Bellatrix, released from the force grip, scrambled backward, her face a mask of horror. She looked at the ruined case, at the destroyed Horcrux, and something broke behind her eyes. The fanatical devotion that had sustained her through decades of service to Voldemort cracked, because the Dark Lord's immortality was failing, and without that immortality, without the promise that their master could never truly die, what were the Death Eaters fighting for? Retreat, Bellatrix screamed. Back through the gate, retreat. Some of the Death Eaters listened. A dozen broke from their positions and ran for the gateway, disapparating in rapid succession, reappearing near the portal's edge. The 501st cut some of them down. Others made it through, vanishing into the shimmering dimensional doorway. But Voldemort didn't retreat. He stood in the center of the crater, his Horcruxes dying around him, his followers fleeing, and he didn't retreat. His red eyes burned with something that went beyond rage into a cold, absolute refusal to accept what was happening. He had conquered a world. He had split his soul 7 times. He had crossed the barrier between dimensions through sheer force of will. He was Lord Voldemort, the greatest dark wizard in history, and he would not run from a boy. Harry stood before him, lightsaber humming, eyes burning gold. The merged power still flowing through him, force and magic in harmony, the temple's energy feeding his reserves faster than the battle could drain them. It's over, Tom, Harry said. Your diadem is gone, your locket is gone, your cup is gone, the piece in my head is gone, your followers are running, all that's left is Nagini, and then there's nothing between you and death. You know nothing of death, Voldemort hissed. I have spent a lifetime conquering it. I have walked paths beyond your comprehension, mastered magics older than your pathetic adopted civilization. You've spent a lifetime running from it. There's a difference. Voldemort's face contorted. The red eyes blazed, and Harry felt the Dark Lord reach for the temple's energy, pulling on the dark side nexus with everything he had, his magic and the Force analog drinking deep from the ancient reservoir of power. The air around Voldemort darkened. The stone beneath his feet cracked and blackened. His robes whipped in a wind that came from inside him rather than outside, and the power that gathered around the Dark Lord was the most terrifying thing Harry had ever felt. A concentrated storm of dark magic amplified by millennia of dark side energy, focused through the obsessive will of a being who would burn everything rather than die. Then let me show you what I've learned, Voldemort whispered, and reality came apart. The curse wasn't a single spell. It was a complex magical operation that combined multiple dark arts into a single devastating assault. The ground for 50 meters in every direction transformed, stone becoming serpents, hundreds of them, stone snakes that launched themselves at Harry with venomous speed. The air above crystallized into daggers of dark ice that rained down like a lethal storm. The dimensional gateway behind Voldemort pulsed, and through it poured a wave of raw dimensional energy. The force of the barrier between worlds, weaponized, turned into a tsunami of reality-warping power that rolled toward Harry like the end of everything. Harry could have dodged, could have apparated away, retreated, regrouped. The smart move, the safe move. He didn't move. He planted his feet, drove his lightsaber into the ground, point first, and let go, raised both hands. And reached for everything he had. The magic came first. Rising from his core like a sun, golden light pouring from his hands, his eyes, the scar on his forehead, pure magical energy, the inherited power of a bloodline that went back centuries, refined by 14 years of development in a galaxy that had given it room to grow beyond anything the wizarding world had ever produced. The Force came second, not the dark side alone, the Force, all of it, light and dark and everything in between. Harry reached for it the way he'd reached for nothing before, not channeling, not drawing, but becoming. Opening himself completely, letting the Force flow through him without resistance, without control, just pure connection. The galaxy's living energy, the binding fabric of reality, rushing into him and through him and out of him in a torrent that made the temple's nexus feel like a candle next to a star. The two powers met, merged, fused at the core of Harry's being in a reaction that the universe had never seen before, because no being in the history of any reality had ever combined these specific energies at this specific magnitude. Harry blazed. The golden-white light that erupted from him turned the gray crater into noon. The stone serpents disintegrated, not crushed or burned but unmade, their transfigured forms reverting to raw stone and then to dust and then to nothing. The ice daggers evaporated. The dimensional energy wave hit Harry's light and broke, splitting around him like a river hitting a mountain, the reality-warping power dissipating harmlessly into the planet's surface. And then the light expanded. It rolled outward from Harry in a wave, not destructive, not violent, but absolute. Everything it touched was revealed, stripped of illusion, of darkness, of deception. Death Eaters caught in the wave screamed as their dark marks burned away, the cursed brands dissolving under power that couldn't be lied to. The temple's dark side energy recoiled, retreating underground, forced back into its ancient prison by a light that knew every shadow and refused all of them. Nagini, coiling at the edge of the crater, caught the wave full on. The serpent thrashed, hissed, her magical nature rebelling against the cleansing energy, and the Horcrux inside her, the last fragment of Voldemort's soul, detonated. The snake exploded in a burst of dark smoke and golden fire, the soul fragment screaming its death scream, and then there was nothing. Dust and silence and the absence of the dark thing that had lived inside the serpent's cold blood. 4 Horcruxes, all destroyed. Every anchor, every safety net, every piece of stolen immortality, gone. Voldemort felt it. Harry saw it hit him, the moment of realization, the understanding that for the first time in decades he was mortal, truly, completely, irreversibly mortal. The red eyes widened, the inhuman face contorted with something that looked almost human. Terror. No, Voldemort whispered. No, this is not. I am Lord Voldemort. I cannot. You can, Harry said. The golden light was fading, the merged power settling back into its component parts, the impossible peak receding. He was exhausted, more exhausted than he'd ever been, his body trembling with the aftershocks of channeling power that had never been meant for a human frame. But he was standing. And Voldemort was staring at him with the eyes of a man seeing his own death. Harry pulled his lightsaber from the ground. The white gold blade hummed to life, steady and warm. You killed my mother, Harry said. You killed my father. You scarred me and sent me across the universe, and then you spent 14 years hunting me because you couldn't accept that a baby survived what you couldn't. I am the greatest wizard who ever. You're a man who was so afraid of dying that you tore your own soul apart. And now there's nothing left to tear. Harry raised the lightsaber. This is over. Voldemort's wand came up. The killing curse began to form, green light gathering at the tip, the 2 words that had ended so many lives beginning on his lips. Harry didn't dodge, didn't apparate, didn't shield. He threw his lightsaber. The white gold blade spun through the air, trailing light, and Harry poured every remaining ounce of his merged power into it, force and magic, fused in the crystal's heart, screaming through the blade in a single devastating charge. The lightsaber hit Voldemort's wand and cut through it. Cut through the killing curse that was forming. Cut through the shields the Dark Lord raised in desperation. Cut through Voldemort. The Dark Lord looked down. The lightsaber's blade protruded from his chest, white gold light blazing through the entry wound, and Harry's merged power burned through Tom Riddle's body like sunlight through fog. The dark magic that sustained him, the rituals, the stolen life force, the accumulated power of decades unraveled, dissolved, burned away. Impossible, Voldemort whispered. His red eyes found Harry's green ones. You're just a boy. I'm my mother's son, Harry said. I'm my father's son, both of them. The light consumed him. Voldemort's body disintegrated, not explosively, not violently, but softly, gently, the way a shadow disappears when you turn on a light. The dark wizard who had terrorized a world, who had shattered his soul and crossed dimensions and refused to accept the one truth that all living things must eventually face, that truth found him at last on the gray stone of Malachor, a lightsaber's length from a boy who had never been afraid of anything. Tom Riddle died. The crater was quiet. The dust settled. The dimensional gateway flickered, destabilized by its creator's death, its edges fraying without the dark will that had sustained it. Harry stood alone in the center of the crater, his lightsaber returned to his hand through the Force, its blade still humming. His legs shook, his vision swam. The exhaustion was total, physical, magical, spiritual, every reserve emptied, every cell screaming for rest. The gateway was collapsing. Without Voldemort's power anchoring it, the dimensional breach was destabilizing, the edges crumbling inward, the portal beginning to shrink. In minutes it would close, the connection between worlds would sever, and the wizarding world would be on the other side, unreachable. McGonagall, Harry turned. Found her in the dust and chaos at the crater's edge, standing amidst the remnants of the 501st defensive line, her wand still raised, her face streaked with tears and grime. She was looking at the collapsing gateway with an expression that Harry recognized, the look of someone watching a door close on everything they'd ever known. Professor, Harry called. His voice was raw, scraped thin by exhaustion. The gateway. McGonagall looked at him, then at the gateway. The portal was half its original size and shrinking fast. I have to go back, she said. My world needs me. There are people, survivors, the Order. I know. Harry walked toward her. Every step cost him. But the gateway is collapsing. Once it closes, I don't know if I can reopen it. Then this is goodbye. Harry stopped in front of her. Old woman, fierce and tired and brave beyond measure, who had crossed dimensions to find a lost child and had stayed to fight a dark lord, who had taught him magic in the observation lounge of a star destroyer, who had looked at him and seen his mother. Not goodbye, Harry said. The obelisk on Scarif is still there. I silenced it, but I didn't destroy it. The pathway exists, it just needs someone to open it. When your world is stable, when the survivors are safe, when you're ready. Send a signal, I'll hear it. McGonagall's eyes glistened. She reached up and placed her hand on Harry's cheek, a grandmother's gesture, warm and impossibly gentle. Lily's boy, she whispered. Through everything, still Lily's boy. She kissed his forehead on the scar, and Harry felt something warm and bright and magical pass between them, not a spell, not a ward, but a blessing, the oldest magic there was, given freely and received without reservation. Then she turned and ran for the gateway. She was fast for her age, decades of magical fitness and pure determination carrying her across the crater floor. The gateway was shrinking, the edges closing inward, the portal now barely large enough for a person to pass through. McGonagall reached it at the last possible moment, turned back for one final look at Harry, at the galaxy she was leaving, at the impossible boy who had been everything she'd hoped and nothing she'd expected, and stepped through. The gateway closed behind her. The dimensional light died. The edges dissolved, the breach healed, and where the portal had been, there was only empty air and gray stone and the slowly settling dust of Malachor. Harry stood in the crater, surrounded by unconscious Death Eaters and smoking stone in the aftermath of a war between worlds, and he let himself feel it, the loss, the gratitude, the strange grief of saying goodbye to someone you'd only just met, but who had given you a piece of yourself you didn't know was missing. Then he straightened, clipped his lightsaber to his belt, wiped the blood and dust from his face with the back of his hand. It was over. Vader found him sitting on a boulder at the crater's edge, legs dangling, staring at the spot where the gateway had been. The Dark Lord's armor was damaged, the glass pauldron was gone entirely, scoring marks from curses crisscrossed his chest plate, and his cape was a charred remnant, but he was whole, functional, alive. The Death Eaters who had stayed to fight were captured or dead, the remnants of Voldemort's invasion force reduced to scattered prisoners that the 501st was processing with efficient brutality. Vader sat beside his son. The boulder groaned under the weight of his armor, but it held. They sat together on the edge of the crater, father and son, looking out across Malachor's devastated surface as the dust settled and the planet's thin atmosphere began to clear. Voldemort is dead, Vader said. Yes, permanently. The Horcruxes are all destroyed. There's nothing to anchor him. He's gone. Vader's respirator cycled. The silence between them was comfortable, the silence of two people who had fought side by side and survived and didn't need words to acknowledge what that meant. The Grand Inquisitor is requesting a debriefing, Vader said. The Emperor has demanded a full report. They can wait. Yes, they can. More silence. The sun, distant cold, cast long shadows across the crater floor. The remains of the battle were visible below: scorched stone, shattered barriers, the still glowing debris of destroyed Horcruxes. "Father," Harry said, "yes, thank you for finding me." In the snow, Vader's hand found Harry's shoulder, the familiar grip, leather and metal, too tight and too stiff and absolutely perfect. "I did not find you," Vader said. "The Force led me to you, or perhaps your magic called to me. I have never been certain which. Does it matter?" The grip tightened. "It does not." They sat on the boulder for a while longer. Two figures against Malacher's gray sky, one massive and dark, one lean and bright, the contrast between them so stark it looked like a painting. The darkness and the light, the machine and the magic. The father who had been broken and the son who had been lost, finding in each other what the galaxy had tried to take from them both. "The Emperor will not be satisfied with a report," Vader said eventually. "He will see what happened here as a demonstration of your power that exceeds his ability to control. He will move against you." "I know. Against us. I know that too. What do you intend?" Harry looked at the sky. The Executor was up there somewhere, a gray speck against the stars, holding orbit. His ship, his home. The place where Kale was waiting at the communications station, probably wearing a hole in the deck with his pacing, and Voss was cataloging damage reports with mechanical comm, and 260 stormtroopers were alive because a 14-year-old had spent 2 hours casting protective wards on their armor, his people. "The Empire needs to change," Harry said. "Not fall, change. The rebellion is right about the cruelty, even if they're wrong about the solution. And Palpatine," he paused. "Palpatine is a problem that can't be managed anymore. He can only be solved. You are speaking of treason. I'm speaking of the future. A future where the galaxy isn't held together by fear and suffering, where power serves something other than itself." Harry looked at his father. "I'm not a Jedi, Father. I'm not going to stand in front of the Emperor and give a speech about hope and freedom, but I am going to stand in front of him and tell him the truth, that the galaxy has a new player and the old game is over. He will try to destroy you. Let him try. He is more powerful than you realize. And I'm more powerful than he realizes." That was true 6 months ago. After today, Harry held up his hand. The merged power stirred gold and dark, force and magic, a quiet hum of potential that vibrated the air around his fingers. "After today, it's not even close." Vader stared at Harry's hand, at the power that danced across his son's skin like light through water. The power of two universes, united in a single being, refined by Sith training and wizarding heritage and the stubborn, unbreakable moral core that Harry had built for himself out of Vader's discipline and his own conscience. "The Empire will resist," Vader said. "Parts of it, the Moffs who profit from cruelty, the officers who have built careers on fear, they'll resist and we'll deal with them. And the rebellion. Offer them something they've never been offered, a seat at the table. Not surrender, participation. They want freedom. Fine, let's build a system that includes it instead of one that crushes it. You are describing a revolution. I'm describing an evolution, and it starts with Palpatine." Harry met his father's gaze, the blue eyes behind the mask, the human eyes that had watched him grow from a baby in the snow to whatever he was now. "Are you with me, Father?" The question hung in the air between them. The most important question Harry had ever asked, not because the answer was uncertain, but because the asking made it real, made it a choice, not an assumption. Made Darth Vader a participant, not a bystander. The respirator hissed, in, out, the rhythm that had been the background music of Harry's entire existence. "I found you in the snow," Vader said slowly. "I raised you in darkness. I gave you every weapon I had and watched you forge them into something I never intended." He paused. "You are the best thing I have ever created, the only thing I have ever created that was not born of pain." He stood. Extended his hand, the human hand, the flesh hand, the one that had once belonged to a man named Anakin Skywalker. "I am with you," Vader said, "to whatever end." Harry took his father's hand and let himself be pulled to his feet. They stood together on the boulder, looking out across the battlefield, and for the first time in Harry's life, the future didn't feel like a series of threats to be managed. It felt like a road, long, uncertain, dangerous, but his. "Coruscant first," Harry said, "the Emperor, Coruscant first." And then, Vader looked at him. And behind the mask, behind the armor, behind the decades of pain and rage and the dark machinery of survival, something surfaced that Darth Vader had not allowed himself to feel since a boy named Anakin Skywalker had burned alive on the shores of a lava river. Hope. And then, Vader said, "We build something worthy of my son." Harry walked back across the crater floor, his father beside him, his lightsaber at his hip, his cloak settling around his shoulders. The 501st snapped to attention as he passed. The surviving Inquisitors watched from a distance, their expressions unreadable. The captured Death Eaters stared at him with the hollow eyes of people whose world had just ended. Commander Vel intercepted them at the edge of the defensive perimeter. Sir. Casualty report: 23 stormtroopers killed, 41 wounded. The 8th brother is confirmed dead. The 7th sister is wounded but stable. Enemy casualties: 14 Death Eaters killed, 22 captured, 7 escaped through the gateway before it closed. The wards, Harry asked, saved dozens of lives, sir. Every trooper who took a killing curse and survived was wearing one of your protections. Vel's voice was steady, professional, but Harry could hear the emotion beneath it, the gratitude of a commander whose people had been shielded by something he didn't fully understand but recognized as salvation. The men are calling them Potter shields. Harry blinked. Potter, word got around, sir, about your history. The men decided the shields should be named for the magic, not the rank. Vel paused. If you prefer something different, Harry felt something warm settle in his chest. Potter shields is fine. He continued walking, past the defensive line, past the medical stations where medics worked on wounded troopers and captured Death Eaters with equal efficiency, past the communication relay where Kale's voice crackled through the speakers, relaying updates from the executor with the focused professionalism of a man who had found his purpose. Harry stopped at the crater's center. Stood where Voldemort had died. There was nothing left of the Dark Lord, no body, no ashes, no trace. Just bare stone, slightly discolored in the faintest scent of ozone. He stood there for a long moment, not celebrating, not grieving, just being present, alive, whole for the first time in his life, no fragment in his scar, no Dark Lord hunting him, no existential threat lurking at the edge of his consciousness. Free, the word was strange. Harry Vader had never been a prisoner. He'd been raised in power, trained in strength, given every tool and weapon a person could ask for. But freedom wasn't the absence of chains, it was the presence of choice. And for the first time, Harry's choices were entirely his own, not reactions to Palpatine's manipulations, not preparations for Voldemort's arrival, not the careful navigation of a boy growing up in the shadow of an empire's darkest corners. He could go anywhere, do anything, be anything. He chose to stay. He chose his father, his ship, his people, the galaxy that had raised him with all its beauty and its cruelty, its order and its injustice. He chose the hard road, the one that led through Coruscant, through the Emperor's throne room, through the impossible work of transforming an empire into something better without destroying it in the process. He chose to be the Sith Prince of Magic. Not because the title defined him, but because what it represented, the merger of darkness and light, of force and magic, of the warrior and the protector, was the truest expression of who he was. Harry touched the scar on his forehead. It was quiet, smooth, just a mark on his skin, the last physical reminder of a night 14 years ago when a Dark Lord had created his own nemesis and a baby had been sent tumbling across the stars. Harry, Vader's voice behind him, patient, waiting. Harry turned, looked at his father, looked past him at the executor's crew assembling at the crater's edge, Vel organizing the withdrawal, Voss materializing from somewhere with a datapad and the particular expression that meant she had 14 things that needed Harry's immediate attention, the surviving stormtroopers forming up in ranks that were thinner than they'd been this morning, but standing straighter. Harry smiled. A real smile, unguarded, warm, the smile of a boy who had fought a war between worlds and come out the other side knowing exactly who he was. "Let's go home, father," he said. They walked out of the crater together. Behind them, Malacher's thin wind began to cover the battle's traces with dust, slowly, patiently, the way time covers everything. The stone that had been a battlefield would be unmarked within a season. The story of what had happened here would be told in different ways by different people. The Imperials, the rebels who would eventually hear of it, the wizarding world on the other side of reality's wall, where an old woman in a pointed hat was telling her people that help existed, that hope existed, that Lily and James Potter's son was alive and magnificent and coming whenever they called. But the truest version of the story was simpler than any of them would tell it. A man found a baby in the snow. He raised it in darkness, but the baby carried its own light. And when the darkness came for them both, the light and the dark stood together, and they were enough. They were enough. Harry Vader, the Sith Prince of Magic, walked out of the crater on Malacher with his father at his side and his future in his hands, and the galaxy, both galaxies, all the galaxies, trembled and shone.